Saratoga.
Yeah, it's a big week for that famed canoe. Still donning those windshield thoroughbred colors, and who knows, might look the same next week. Who's taking home the Man of War Cup, or at least a replica? This guy already has a trophy or two. Forte, four-time Grade 1 winner, 7-5 favorite in tomorrow's Travers. Standing in his way, among others, a familiar foe, Derby winner Mage. What'll happen in their third meeting? We'll find out tomorrow evening. First things first, trainer Todd Pletcher, yeah, he has two in the Travers. Also the favorite in today's main event, Nest, like Forte, a champion, and the favorite in Grade 1, Personal Ensign. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is Saratoga Live. There's Nest revving her engines. She takes the stage this evening. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Overcast on this eve of the Travers. Rain overnight, but that won't keep the crowd away. Biggest weekend of the summer at Saratoga. That is our tent. We are just outside the paddock, and welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So easy to get caught up with everything happening tomorrow. That monster Travers program, of course, with 5 Grade 1 races. You'll see it all on Fox beginning at 3 Eastern. But on this eve of the Travers, you normally don't see Grade 1 races on Friday, but that's what we have. The Grade 1 Personal Ensign and Nest, the 3-year-old filly champion, taking on Clairiere. Much more on the Personal Ensign, but the main event tomorrow is the Travers. You know the drill. Grade 1, $1.25 million purse. 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter. Forte, drawn inside at 7-5, plus the Derby winner, Preakness winner, and Belmont Stakes winner. As I welcome in my co-host, Jonathan Kinchin, multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amos, 2-time Travers winning jockey Gary Stevens. And Gary, that's where I wanted to start. Is the Travers big picture, your 2 wins in the Travers, and what that meant to your career?
It was gratifying. First of all, Lafitte, I won the Derby on Thunder Gulch in '95, came back, was third, beaten 3/4 of a length in the Preakness, won the Belmont Stakes, missed the Triple Crown, but winning the Midsummer Derby, it felt good. Come back with his son in 2001, Point Given, missed the Kentucky Derby, won the Preakness, won the Belmont Stakes, and he won the Midsummer Derby, and it was more gratifying than anything.
There's some redemption there, much like Forte in the Travers tomorrow, Tom. For the trainers with the serious contenders, what are these last 24 hours like before a day like Travers Day?
It's about paying attention to detail. It is throughout the horse's training leading up to the race, but the night before, you're literally laying in bed wondering, did I pay attention to this? Did I do this? Did I do that? Good trainers pay attention to detail, and good trainers are obsessive about it, and that caused a little lack of sleep the night before.
I would imagine. And JK, I'm looking at the wardrobe. I'm looking at the shirt. Are we expecting a big couple of days for owner Mike Rapoli?
Look, I think so. I mean, I think Nest showed her ability as a 3-year-old, but then she came back in her first start as a 4-year-old and kind of said, hey, I'm back to everybody, including Clairiere, who's an outstanding horse in her own right. And then I think Forte's really kind of figured it out. I mean, he's from a speed figure standpoint, he's always been good. He's always been classy. He was a 2-year-old champion. He shows up every time and runs, but he's finally gotten over that hump in the Jim Dandy with a mid-100, like 105.
105 by her speed figure. He really stepped it up. Tom, what have you noticed? There is Forte and Arad Ortiz. What have you noticed in terms of his preparation in the mornings for the Travers?
So he covers a great deal of ground when he trains, both galloping and when he works. He's not a horse that's going to wow you with this explosive turn of foot. That's not his style. But in his races, he has that turn of foot that can get to whoever's in front of him, that competitive edge, something you really can't train into horses. It's just inherent. Some have it, some don't. Forte has it.
This is going to be so good, and it's so rare. The third time in 40 years we've had a Travers with the Kentucky Derby winner, Preakness winner, and Belmont Stakes winner. And then, oh yeah, the favorite Forte, 7-5 in the morning line. Naturally, much more on the Travers and the other Grade 1 events throughout the course of the broadcast. Personal Ensign today, and the first of 10 in about 5 minutes with 2-year-olds, freshmen to start the show off the turf on the main track, hence the defections. Now on the Wilson Chute, main track listed as muddy, and Global Perspective, number 16, Even Money. Let's see how they looked as they hit the track, starting with Radio Liberty, first-time starter for a big partnership by Audible.
has been working on the dirt. The dam, though, has produced a couple of turf winners, thinking maybe turf for this one.
I was going to ask you to read all the owners, Jonathan, but we're running out of time. Inherent Promise and Jack Oxley debuting colt.
Yeah, another one not taking a lot of money first time out, but we've seen this story before with Billy Mott.
Feltrinelli, a Randy Hill, Kerry Radcliffe-owned first-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, the pedigree says dirt for sure, and the workouts have been very good on this horse.
Manny Franco pulled off the 30-1 upset with Evie Jets yesterday in the Thursday Grade 2 feature. 5, 6, and 7 are out. Turn off your phone, JK. Veracruzan, first day on the job for him. He's 4-1.
4-1, a horse that made a really good impression in the paddock. That's a very good physical specimen right there.
Sheriff Joe, no match for Pirate in his debut.
I'm going to call the sheriff because that was 100% your phone.
Gary, turn off your phone.
Blamed it on me.
Real Men Violin. Make the rider Rad Ortiz.
Yeah, this horse debuted on the turf sprinting, but did take some money, always an indicator of talent.
Oh, man. Global Perspective, odds on. The only one entered main track only.
Only one entered main track only, has a race experience under his belt. We usually see a great deal of improvement from that first to second start. That's why he's favored.
2-year-olds in the first of 10. Off the turf on the main track, post time in 3 minutes. Travers tomorrow, don't have an account. It's time to open one. Get involved. Naira Bets. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Early stakes racing, the third, Smart and Fancy. I promise you'll see today's races. The Smart and Fancy, there they are, and the 8th on the grass, all others off the turf. Late Pick 5 starts in the 6th, and the headline event, the Grade 1 Personal Instant Race number 9. John Deere Weather Track Condition Report. Main track is muddy. Turf courses are good for the 2 grass races today. Temperature around 78 degrees as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Maggie, 2-year-olds in the first. What are these freshmen showing you out there?
Well, I think that the public certainly has the right favorite pegged here with the 16 in Global Perspective, as I think he ran very well, considering the context of how that race unfolded with Seize the Gray, who already had experience pretty much going straight to lead. Although, I will say Global Perspective actually broke on top. He couldn't keep pace early in that race, but he closed very nicely in between rivals, and I thought, excuse me, a very good education over the same exact track that he's getting here today. And look at that warm-up. He's sharper today. Once they put the tack on him, he really kind of blew himself up, and he's tighter. He's a big boy, so he definitely needed a race to kind of bring everything together, and I do not have any qualms with the distance at a mile. Moving on to another horse that has experience, number 9, Sheriff Joe. Now, there isn't much about his physical frame that says longer is better, but the pedigree certainly does, as he is a son of Curlin out of a distorted humor mare, and he is so much sharper having that one race under his belt, and he's incredibly well muscled. I mean, you see what I'm saying? He's built more like a sprinter with those elevated hindquarters to him, a little kind of tank and bull of an animal, but he's a very good mover, and he warmed up beautifully over this racetrack. Look for him to be forwardly placed coming out of that 5.5 sprint. On to some first-time starters. Number 1, Radio Liberty. I kind of like this guy better on the dirt, to be perfectly honest. Now, I think he needs one for just it all to come together mentally, physically, but this is the right spot for him. He is wearing blinkers first time out. It just seems a little bit, I don't want to say on the clueless side, but just not totally focused on the task at hand. As we'll move on to number 4, Feltrinelli. For George Weaver, he actually looks as though he could be kind of quick. He's a big boy, but he's built downhill, and George Weaver, his horses are always so well developed behind the saddle. And he's okay getting on this surface. I don't have a problem with him on it. In fact, the dam was a multiple graded stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. And as I always say, these sealed racetracks, they'll tend to mimic a turf course a little more than a fast harrow track. So he and the other first-time starter, Veracruzan, as Tom said, he kind of took the words out of my mouth. He's a good-looking son of Summerfront. Now, there is more turf pedigree, so I don't think this is necessarily his preferred surface. A little bit more of a turf hoof. He has gotten a little wash out there. He was not doing any of this back in the paddock. I do like his workout out of the gate, going the 47 flat coming in here. Broke well, remained on the bridle throughout, not like a typical turf horse that when they're kind of asked and set down and come off the bridle a bit, that's when you see them kind of fall apart. And he didn't, so it gives me confidence in him handling the surface. And boy, Lafitte, he's taken a lot of money at 3-1 for Kenny McPeak.
3-1, Tom. What are you seeing out there as he marches towards the starting gate?
Well, you look at that track, you know, it's labeled muddy. And so for these horses that have never run before, and certainly the 8, Veracruzan is one of those horses, if they're not in that first wave, they're going to take dirt in their face. You cannot simulate that in the mornings. So there's going to be a lot of dirt today with a muddy track, and that can be discouraging to a lot of horses. The 16 Globe Perspective has already experienced that. If you watch that replay, you actually see him drop back after he breaks. He's not used to that dirt in his face, but he overcomes it, gets used to it, and he runs a good race. So advantage to the 16 having that race experience. Veracruzan, too much turf there for me. Getting hot under the saddle, I don't care for that either.
First thing that stuck out, JK, about Global Perspective's debut, that one race, like he outrun early, but that late run he put in, and as Tom meant, like he took a lot of dirt and he was running right through it.
Yeah, and a lot of experience. We've seen a lot of horses in this meet have really run significantly better in their second start over the track. And with Global Perspective, also being a Tappet, you'd like to think that the stretch out from 6.5 to a mile can only be helpful, and especially the way that Global Perspective ran on debut, like you mentioned, was kind of far back and kind of got his groove later. So he's drawn towards the outside here, should be able to stay in the clear, deserves to be a short price favorite in here. But I think that the 8 is at least a little bit interesting considering the money this horse is taking.
I wonder how Chad Brown feels, Gary, that everybody has zeroed in on Global Perspective.
Probably
everybody on the 16.
Probably pretty good. He's the only winner for main track only.
He's used to it. I know that.
I don't know.
I would say as a trainer, you would like for everyone to pick your horse. It increases the
from this motley crew. Global Perspective, odds on this personal Ensign Friday on the eve of the Travers. First of 10, the favorite, last to load, Seth Klarman, leading owner, Chad Brown, leading trainer, Flavian Pratt, a date with the Derby winner, Mage, in tomorrow's Travers Stakes. Here's Frank Mermati.
Global Perspective going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And not a quick beginning at all for Veracruzan at the back of the field. It is a quick start for Feltrinelli, and Radio Liberty comes away in good order second. The favorite, Global Perspective, is up and on the pace, taking second as they make their way onto the backstretch. Real Men Violin, fourth in the early going, and only about 2 lengths off the pacemaker. They're followed by Sheriff Joe on the outside of Inherent Promise as it becomes a very compact field. Veracruzan just behind them. Just a touch under 25 seconds for the opening quarter mile. And it's Feltrinelli going toward the half-mile pole, leading the way by about a length. With heavily favored Global Perspective now a length and a half back second. Radio Liberty and Real Men Violin. Real Men Violin asserts himself to be a clear-cut third, rounding the far turn. The half in 49 seconds flat. And so it's Feltrinelli who's been there every step of the way. Global Perspective is hard-ridden, trying to close the gap in second. Outside of them, Real Men Violin still in the thick of it third. Then a lineup of 4. Down on the inside, Radio Liberty, Global Perspective. And in the center of the track, Sheriff Joe trying to make some headway along with Veracruzan, an 1/8 of a mile to run. And Feltrinelli clinging to the lead. Global Perspective now. Global Perspective powers past. He's had to work to get to the front, and he starts to pull away late. Global Perspective asserts his superiority through the lane to score by almost 3 lengths. Real Men Violin finished well to get second. Feltrinelli third. Radio Liberty was fourth.
Guess you guys do know what you're doing. Global Perspective, he really takes some winding up to get going, doesn't he, Gary?
He did, and the experience and the fitness of that one race is what got him to the wire first, because these first-time starters who were second and third, Feltrinini, or Nelly, I can butcher her name, the 11-horse Real Men Violin, They ran really well for first-time starters. And Real Men Violin, it was weird because he was just lingering on the outside of your winner coming into the stretch. He dropped back, and then he kicks. He finds another gear down the lane. So it was his second start as well. Big run from him also.
Yeah, I think you call that workmanlike, that
Yeah.
win. You know, and whether the track came into play and he just, you know, struggled to get over it well or not. But, I mean, it took a lot to get by Felterini, the 4-horse, for our big favorite here with the race experience. And for global perspective, he goes him right in the winner's circle.
It just feels like a dirt horse running against turf horses. I'm not sure that Global Perspective's race was great by any means. I just think that he was probably supposed to be running on this surface, while the rest of them will probably spend a majority of their career on the turf.
2 starts on wet tracks, and I'd like to see what he does on a different surface. He wins today.
Yeah, I
Said
think that's fair.
workmanlike, because in that first start, it was this outrun early, kind of sluggish, put in a nice late run. We saw a little more today. He just happened to win on this afternoon for Powerhouse
Very fair
Connections.
comment, Lafitte. I agree with you.
I think more distance. Watching him, the further the better for him.
By Tappet, who's sired 17 Belmont Stakes winners and counting, something along those lines. Leading owner Seth Klarman. Leading trainer Chad Brown. Alabama Connections randomized last week at 7-1. And Flavian Pratt. Chad Brown, that familiar walk down the steps into the winner's circle. And for Pratt, an opportunity that he didn't know he would have. Angel of Empire, his would-be Travers horse, defected, so he was available. When Luis Saez was injured, he is a go-to guy, and he'll ride May and tomorrow's Travers. Later today, wonder if that little kid will be here today. Nest's biggest fan, the rematch, Nest Clairiere in the personal Ensign. Nest, who's been perfect at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
De Marchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Muddy track. And the favorite delivers. Global Perspective, odds-on favorite. Flavian Pratt, he was in the saddle. Now he's standing next to Maggie in the winner's circle.
I thought I may have to give him a little oxygen, but of course, being the top-notch athlete that he is, he's not even blowing. But taking a look at global perspective in this one, Flavien, as you just said, we were both a little surprised at how much you had to work for the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. He got me into the race well in the first part, but from the half to the quarter pole, I thought he'll be a bit more handy and he would travel a bit better. But once he turned for home and swapped lead, then he leveled off nice.
Is he a horse that I know the 2 starts have only been on a wet, sealed racetrack? Does he give you any indication that a fast one might ultimately be better for him?
Yeah, I don't think the slope is what he likes. I think he ran well on it because he's talented enough, but yeah, definitely would love to see him on a dry track.
Flavien, we found out, obviously, after Louis Saez injured a couple days ago, that you would be riding the Derby winner Mage. Obviously, it's not under ideal circumstances, but talk a little bit about picking this horse up, and have you been able to familiarize yourself with him?
Yeah, no, as you said, it's not in the best circumstance, and I wish Louis a good recovery, and I hope to see him soon, but yeah, I'm very grateful to get the mount. I had a chance to talk with his trainer and obviously watch a lot of replays. And yeah, no, I'm very excited to get on him.
It'll be such a great showdown. Wishing you the best of luck with him, and congrats here with Global Perspective.
Thank you very much.
He wouldn't even blow a match out, although he did have to ride Global Perspective for half a mile. Lafitte as he takes the opener.
I was going to say the horse of the jockey, Global Perspective. And Flavien Prat saying, yeah, he's just probably talented enough to beat this field, but doesn't really feel like he loves the surface, JK. So look forward to seeing what Global Perspective does on something other than a sloppy racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in all fairness, though, he's likely a play against in his next start. He's a short price favorite here against a group of turf horses. And, you know, he had to be ridden the entire way around there. So just to keep an eye on that. You know, look, you want to get a win here, but the next start might not be ideal.
And Gary, for Flavien Prat, just having to be ready for the opportunity. He wasn't expecting to ride Mage, but here he is. Have you been in the same situation? I
mean, not at this caliber with the Triple Crown winner that you pick up through injury. I've been in the room before when an accident happens and your name gets called. They'll call up the jockey's room, say so-and-so open in here, and immediately you got to prepare. I take that back. Uncle Mo, when Johnny got hurt that day, and I picked him up. He was favorite in the mile, the juvenile, excuse me, and I rode him in there. But I picked horses up from jocks having suspensions or whatever, criminal type in the Pimlico Special, who went on to win. And it's a tough situation to be in. We're at the end of the day, we're all friends in there. 90% of us are. We don't get along with everybody, but when somebody gets hurt, the camaraderie comes together. Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt out there, and it was an unfortunate situation for Louis, but he had a smile on his face coming out of emergency that night. He was able to walk home. He's going to be back. He'll be strong. He didn't have to have surgery, so there were a lot of positives that he can look forward to, and he's going to get more. I don't know if he'll get more Mages with a Derby winner to get back on, but listen, he'd picked the horse up as well, so these situations are tough, but you know, you can capitalize on it also.
Yeah, big picture, most important. Saez is going to be just fine. We'll see what happens with Flavien Prat tomorrow aboard Mage in the Travers field for the second $16,000 restricted claimer. Post time 20 minutes. When we return, a look ahead to the Grade 1 personal incident, the clash of Distaff Titans Nest and Clairiere in the personal incident. Race 9 here at Saratoga. Who will don that blanket over the winner's withers after the first of 6 Grade 1s over the next couple of days?
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away. And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
They say even the best get beat. But Personal Ensign had none of that. She earned Grade 1 wins at ages 2 and 3, but her Eclipse Award-winning 4-year-old campaign was the stuff of legend, as she beat males in the 1988 Whitney Handicap and ran down Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors in the Mascot Stakes. Personal Ensign made her final start in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff and mounted a rally for the ages to catch Winning Colors in the final strides and become the first champion in 80 years to retire unbeaten.
Nest trying to get away right now with a quarter of a mile to go. 6 furlongs in 14 and 2. And Nest floats to the center of the track. Clairiere 2 lengths behind in second. They're a furlong from the finish. It's Nest in full flight. Clairiere still with 2.5 to make up. $5 million in earnings between these two daughters of Curlin. But it belongs to Nest, who comes back in style and finishes full of run.
A great call from Mirmati. $5 million combined in earnings. Nest and Clairiere off the bench. Tom Amoss, no rust from the reigning 3-year-old filly champ.
Certainly not. Off a long layoff, she looks really good, really smooth, finishing up here. Should be a little bit stronger and a little bit better later this afternoon in the Personal Ensign.
Nest is best, her biggest fan. Young man there with his sign.
I hate to think that I'm going to try and ruin that kid's day, but that's what my goal is.
63 caliber. You'll see her in a moment. 15 to 1 for Tom Amoss. 6 of a 1.1 miles, Grade 1. Let's meet the field for this Personal Ensign. And Idiomatic drawn inside. Just won that Delaware Handicap by a head, but a legitimate stumble at the start of the race.
She did. Her race 2 back, the speed figure earned, kind of puts her in the arena of the top 2 in here. I just think she's still probably a cut below. She needs both of them not to show up.
Malloy would blow that Grade 1 pick 6 thing right out of the water.
It would. I mean, she's coming off of an allowance win. This kind of competition she's never seen before.
50 to 1 on the morning line. Coffee Pot Stables. Wayne Catalano trying to trigger a massive upset in the Personal Ensign. Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner, daughter of Airgate.
Yeah, that tag you mentioned, Kentucky Oaks winner. She always is going to take money because of that. I just don't think she breathes the same air as Nest or Clairiere.
Last year, blasted in 2 starts by Nest in the CCA Oaks and the Grade 1 Alabama, but it is Dwayne Lucas, Secret Oath, in the Personal Ensign. 63 caliber. Tom Amoss at Saratoga looking to ruin little kids' days this afternoon.
You know, I got to say, she is trained so well up here. She's blossomed physically. She's put on weight. Leave her out at your own peril. This is a long shot with a real opportunity and a real chance.
Did everybody hear that? Leave her out at your own peril. 63 caliber, and Nest Arad Ortiz will ride 3 champions over the next 2 days.
Yeah, she was outstanding last time in the Chuvie against Clairiere. That performance was off a 260-day break. She's going to be tighter and fitter here.
Untouchable at Saratoga. 3 wins by a combined 18.5 lengths. I get the sense Clairiere, though, Tom, is being written off a little too soon.
Well, maybe so. And, you know, Jonathan talked about it earlier. He talked about the top 2. Of course, he was talking about the 5 Nest and the 6 Clairiere. They're right next to each other in the gate. Maybe those 2 pay a lot of attention to each other during the race and forget about everybody else in the race. That's what I'm hoping for.
63 caliber for Tom Amoss. Yeah, they'll be eyeball to eyeball. Gary, how is the race shape of today's personal Ensign going to be different than when they last met in the Chuvie a few weeks ago?
Well, idiomatic. She's got some speed to entertain things up in front a little bit. Make sure, I hope it's an honest pace. But look, when I watched that Chuvie, when we just watched those 2 coming down the lane, we all know what kind of kick Clairiere has, and she's a 5-year-old mare, and they kicked home. Well, she couldn't close the gap on Nest, and that's scary because she probably, in my opinion, Clairiere had the best kick of any filly or mare in the game right now, being able to overcome when she won the Apple Blossom at Oaklawn Park, and she ran down Secret Oath that day. But to see what Nest did coming off the turn, they sprinted home to the wire. They weren't stopping. Neither one of them was tired. And Nest was coming off that long layoff since last year, November of last year. So it's a scary thought. Nest is like, I'm excited to watch this afternoon.
Yeah, as a 4-year-old filly, Clairiere, they've met twice. Clairiere finished in front of her in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Nest buried her in her comeback in the Chuvie. JK, this has you ridden all over it. This is such a cool opportunity in a wager. 2-day, pick 6, all Grade 1 races.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the as a fan, you love being able to kind of. No, I do. I love this bet. To get hooked into all these Grade 1 races. And some of them are pretty straightforward races, but there's still opportunities with the 20-cent minimum wager to kind of just hit repeat a few times to kind of fall into your budget. I think it's a lot of fun.
Keep hitting it until what? What is it you say?
That's what Paul says. It's figuratively. That seems dangerous.
Excessive. Yes. Travers tomorrow around 6:10 Eastern on Fox, of course. Field of 7, mile and a quarter, and Forte. Tom, Gary's tired of me asking him about the Jim Dandy, so I'm going to circle back to you. Regardless of what you felt about the decision or non-call after the fact and the inquiry objection, your thoughts on the performance from Forte and the Jim Dandy?
It was great. You know, he was a little bit closer with the blinkers put on. But if he doesn't get out right here, he's not going to catch that lead horse. So he has to force his way out. Whether it's a foul or not, that's up to other people to decide other than me, obviously, and they declared it not a foul. But he had to get out there. Forte is the one to beat. And it's kind of ironic, right? You've got each of the Triple Crown winners this year in the race. And Forte, who didn't win a Triple Crown race, is going to be your favorite tomorrow afternoon.
He's the favorite. As you mentioned at the top of the show, Gary, kind of a shot at redemption because this is the Midsummer Derby. He missed his shot at the Kentucky Derby with the bruised foot, brutal timing, and that's what Mike Rapoli has said. This is his Derby.
Yeah, it is his Derby. I mean, he's a New York guy, and I'm sure this is going to mean as much to him as if he could have won the Kentucky Derby. I know it's sad and hurtful that he didn't get the run in the Kentucky Derby, but he's going to get his opportunity tomorrow. As far as putting him in the winner's circle right now, to me, it's no different than the Kentucky Derby, other than it's a smaller field. But he's getting all of the looks, everything right now. But this is a very, very competitive race that, in my opinion, can go to about anybody that's entered up in it. With some problems, it's all going to depend on Trip.
What a 2 days of thoroughbred racing. The very best of the summer with the personal Ensign this afternoon, Nest v. Clairiere. And tomorrow, the 5 Grade 1 races. Ballerina, you have champions. Forgo, the Allen, Ford champion in the Forgo. Alan Jerkins with very good fast 3-year-olds. The Sword Dancer. And finally, the Travers with championship implications. Forte, plus the Derby, Preakness, and Belmont winner. All of it on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday gets underway 3 Eastern. The Paddock Report for race 2 gets underway right now, Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, Lafitte, on paper, this race kind of looks like a 2-horse race, but here in the paddock, from my vantage point, It really looks like a two-horse race. And we'll look at the two of them, though. Every time I feel like I say that, a long shot wins. So I just buried the 3 and the 5. As we'll start with number 5, Trust the Numbers. She comes out of an eased effort, but facing a lot better company. But she did have that 13-month layoff to overcome prior to that. Now, she shows up here, doesn't wear any front wraps. She drops in for this 16. She looks fantastic. I don't know her. I did not see her in that March 25th effort. If anything, I would, take a gamble to say that, if anything, she's carrying better weight. She kind of looked a bit light in the replay, but she's on her toes. She's forward. She's energetic. She's showing me everything that you want to see from a horse that looks a little suspect on paper, to be fair. And furthermore, I have no problems with her getting the 7 furlong. She's quite a big, rangy filly. As we'll move on to number 5, Vax. First off, the claim for Linda Rice. I'll be honest, she disappointed me a bit. Obviously, she disappointed Linda Rice, too, as she trained the winner that day, and she drops her from the 40 to the 16. And she looks fantastic, though. If anything, she looks better than what I saw from her going back to July 2nd. So we'll see what she brings to the table. She's a little hard to trust off of some of her recent efforts. But then again, Lafitte, this might just be her level.
Yeah, it's a tricky read with Vaxed, J.K. Tom, what did you make of the class drop, and what are you expecting from Vax this afternoon?
So when I look at a horse that's making a class drop, a significant class drop, as Vex is doing, the 3-horse, I always turn to the workouts. I don't really care about the time of the workouts as much as that horse is showing up week after week working out, which is typically what trainers do, work them once a week. In the case of Vax, she didn't make a workout until August the 10th. She ran on July the 2nd. 2 workouts since then, and the drop in class. I know Linda Rice has done this before and won by many when she does it, but I do not like the 3 based on what I'm seeing on paper.
Hence your single in the first leg of this early pick 4, Trust the Numbers.
Yeah, look, I'm trying to keep it simple here and trying not to spend too much money. It's a $20 ticket, and yes, I do single here with Trust the Numbers. I spread out just a shade in the Smart and Fancy with Roses for Deborah and Bubble Rock, the 2 and the 5. In the last 2 legs, the 4th and the 5th, I spread out quite a bit in those 2 legs. So it's the beginning part that's going to have me nervous here.
Sweating this one out. Could be the best $20 you ever spent. Best of luck, Tom Amos, and everyone playing this early pick 4 here at Saratoga. Post-parade, $16,000 restricted claimer, 7/8 of a mile in the mud. Handle the truth. Truth is, she's 1 for 34 lifetime.
1 for 34, doesn't have a lot of early speed, drawn on the rail. I can't see it from here.
Number 2, La Aguililla, owned and trained by David Jacobson.
I match your 1 for 34 and give you 1 for 38 as the 2-horse is in this race.
Jacobson Barton is going well the last few weeks. Then a Vax claim from Mike Maker by Linda Rice.
Yeah, claim for 40, was entered on August 2nd, was a scratch that day for 16. Back in here for 16 again. It's an aggressive drop.
Our Rosie Diamonds just missed 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, here's another problem for Vex, a horse that wants to be on the lead by herself. The 4-horse, Our Rosie Diamonds, is very fast, and I see lapped on her early. That doesn't help.
Tom Single, number 5, Trust the Numbers, world-class connections, idle since March of 1 start, debuted in 22, a return in March of 23.
Yeah, this horse feels like they're going to win by 10 or lose by 20.
The outcome wide-ranged. Motown Madison 12-1.
Yeah, 3rd at this level and at this condition last time here at Saratoga. Needs to improve a little bit.
Number 7, Goodbye Kyle, pictured. Katie Davis riding for Lacey Gadet.
Yeah, a little bit of a drop as well. This horse ran okay first time out for Kenny McPeak and got an okay number after breaking really slow.
And finally, Quick Power Nap. Hasn't been real effective in a while.
No, and a horse that looks like wanted the turf for a while. They're searching with this horse.
Joel Rosario does ride. Early, pick 4 is next. 5 minutes out, race 2 on this personal Ensign Friday on the eve of the Travers Stakes. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. We'll be right back.
And they're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Early, the classic sire. Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Zeroing in on post time for the second race on this Friday program. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. We check in with Maggie as we are now 2 minutes out to the second.
And Lafitte, after watching warm-ups, I was certainly swayed towards the way of Trust the Numbers. She's moving very well over this muddy sealed surface. As we'll check in with number 2, La Aguililla, as she is, I mean, she's just that one fur, right? A Calbred. And a funny story, my husband got hold of my notes a couple months ago and found her and made fun of me because I embarrassingly wrote, "No redeeming qualities." He said, "What the heck is this about?" So anyways, I still feel that way. And today, she was over the top. She was really bad to get the tack on. They had to call the outrider over. She's gotten washed out on the racetrack. Like I said, there is a race in her that could win here. But that 1 for 38 is tough to trust. As we'll move on to number 7, Goodbye Kyle. She'll drop in for a tag for the first time for Lacey Gaudette, who the horse's name is completely escaping me, but the other horse she ran up here was kind of a drop down too, and they got the job done at a decent price. And she'll team up with Katie Davis, whom I'm sure Lacey is familiar with, having Katie ride before she became a mother down at Maryland in the Mid-Atlantic region. So girl power here, 2 moms getting together. Congratulations to Lacey on becoming a new mom. But Goodbye Kyle, I don't love the effort she comes in here off of, because she broke well and then she just could not keep up thereafter. But this could be just a different level. She's a huge price out there, but she made a great impression on me physically. Really professional, very fit, resplendent coat to her, and just seems like a happy horse on the day. Lafitte?
Happy horse, little go a long way in this one. Just a $16,000 restricted claimer. Non-winners to lifetime. Katie Davis. You know what's a cool story tomorrow, guys? Katie Davis is going to ride in her second career Grade 1 race. It's on a long shot, but a second career Grade 1 race. High Oak, co-owned Lee Einseidler. He wanted Katie in the saddle and felt that she kind of had something to do with High Oak waking up a little bit in his last race. He's a big price in the Forgo. He's facing Elite Power champion, but Katie Davis tomorrow riding in her second career Grade 1. What an opportunity.
Oh, it's significant. I remember the first Grade 1 stake that I won as a trainer, and you just feel a little bit like when you get a mount like that, Gary, maybe you could answer this better than I could, but certainly running in one as a trainer and winning one makes you feel like you've arrived.
It's a rite to passage, right? With heritage of gold, correct?
Very good,
yes?
man.
Yes.
Jeez. Wow.
Yes. I was going to leave the set now. Drop the mic, and Gary, you can host the rest of the show.
Huh? Well, it's above my pay grade.
You stole that from me. You love that expression.
No, I didn't steal it.
Then I stole it from you. But I love that expression.
That's my excuse. I'm sticking with it. Don't leave me, boss. You want to hear a grown man cry?
There's Katie Davis, always with a smile on her face, riding in that Fargo tomorrow for Lee Einsiedler, Bilmont, and High Oak. JK as they march towards the gate. And trust the numbers. That is Tom Single in this early pick 4. How do you think this one unfolds? Who gets that elusive second career win?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna trust the numbers. This horse has the fastest speed figure.
There you go.
And look, I mean,
I see what you did there.
You like that?
Yeah.
Look, like I said, this horse is going to win by 10, or is going to be out the back. It's going to be one or the other. Nothing in between. Not going to lose a head bob in the stretch. I just feel like it's going to be one or the other, one extreme or the other.
It's sort of like too far east is west.
There you go.
You got to trust the numbers.
Let's see if the 4, our Rosie Diamonds, can keep Vax company on the front end and actually push her a little bit harder than she wants to go early.
Last few left to load.
Our Rosie Diamonds. And there goes Vax. The favorite, though, trust the numbers. Ortiz, Brown, Seth Klarman. Frank Ramadi with the call. Race 2 live from Saratoga.
Thanks the feet. Here's our Rosie Diamonds coming in right next to Vax. Last one to load is Quick Power Nap. She's in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. Trust the numbers in the center on the far outside. Quick Power Nap. Motown Madison is up and on the pace as well. And on the inside comes Vax. Up onto the main track, and it's Trust the Numbers head and head with Motown Madison. Quick Power Nap to their outside. Vax at the rail. Our Rosie Diamond settles in 5th, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to La Aguilla, followed by the 2 trailers, Handle the Truth and Goodbye, Kyle. They're heading to the half-mile pole. The quarter went in 22 and 3. And it's Trust the Numbers narrowly in front. Motown Madison, Quick Power Nap, makes it 3 of them across the track. It's another 3 back to Vax, who's trying to get after them now. La Aguilia, our Rosie Diamonds, weakening around the far turn, passed at the rail by Handle the Truth, and Goodbye Kyle is far back. Trust the Numbers at the top of the stretch. Leads it by about a half a length to Quick Power Nap. The half in 45 and 3. Now Vax has a good shot on the outside, and Vax comes right to Trust the Numbers. Trust the Numbers and Vax. 5 lengths back, Handle the Truth and La Aguilia. It's Trust the Numbers or Vax. Vax on the outside. Vax has the momentum, and Vax runs down Trust the Numbers. Handle the Truth 3rd. Quick Power Nap was 4th.
Slugfest to the wire. The Ortiz brothers slugging it out. And on this occasion, Jose getting the best of a rod. Vax over Trust the Numbers in the 2nd at Saratoga.
That was a remarkable race by the 3-horse Vax. Didn't get that spot that she wanted early in the race, close to the front. She's never shown that she can come from that far out the pace. Got shuffled back going into the first turn. Had to come around everyone, and after all that, still had enough energy to get to the wire first. Huge race from the 3 Vax.
I knew you had some frustration to let out there with Single on that pick 5. So
amazing race. You got to give this horse credit.
Absolutely. It was a slow grind. And Jose gets the better of brother Irad. Irad doing everything he can, and just a slow, steady grind there. Trying to look at the final time, 125, comparable to what our first race was of the 138 for the mile. Not too bad.
Definition, JK, of, again, Gary just grinding away, and Vax steadily wearing down Trust the Numbers, and Arad Ortiz doing everything he can, but couldn't hold off his brother in this one.
Yeah, it was only about a half a length, but, Vax ran significantly better. I mean, trust the numbers. Got a little bit of pressure for a couple outside horses, but was, in a comfortable position down on the inside. These horses, it's funny, they drop in here for the bottom for two top trainers in Linda Rice and Chad Brown, and it seems like they fit right here where they ended up in. It wasn't as quote unquote big of a drop as it seems. This is probably where these horses belong.
You know what we did wrong there? We didn't trust the numbers because Linda has been brutally good with this kind of drop, this whole meet with horses that off of the claim. She went in to Kentucky, claimed a bunch of horses, claimed this horse here, and comes back and does the same thing with Vax.
Top two trainers running 1-2 and winning the first two races. It was Brown in the opener with Global Perspective. Linda Rice here as they get set to pose for pictures. Vax, 3 horses claimed out of this one. The top 2 finishers, number 3 Vax, Trust the Numbers, and number 4 Our Rosie Diamonds, all claimed out of this second race. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice, deadly together, and they strike in the second at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Two down, 8 left on this personal Ensign Friday at Saratoga. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. And the favorites came together in race number 2. And one Ortiz brother out-finishes the other. Jose Ortiz, 4 trainer Linda Rice, first after the claim. Pristine Racing, Vax gets that second lifetime victory. Over Trust the Numbers and Handle the Truth. Came in with that 1 for 34 lifetime record, but does complete the trifecta at 44-1. Vax over Trust the Numbers against their headed elsewhere, both claimed along with Our Rosie Diamond. So those were just $16,000 restricted claimers. The focus later this afternoon and tomorrow will be on all the Grade 1 runners. Grade 1, the top echelon in thoroughbred racing, and specifically the Travers, where again this happens very rarely. 3 times in the last 40 years, where you've had the 3 different Triple Crown race winners: the Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, and Mage, who popped in the Derby at 15-1 with a new jockey in Flavian Pratt, and wanted to revisit how he won that Kentucky Derby, guys, with a lack of experience going in, but took advantage of that hot pace, and from off the pace, able to close with a flurry and provide Javier Castellano, Gary, with his first Kentucky Derby win.
Yeah, the turn of foot that this horse shows and had showed also in the Florida Derby, maybe moved a little bit too early in the Florida Derby. He had Forte and in a bad spot coming into the lane. I almost felt like then that if he would have waited a little bit longer, he wins the Florida Derby, and he showed it was no fluke with the way that he ran in the Florida Derby to Forte, who wound up winning the Florida Derby. But this horse, he's small, he's athletic, and he's quick when the jock pushes the button.
Yeah, and I mean, subsequent to that race, you know, in the Preakness, he didn't get any pace that day. He was out of position, a little close. 2 months later, he shows up in the Haskell, maybe needed the race. You can make a case for our Kentucky Derby winner in the Midsummer Derby Travers.
I thought that was, it felt like a perfect prep, especially if you subscribe to Team Mage suggesting that he really did need another work. If so, that looked like the exact type of foundation building effort to prime for a peak performance in the Travers.
The problem I have is that Mage ran outstanding in the Kentucky Derby with a setup. He was in great form during that 2-3 week span. He showed up in the Preakness, didn't get pace to close into, and was hindered by that lack of pace. Where is that pace going to come from on Saturday? He's going to be in the same situation with better horses and they're against him. That's the biggest issue I have with Mage.
Race shape for Mage going in. And here, Gary, what have you thought in terms of his preparation, what we've seen in the morning from Mage and the heavier lifting he's done in between races?
I love what I've seen. They've picked up the pace with him since the Haskell and his last couple of workouts. This is his final workout here, and he's just kind of cruising to the wire. It was nothing fancy, but he had a huge gallop out afterwards. They let him gallop clear into the back stretch, very strongly picking up speed around the turn. More of a kind of a maintenance, fill him up with air the week before type of deal, but I've loved what I've seen from him training.
Thanks from our friends at XBTV. Mage breezing here last Saturday, and Flavien Prat, the type of jockey, much like we saw in the Alabama. He was on wet paint. Since the pace was slow, had her closer to the pace, the right move. If the pace is slow, maybe Prat puts Mage closer to the pace.
It didn't help him in the Preakness, that's for sure. But in the Preakness, and to Jonathan's point, National Treasure set the pace and was able to control everything. Everyone knew going into that race that National Treasure would be alone in the lead, and they had to position against that. For Mage, he needs more than just National Treasure tomorrow to set the pace, and maybe he gets it from the 7 Scotland, a horse that has shown a lot of speed. If those two can produce speed up front, then Mage gets his setup. If only one of them does, then Mage does not get his setup.
Derby winner, then the Preakness winner in National Treasure. And the word from the West Coast is that he's filled out. He's growing up. He's better now than he was then. He is powered by Bob Baffert, Gary Stevens, who's looking for a 4th win in the Travers.
Yeah, they better beware. I mean, they focused on this race, I would say, more than any race this year. It's the Midsummer Derby. It's time for him to step up. He's trained hard on him out west. I flew in here. He looks great schooling here a couple of days ago after he arrived. And I think he needs to be respected. But I'm with Tom. Scotland's the type of horse that he's improved with every single one of his races, and especially in the Curlin. And he's going to be forwardly placed. And Billy Mott doesn't lead him over to run second. So I think that they'll let Scotland show his speed, and it could produce at least an honest pace.
And the draw doesn't help National Treasure. If you're going to be a speed horse, and there is another speed horse in the race, you'd prefer to be outside. And for National Treasure in the 5-hole, he's inside of Scotland. So the potential for those two to hook up and make it really hard on National Treasure is certainly there.
And credit for him winning the Preakness, but at no time soon is that Preakness. That wasn't a Smarty Jones funny side type of Preakness we watched by Preakness standards. Not what you typically see in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown.
No, and his speed figure wasn't to the the level of some of these other horses what they have run. I will say this about National Treasure is he does possess something that a lot of these other horses don't, which is a tactical advantage. He has that, and so although he might be a little bit slower, sometimes slower horses that get that tactical edge can kind of come up with some sort of an upset. I just don't see him possessing enough of an advantage.
You just don't want to sleep on Bob Baffert in these situations too often. Remember Arrowgate, who was 11-1 in that Travers that he won. He also won with West Coast a few years back. Again, looking for his 4th win in the Travers. And then you have Archangelo, the Belmont Stakes winner by Arrowgate, and from private clocker Mike Welsh of the Daily Racing Form, highly respected. Listening to him this morning on a radio interview, just absolutely raving, Gary, about how he has trained leading up to this Travers. Raving.
I've loved what I've seen from him, and I love that, you know, he's coming straight here out of the Belmont Stakes. Just everything about him. I think he's very versatile. Javier Castellano has a lot of confidence in him. He's not afraid to sit down on the fence and make his own position, and you can do that when you've got confidence in a horse that responds to it. They tend to make their own trip when they've got this kind of class and abilities. It took a while to develop, and she took her time with him, and she's allowed him that time since the Belmont to develop more in my eyes.
Yeah, he ran like a horse this day that had more than 4 races of experience. You know, he wasn't just down on the rail and getting through at the end there around the turn. This horse was down the backside towards the middle of the track, had to angle over to the inside track. That is hard for a horse with very little experience to constantly move past, go from here to there. But for Archangelo, very, very good. I've seen this horse on the track, Gary. I'm going to let you comment on the work, but I will tell you this. On his daily gallops, he is eager, and he's eager in a good way. He loves his job.
I think everybody can see, even with not a lot of experience, that this is kind of poetry in motion. Watch him right here. It's like his feet aren't even touching the ground. He's enjoying his work. Rider just sitting kind of motionless on him, letting him do what he wants to do. And he's doing it, and doing it the right way. Another strong gallop out here, too, from him.
I get the sense, JK, we know what the ceiling, most of the other familiar names, that what they're seeing. We still don't know with Archangelo, like how good he really is. We're going to find out tomorrow.
No, absolutely. I mean, I will say this. He did get a pretty good trip, though. And Forte did not get a great trip. Forte also was coming in off a 70-day break with some missed training because of the issue down at Louisville. So if you like Archangelo, at least based on what I saw in the Belmont, you got to respect Forte as well. I understand there's a price differential likely between the two of them, but I just don't quite trust Archangelo yet.
No faith in the jockey who's won 6 Travers Stakes. Javier Castellano looking for a 7th. And what a story with Jenna Antonucci trying to become the 2nd female trainer to win the Travers Stakes. Those are the boys tomorrow. The girls later on this evening. Nest, the 3-year-old filly champion, going head-to-head with Clairiere, the Grade 1 personal ensign, the feature on this eve of the Travers. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1.
What makes Life is Good so exciting as a stallion prospect is his freakish talent. Really, really fast horse.
And Life is Good is set right out for the early lead.
He had so many different gears.
Life is Good is the winner.
Not only had the speed, but he's also able to carry that out, you know, to win in races like the Whitney and the Pegasus World Cup at 1 1/8 miles.
Life is Good! They ran him off their feet in the Pegasus!
To carry that speed over that type of distance is super impressive.
It's going to be a front-running score for No Parole in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. It's in 1 minute, 21 and 2/5 seconds.
great to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. Overcast in upstate New York. As always, coverage Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. First of 2 stakes races. Later, the personal Ensign. Up next, the Smart and Fancy. Just 4 of them here, but a potential special filly in the form of number 5, Roses for Deborah, the odds-on favorite, 1-2 with about 15 minutes to post. With that, we welcome in Acacia Clement standing by in the paddock. Acacia, and really excited to see what this filly does today. Razor sharp, having rattled off 3 straight and strictly the one to beat.
She's been incredible, Lafitte. Not only has she always crossed the wire first on synthetic with that lone race being DQ'd at the start, but she's now undefeated since moving to the turf as well. And glad that she gets to run on the turf today, though, again, it will be listed good. But Roses for Deborah is just in such good form. And though it's a short field and it does seem like Bubble Rock is the controlling speed, the good thing about Roses for Deborah is that she breaks sharply. She doesn't leave herself a lot to do like some closing sprinters do, where they're kind of by victim of trip or the way a pace scenario could play out. She's incredibly tactical and easily puts herself into the race. She actually broke on top last time out, and I remember Irad Ortiz saying, I just let her settle. I let her take me into the race. And she was very quiet, very relaxed when she first came into the paddock, and then once they put the tack on her, she's like a keg of dynamite just waiting to go, and her condition looks great off that win. Obviously, she has to go out there and do it, but this is a filly with a ton of talent. Now, taking a look at the number 2, Bubble Rock, as I mentioned, she does seem to be the main pace setter in here. Now, she is a horse that I do think would prefer a touch longer than the 5.5 that we have here at Saratoga. She won the 6 at 6 furlongs in the license fee, going back to Belmont Park, and had even gone longer than that previously. But she's found her home as a sprinter because she does have that early speed. She set the pace pretty comfortably last time and was run down by Roses for Deborah. I have seen her look a little bit better in her coat in the past, but she's been very laid back here in the paddock as well. And sometimes she can get herself really revved up prior to the races. But once they've gotten the tack on her, they're purposely keeping her in the saddling stall just to keep her relaxed and not wanting to expend too much before the race even begins. The number 3, Trained to Artemis, is coming in off of a near miss at Monmouth last time out. She was pressing the pace setter. They just kind of went 1-2 around the racetrack, and she just wasn't quite as quick, but she too has the ability to kind of be in that tactical spot. I haven't seen her in a little bit of time, in fact, since last year, when she was with previous connections with Safi Joseph Jr., and she's done well coming back here, much as she always did, carry a lot of weight in conditioning, but she's very well muscled. She's very solid coming in here. The one concern I do have is that given that she's that big, solid type of horse, sometimes those types don't love a turf course with a bit of a cut in it, so we'll see how she handles it today and see if she perks up a little bit out on the track, but she too is coming in with respectable form in a stakes win back in June. Lafitte?
Trained to Artemis at 9-2. Irad Ortiz on his way to the paddock, riding 3 champions over the next 3 days and piloting the favorite, Roses for Deborah, in this Smart and Fancy. JK, this was the Caress back on the 22nd of July, and Roses for Deborah, who just, like a sprinting machine on grass, making short work of her competition.
Bubble Rock, of the 2 horse in the yellow and brown silks, got the same ground, listed as good, got a slow, early, easy lead, and still got blown by. I don't see how today's going to be any different.
I just look, every time Bubble Rock is raced on these kind of conditions on a good race course, she's been beaten. She's never won on a good course. That was the first time that the favorite, Roses for Deborah, had stepped foot on it, and she excelled in it. And we've got almost identical conditions today as what we saw in the Caress.
All right, I'll take the bait. So, look, Roses for Deborah is the dominant horse in this race, as on the board at 1-2. But for Bubble Rock, Bubble Rock has shown the ability to come from off the pace in other races. It wouldn't surprise me, based on her last race, making an easy lead and not finishing well, if they just don't say, you know what, we're going to try something different today. And I don't know this. I'm inferring here. We're going to come from off the pace. So Bubble Rock not necessarily on the lead today. Roses for Deborah, Acacia said it. I mean, she broke last time. He anchored her not to be on the lead, and it was the right move, obviously. She can rate, she can be close. She's so darn tactical. That's why she's our 2-5 favorite.
Don't throw anything at me, JK, because I know it's easy to get prematurely excited with horses like this that are developing.
Do you have that
and
problem, JK?
hyperbole. I specifically asking JK for a reason. No, but if I'm not saying she's Caravel now. Caravel is the best turf sprinter, female turf sprinter in the game. She won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, the most prestigious race for turf sprinters in North America. I'm not saying she's there yet. Does she have the potential from what you've seen thus far to reach that kind of status?
I mean, she's in the conversation as one that could take that step. She hasn't taken it yet. Caravel's done, she probably has 2 or 3 races that are better than anything Roses of Deborah's done. So Roses for Deborah could turn into that. But I think at this point, the only thing they have in common is that they're both gray.
They're also both Pennsylvania breds.
I did not know they had that in common as well.
2 to 5 here, Roses for Deborah. We check in with Acacia standing by with Brad Cox, who's hoping Roses for Deborah is not the next Caravel.
Brad today, Lafitte. Brad, let's start with Bubble Rock. She does have that early speed, compact field. Going out to the front again?
That's up to Joelle, but I would probably envision her being on the lead. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, a short group, but a good group, and we'll see how it works out.
Wanted to ask you, of course, about Idiomatic coming up later in the personal Ensign, taking on, as you said, some tough company, but she comes off a nice win in the Delaware Handicap.
She does. She stumbled really bad in that race. I thought she overcome a good bit to just get up and win. Obviously, the filly she beats very good as well. So, you know, another step up here. It's grade 1, true grade 1. And, you know, we'll see how she breaks, and hopefully she can get away good. That's going to be first and foremost. That's up to Florent. Hopefully he gets away and gets a good position, see what happens.
Has she had a habit of not breaking well in the past, or that was just kind of a fluke last time?
No, just a fluke. It's just hopefully it's the first and last. So, but no, she's normally pretty good away from here. Puts herself in the race like she had in the past, and see what happens.
Thanks for your time, Brad. Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lafitte.
Got away, Acacia, with a poor break against the fillies and mares she faced in the Delaware Handicap. Yeah, that wouldn't be the case today against the likes of Nest and Clairiere, but very talented, Idiomatic. A Juddmonte homebred who did show a lot of determination and heart the way she won that Delaware Handicap. Drawn inside. We'll see what she does in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign later this evening. That's the 9th race. We have the 3rd race and the first of 2 stakes races. Called to post, the Smart and Fancy 5.5 furlong sprint on grass, listed as good. And a chance to see a developing star in the form of Roses for Deborah. 2 to 5, rightfully so. We start with Bubble Rock, who Brad Cox says they are going to be aggressive and go after the lead.
Yeah, Roses for Deborah is obviously the main competition there is Bubble Rock, the 2-horse.
Trained to Artemis, 5-1, Junior Alvarado.
I think this is probably the alternative interesting horse who's run well on turf courses, not listed as firm, and has run well here at Saratoga.
Razor Sharp, the favorite, Roses for Deborah.
Yeah, look, I think she's looking to take another step forward so that she can be in the same conversation as the other gray turf sprinting Caravel.
Talking tipsy, make the rider Julian Leperoux.
Yeah, a horse that is not only stepping up, but hasn't shown the ability to run the same kind of races without the use of Lasix, which she won't be allowed to do here because this is a stakes race.
9-1, compact field of 4. In this turf sprint, the Smart and Fancy. And 4 Roses for Deborah and Arad Ortiz. She's shown some versatility. She's been doing her best work turf sprinting off the pace. What are you expecting to see from Arad Ortiz early on?
He's going to be patient. I mean, she's going to put him where he wants her. And I think he's going to have, you know, he's got an advantage drawn to the outside of Bubble Rock. If for some reason Bubble Rock doesn't break well or stutter steps or whatever, he won't be afraid to, you know, initiate things. But it's in the perfect spot. He'll clock off of her, and when he thinks it's time, he'll push the button. I'll tell you what, if they do decide to take Bubble Rock down or back, that's only going to play in the Roses for Deborah's kick, in my opinion. Puts her more in the race, but she had a hellacious kick in the caress coming off the turn and was widening. So I look for the same kind of trip that she had in the caress.
It
did sound like Brad Cox thought that he expects to see her in front.
But he did say it's in Joel's hands. And we've seen a lot of Joel races that look like, what the heck is he doing? And then he wins.
Joel might have had one of those top secret radios in his presence that he could hear you.
He's used those before.
Joel Rosario, Bubble Rock, trained to Artemis, and her most recent, JK, at Monmouth Park, in a solid effort and a near miss in the stakes race early August here. Big effort.
No, this, like I said, this horse has some talent. You know, a little bit light on speed figures, but like we talked about with National Treasure tomorrow in the Travers, you know, if you're a little light on speed figures, but you can get loose on the front end, it is a recipe for you to upset horses that are better than you. And the thing about Train to Artemis is that, you know, if Bubble Rock isn't aggressive away from there, Train to Artemis can make the lead. He's got back races that could get this horse towards the front. And you also have a horse that appreciates ground that has some cut in it and has run well here at Saratoga.
If she's going to beat Roses for Deborah, though, Tom, like, she has to win that race. She has to go by that leader that we just watched it in that.
I think that's well put, Lafitte. You know, she had dead aim on the leader. She has to show a better kick on the end, because who has the best kick in this field? No doubt, the favorite, the 5, Roses for Deborah. So you've got to use that advantage against her early if you're going to beat her. I would say it's probably even true of Bubble Rock, that I question whether they might maybe not go to the front this time.
Roses for Deborah, Rad Ortiz, a date with Nest in the Personal Ensign, and tomorrow in the Travers. He'll be aboard the reigning 2-year-old champion favorite for the Travers on Forte. Our coverage begins on Fox at 3 Eastern, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Saratoga's marquee event, a championship implications, is chase for a 3-year-old title, the Derby winner, the Preakness winner, the Belmont plus Forte, the 7-5 morning line favorite. You'll see all the Grade 1 activity, live coverage on Fox beginning at 3 Eastern. 4 minutes out to the Smart and Fancy. We check back in with Acacia.
And Lafitte, it's a compact group, so we might as well touch on all of the runners. Taking a look at the 6, Talkin' Tipsy to the outside, as this one will be ridden by Julian Leperoux, of course, with Luis Saez sidelined. And she is a horse that is the longest price on the board, coming off of a 4th place finish in Stakes Company at Colonial last time out. Now, she did steady back a little bit. It says it studied at the half-mile pole. I really didn't think it was a big deal at all last time out in that effort, and just wish that she had a little bit more punch. One thing I will note about her, and probably why she had an easy time on synthetic in the Tapeta down at Gulfstream, is she doesn't have as much strength in her hind end as some of these other sprinters might do, and she's had a pretty quiet warm-up out there. Obviously, sometimes short field, longest price is the way to go, but I do think that she has some improvement in her to get by some of the others in here. As you can see, the likes of Roses for Deborah, just how well built some of these other sprinters are in their hind end, and that's what horses push off of. That's why you need to have that strength and that muscle, and sometimes on the turf or synthetic it's a little bit easier for horses, but at this caliber you want them to be strong more than anything. Lafitte?
Get out of those blocks. Talkin' Tipsy with Julian Leperoux. There's Rad Ortiz again on Roses for Deborah. JK, often you will lean on these turf sprint speed of the speed, and that would be in this case, theoretically, we're expecting Bubble Rock.
Yes, so you're 100% right. I will lean speed of the speed, but my ultimate default on turf sprints is the best of the best. As long as that best is not disadvantaged, right? We see it a lot with that horse, Big Invasion. You can sometimes be against him because he comes from out of it. Roses for Deborah is going to be close and connected, and there's no question that she's the best turf sprinter in this race. So I have no problem leaning on her as the best of the best.
And for Rad Ortiz, Gary, here in the Game of Silks jockey standings, that sizable cushion, Luis Saez will miss the remainder of the Saratoga meet, and on the verge of wrapping up what would be a 5th Angel Cordero riding title.
Yeah, I would say after tomorrow, if what looks like on paper should happen, may very well happen, that it's going to be game over for little brother. He's going to have to win at this point, 13 races to catch up. And closing weeks,
8 days left. After tomorrow, after today.
It's getting to the point where it will be something we've never seen before. If he could close the gap and somehow beat him, I don't foresee it happening.
Getting late early for everyone else. And it's not just that he's riding Rad Ortiz and all the 5 of the 6 Grade 1 races over the next 2 days, Tom, it's just to ride 3 champions over the course of a couple of days. Nest today, the 3-year-old filly champion, Elite Power tomorrow in the Forego, and of course Forte, the reigning 2-year-old champion, the Travers.
Well, he's earned it. You know, that's what you have to say first and foremost. He's earned it in this riding colony, which is the best in the country, in my opinion. Rad Ortiz has shown that he deserves those mounts.
His work ethic is pretty much like his riding style. He's relentless. He works as hard or harder than anybody back there. He doesn't rest on his laurels. He works extremely hard. He rides, you know, a $20,000 maiden claimer the same way as he does these stake races. He takes every one of them serious, and he wants to win every time he goes out there. And I'm not saying that every jockey doesn't want to win when they go out there, but you can see the focus, and you can see it in the afternoons, you know, with his try, and he doesn't wear out. He's like the ever-ready battery that he just keeps coming.
Why do I get the sense, turning for home in the Travers, he has the one post that he's going to be in the like exact same spot he was in the Jim Dandy, where he had to bull his way out and create his own running lane?
Look,
why do I get the sense we're going to see the same thing?
That's what worries me the most about his draw, and he doesn't want to be on the lead, and he's going to have a target on his back. And look, we all had our opinion in the Jim Dandy, and I feel like he got away with one. And I hope that we got a super clean race tomorrow, but I think the potential is there that he may find himself in the exact same situation come the 3/8 pole, entering that far turn.
Gary, with the long run to the first turn, though, don't you feel like he's got a lot more opportunity to get out of that tough position?
Yeah, that's a good point. He does. I wouldn't be surprised to see him, because I think he's probably gained some trust from the Jim Dandy, and perhaps has second-guessed his ride a little bit, and wishes that because that's what we do as jockeys, man. Even when you win, you try and think what you could have done better. And I've got a feeling with the more speed or early aggression with the blinkers added, that he doesn't wish that he wouldn't have been as less aggressive early on, and we may see that tomorrow, so he can find a spot to get out at some point where he doesn't run into that trouble, if that makes
you wouldn't
sense
want. I don't know
you.
if you want to get out on the first turn. You run the risk of losing ground on both turns.
Well, I'll just say he's better off losing ground than having to sit there bottled up
sure.
the entire trip, wondering where and how he's going to get out.
The dynamics of the race, fascinating. Everything that's on the line. That's tomorrow's Travers. We have 2 stakes races today. The Grade 1 Personal Ensign and this Smart and Fancy. Always exciting, Tom, and a chance to see this star as she continues to develop, and roses for Deborah as she looks to rattle off a 4th straight turf sprint.
She looks great going into the gate. Focused, good.
Smart and Fancy, all set. Post time, Frank Mirmati standing by.
Talkin' Tipsy goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Smart and Fancy. Roses for Deborah breaks alertly. So does Bubble Rock. And here comes Train to Artemis. And she's faster than all. And Train to Artemis sets the pace. Bubble Rock backs off. Roses for Deborah. Green Silk's third. 2.5 off the lead. And then it's Talkin' Tipsy at the back of the field. They head into the far turn. And Train to Artemis is the target. And the opening quarter went in 22 seconds flat, leading by 1.5 lengths. Bubble Rock moving to engage in second. Roses for Deborah on hold at this stage. Talkin' Tipsy just inside of her. They have 1/4 mile to go. Train to Artemis, Bubble Rock. Roses for Deborah revving up while 3 wide. Here she comes with her rally. And Train to Artemis digging in. But Roses for Deborah just sails on by. And Roses for Deborah continues this winning streak. She is remarkable. Just cruising through the lane while opening up with authority. Winning the Smart and Fancy with plenty left in the tank. Bubble Rock was second best. Train to Artemis third.
She's just too good. Too talented. Overwhelming this field. In a 4th straight turf sprint victory. Roses for Deborah. Stellar in the Smart and Fancy.
Yeah, I think you can say one thing is this ground does not bother her at all. Joelle tried to employ the Tom Amos tactics here, and it didn't matter. She doesn't like that ground. You can see her head bobbling a little bit through the stretch. But your winner, she's so clean getting over this ground. She makes it look like she's on firm going.
It's Jonathan that pointed out at the 16th pole how well she gets over this ground, and he's exactly right. Head low to the ground, very symmetric. Looks just like a missile.
Well, it reminds me of we were sitting at this desk a few weeks back in the Troy when Caravel, a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint champion, was not getting over the ground. She was bobbing her head all up and down. She just wasn't getting a hold of that soft
We were
ground.
surprised she ran that day.
Absolutely. And so conversely, this horse really does appreciate it. But I do think that Caravel will love the firm turf that she'll get in California at Santa Anita in the Breeders' Cup. And we'll just have to see if Roses for Deborah appreciates the firm ground, too.
Yeah, Ray, clearly, Tom, this race took a lot out of her.
Yeah, she's playing around, spooked from something. Usually your attention is focused on fatigue at the end of a race, but she's full of energy and ears up. Man, she looks great coming back.
He only had to let her run for like 3/16 of a mile, literally. He was stood up high in the saddle around the turn. He wasn't worried about what Bubble Rock was doing. And when you're sitting behind these horses on the turf, you're paying attention to how one's traveling in front of you, placing yourself in a larger field behind horses that seem to be handling the ground. You don't want to be on one of Bubble Rock. She looked a lot like Caravel did in her race, head bobbling, going up and down. You can see them lose their confidence, their stride changes. They shorten it up, and they become running very protective over it.
101 and 4, 101.82 over this course.
Wow.
That's a really good time.
And we had substantial rain just before the first race last night, and it continued to rain, into the night. So there's a lot of moisture on that racetrack, and she made it look like a firm course.
4 for 4 on the turf. Lafitte, you still a Caravel kind of guy there, Jonathan?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm on firm ground. And Caravel's going to be in front of her. She'll have to run her down. Not that she can't.
I just want to see it.
I
just want to see it. The Pennsylvania breds, the gray Pennsylvania breds. Roses for Deborah, sensational. Any Smart and Fancy, Arad Ortiz, the first of what could be several stakes wins this Travers weekend. Results, reaction when we come back. Sun's out in Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275 medium, 275,000. 75, but we get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but we get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Here on Fox Sports 1, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Familiar setting for this team. Roses for Deborah, 7 for 9 overall, 4 straight turf sprint victories, trained by Christophe Clement Red Ortiz. The chalk delivers onward and upward, and just can't wait to see what she does, Tom Amos, the second half of the season.
Yeah, look, I mean, she's undefeated on the grass.
Fall, I should say.
4 for 4 now, and a dominant stakes victory where it just looks like this is right up her alley. This distance, fast, yielding, good. It doesn't matter. Grass, one turn.
It makes it look all too easy. Roses for Deborah, the smart and fancy winner. Over to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And I'm so happy to be joined by John O'Mara as Roses for Deborah. John, what a pleasure she has been. And I understand her namesake is here with us today.
That's right. We named her after my girlfriend, Deborah. And her mother's name is Essential Rose, so we combined the two of them, and it turned out nice.
Such a special win, and she just did it so easily again today.
That's good. That's good. That's what we like to have them. Easy as you can get them, you know, but it's never easy at this place. Never.
Never easy. She's a Pennsylvania bred, so you have some options with her as well. But how exciting is it to see how she's flourished since moving to the turf as well?
Yes, she did very well. She got hurt in the 2-year-old sale, and we sent her to Presque Isle thinking that would be a little easier for her, and she dominated there. So then we decided to step her up, and we needed a top trainer, so we got one. Yeah.
It's nice when things come together, right?
Sure is nice, yes. It's awful hard to get them this far, but when they come this far, it's really nice.
Enjoy the ride. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And Lafitte, John, also the breeder of another very good turf sprinter for Christophe Clement in Big Invasion.
Lots of talent, a big invasion. Roses for Deborah. He's pretty reserved, but everyone associated with this filly has to be so excited with what the future looks like as she continues to improve and knock down stakes wins. Roses for Deborah, the favorite in the smart and fancy. $32,000 claimer next, JK, off the turf on the main track. Suggestions, observations, opinions, what'd you think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was some of the outside horses. I thought this race was pretty tough. I would assume, they made the 6 the favorite. I figured they would make the 13 the favorite. Maybe that'll change. I thought the 9 was interesting in here.
Off the turf on the main track at a mile out of the Wilson Chute. We'll step aside as our coverage continues on this Friday afternoon. Have the personal ensign coming up, race number 9, and Cart Talk. Travers Week edition, Vinny Viola, Little Forte, Little Florida Panthers. That's next on Saratoga Live.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, firing the field in the Amsterdam.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
like most of us, our fathers brought us to the track for the first time.
Yeah.
Your dad, John, brought you to the track for the first time.
Yes, he did. I guess I was his shill to get away for the day from my mom. I don't know how he got me in, right? I think it was like 19, I'm going to make the year 64, 65. I see Kelso run. I was hooked. I guess I was raised by a handicapper to be a handicapper, really.
St. Elias, where did that come from?
My dad's middle name is Elias. He was born on the saint day of St. Elias.
The Kentucky Derby obviously is the coveted prize. It's the Stanley Cup of our sport. You've hoisted that trophy.
Yes.
With Always Dreaming.
Yes.
And the dream comes true. Always Dreaming has won the Kentucky Derby.
The thing I thought that was really special about the Always Dreaming story is that you did it with a childhood friend, but you also did it with West Point Thoroughbreds, and West Point obviously being the institution, not just the syndicate being close and near and dear to your heart. It kind of transitions to a more recent partnership that you have. You've got Forte, who was the deserved favorite for the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to run. That had to be a really tough day to find out he wasn't going to be able to run.
You know, he stepped on a pebble. I mean, it's basically what happened. It was a gut punch. This sport, more than any sport, reflects the nature of the human existence. It goes from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows. But everything happens for a reason, right? I really believe that.
He came back in the gym dandy with the blinkers on, and he seems to be back to his old games of winning these races and not letting horses be in front of him.
The champ Forte's trying to get him on the money. An Angel of Empire, Saudi crowd, Forte, here's the line, photo finish.
Well, we got to talk a little bit about Irad, right? When a jock becomes one with the horse, Irad has got this horse so in touch with him. And I think the horse is still kind of getting better and better. I like the idea that he's now a little bit sort of more consistent through the race. And I think that's because of Irad. And I'd like to see him, you know, sort of close to the pace and not 7 wide, right? Because the horse is a colossal champion, right, Jonathan?
Of course.
He's got an intelligence and a heart that you only see in champions. So you know he's going to finish the race with the intent on winning it. Great race. All really, really good horses. What do you think?
No, I like Forte. I've always felt like he always showed his class, especially as a 3-year-old, by overcoming situations and winning. My issue with him is he wasn't running fast speed figures.
No.
But that's changed.
That's changed.
It finally changed, and I think Mage coming back and winning the Derby kind of franked the form a little bit. And now he's running triple-digit numbers, and I think that he'll show us why he was a 2-year-old champion on Saturday.
Think about just having a horse in the Travers. What an honor that is. I mean, you know.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll be rooting for Forte.
Thanks, Jonathan. I enjoyed your company.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway. JK with Vinny Viola, and a different perspective, talking about owner of thoroughbred racing and these horses that he's had, and the highs and the lows, someone who's associated with a professional franchise in the Florida Panthers, and how quietly confident he does seem heading into the Travers with Forte.
Well, I think if you've been around the block enough times with these horses, you know when you have a good one, and you learn to appreciate that. You learn to kind of get some comfort in that, to know that the horse is going to show up. And Forte has been very consistent. It's easy to kind of lean on him and rely on him to show up and run well. But one of the funniest things of that entire deal is I had a cart talk with Mike Rapoli last year. And these guys are partners, and they're completely different. I mean, maybe from a business sense, they might attack business the same way. Mike, high energy, highs, lows, excited, you know, and then Vinny just very cool and calm and collected. I'd love to hear their conversations on the phone.
Yeah, it's the same thing when we see Mike Rapoli with Todd Pletcher. Two guys, personality-wise, energy-wise, it's opposite ends of the spectrum, and yet it's been a very successful working relationship over the years.
Oh yeah, well I mean, wouldn't you say that Mike Rapoli's a little unique in his perspective, and it serves him well, but he surrounds himself with people that are real pros.
When he's
see that in Todd Pletcher.
When he's making all the phone calls and asking all the questions, that's what Todd Pletcher calls Mike romanaging.
One of the hardest things that I had to learn and be able to do during my career was dealing with different personalities from one race to the next. And once I got that kind of conquered, then I was a lot better off.
We get along, at least we pretend like it, right, for a couple of hours every afternoon. What about Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, and a chance to win a Travers for the very first time tomorrow? He has Scotland, lots of talent, lots of upside, but untested. What will he do against the big boys?
This is the horse.
He is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
A beautiful individual, extremely athletic, displayed a tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. You know, very special family to me.
Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales. I plan on breeding to him next year. I think he's a great play right now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Live look in the paddock. Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 1. Gearing up for the 4th race here at the Spa. We check in with Acacia standing by with this race for Paddock Report.
And Lafitte off the turf for this 4th race, but we'll start with a horse taking some early money who does have some decent races on the main track, and that's the 5 Land Biscuit, who was elevated to first through a disqualification of the winner, Eyes on Target, last time out. And this horse was not involved in any of the bumping and drifting that was going on in the stretch, so really just the beneficiary, but one that did make sense in that spot. But looking back to a couple races back in May, ran a decent second on the main track on a wet track, and this is a big son of Orb, and has done well with trainer Dave Donk as well, including that good effort last time out. So I don't have any problem with him getting back onto the main track as well. I will watch him with interest in the warm-up, because sometimes you can tell just how he's doing by how much energy he does show when warming up on the track. It looks fine here in the paddock, but a couple of interesting main track only contenders. The number 11 Truculent is coming off back-to-back wins, and yes, he is stepping up in class to the next level, but I think he's earned a spot in here, and I think he's a generous price right now for a horse that's in good form and a barn that's in good form, with the Cantormasi brothers upsetting yesterday with Evie Jets in the Boston Spa. He looks like a dirt horse. I thought that he looked great last time out. If anything, I was hoping that I could see him just kind of strengthen up, and that's what he's done since being with the Cantormasi. He's a horse that maybe doesn't carry a ton of conditioning, but he's very, very strong, and he looks great off those back-to-back wins. The 13 Dust Devil is first off the claim for John Toscano, and he is a big, bulky type of horse, the opposite physical of the 11 Truculent. But this horse also won last time out, going the 9 furlongs, and he definitely wants every bit of distance. In fact, I actually prefer longer versus a mile or a mile and a 16th for him. But in any event, he's in great form. He beat Cut the Cord, who came back with an 82 Beyer speed, figured to win. And once again, he's very relaxed here in the paddock. Looks like he has brought his show on the road, as he has done lately, being very popular at the claim box. Lafitte?
Very popular indeed. Nice and laid back. Dust Devil, current 2-to-1 favorite for this 4th race. $32,000 claimers off the turf of the main track, 1 mile out of the Wilson Chute. Revisiting the Travers field tomorrow on Fox. One of 5 Grade 1 races, 6 total, including today's personal ensign. And the Travers, we've touched on the big guns, the champion, the favorite Forte, Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, and then Scotland at the bottom. 12-1 on the morning line, Junior Alvarado to ride for Bill Mott. Tom, how impressed have you been with Scotland, his development, and his performance in the Curlin?
Very. I think Scotland is a horse that will certainly challenge for the lead early tomorrow. Short on experience, long on talent, and this is a big step up against 3 Triple Crown winners, as well as a horse like Forte, who just won the Jim Dandy and showed he's a top-class horse too. But Scotland, nonetheless, fast early, can be aggressive early, and he can be fast home as well.
Who's in front at the first turn, Gary? National Treasure, Preakness winner, or Scotland?
I think National Treasure is going to be in front into the first turn. But here's what I think. If National Treasure, if Johnny tries to walk the dog like he did in the Preakness Stakes, Scotland's not going to let him do it. I look for inside of 48 half mile, and that makes it an honest pace, honest race.
It does. I always say in these distance races, 12 seconds for every 8. National Treasure went the opening half mile in the Preakness in 48-4, a little less than 12 seconds to slow it down.
That's tomorrow's Travers. This is the post parade for the 4th, and we start with Kendrick Carmouche there that we just saw on the 2. High Tide, 7-1, and Land Biscuit and Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Land Biscuit, this feels like a turf horse to me. It's got a couple of dirt races that are okay, but I don't think it's good enough for this group.
Tommy B, Arad Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
Money showing there, but no workouts since the claim date back on July the 27th.
Numbers 7 and 8 are out. Steiner is in, entered main track only, make the rider Dylan Davis.
Yeah, I picked this horse in here. He had okay speed figures, but also, if you look at the last 2 races at Finger Lakes, the horses in those races have come back and won out of that race.
Acting up in the post parade, your top selection, you said, JK?
Yeah, I'm gonna, look, I think it's one of these outside horses, but I thought the 9 presented some value from a price standpoint.
Just Call Ray, main track only, 17-1.
Yeah, a horse that if he can get back to some of his earlier races is very competitive in this spot.
Truculent at 5-1, make the rider Manny Franco. Number 12, Dates Freedom, Katie Davis takes over.
Well, I mean, a horse last time was 3rd at this level, running against the same horse, including Truculent.
And Dust Devil entered main track only as well, the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, definitely the most likely winner. I just figured it would be a little bit over bet, but definitely one you want to make sure you have in multi-race bets.
Field for this upcoming 4th race. Off the turf of the main track. And for Dust Devil, his most recent, this was on the 13th of July, Gary. And on the main track here at Saratoga, and Dust Devil launching from off the pace, going to emerge victorious in this one.
Yeah, and look, he's sort of a grinder. But he gets the job done. Gets the job done here. He ran a decent time. This was going 1 mile on 8, shortening up to 1 mile today because of this mile on the 16th off the turf. And I think that's the one thing that he's lacking is any really sort of tactical speed. But I think the outside draw is favorable for Flavien Prat. He can take a look over, see what's going on, save some ground around that dogleg left into the backstretch, and work out a trip from there, similar to what we just saw in that paint.
In good form here, and Tom, you're looking for that recency at this level with these $32,000 claimers in his last 3 races. He's been showing up, running well.
Yeah, so if you're claiming a horse, and this is a claiming race, you have to do it 15 minutes before post. So now I can say this. John Toscano is in my barn. I share the barn with him on the backside.
All right.
It's too late to claim this horse. You can't do it now. But Dust Devil has been doing very well in the morning since he claimed him.
So training well. What a confidence there for Dust Devil, who is the favorite, currently 2-1. There's a look at Truculent in his most recent. JK right here at Saratoga, stalking the pace and drawing off, winning with authority.
Yeah, he did. Now, the one thing I will say is that pace wasn't the fastest pace in the world, but he did his job. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. In a typical situation, I would maybe downgrade a horse like that off of a performance where they get a nice, easy trip. But in this race, where I think, a lot of the horses towards the inside, the 5, the 6, the 2, feel like turf horses, I wouldn't talk anyone off of this horse. And I think the price is actually okay so far at 5-1.
Are you seeing, is it sometimes these races, they switch surfaces, can be misbet presenting opportunities. Are you seeing any of those opportunities here, JK, with 2 minutes to post?
Yeah, I mean, you're setting me up to put the 5 or the 6 in the winner's circle, but I don't understand why these 2 horses are taking the money at 9-2 that they are. If this race was run on turf, I could see both of them being 9-2, but it's not. It's being run on the dirt.
About a 5-1 shot occasion in the form of a Steiner number 9. What are you seeing?
Well, as you touched on with Jonathan, was a little bit revved up in the post parade and was doing that back in the paddock as well. So I wanted to reserve judgment until I saw him out on track because he was doing a little bit too much. And he's a horse that I noticed watching that last race. And as JK touched on, it has been productive in the races that he's run in at the Finger Lakes. But he was a little erratic in the stretch as well in that last effort. And he was second best behind Lobster, who we know and love around this circuit as well. And he's run some definitely competitive races, but I noticed that he kind of lacks a little focus, and that carries over to the races sometimes. Dylan Davis, who's aboard, has kept him with the pony, and he's settled down significantly now, which is what I wanted to see. He stacks up favorably to his competition here, coming back to the NYRA circuit. I think he makes sense at this spot, and he definitely has good foundation coming out of those mile and 70 yards races up at the Finger Lakes, and I think the mile should suit him perfectly out of this Wilson Chute Lafitte.
Steiner and Dylan Davis, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a horse that's 8 for 23 lifetime, knows how to get to the winner's circle, comes from a different jurisdiction in Finger Lakes, and those races are sometimes hard to judge. But another thing Steiner has is quite a bit of speed. In this mile race where a number of these horses, as we pointed out when we watched the replays, are kind of grinders, want to get there at the end. Steiner's just the opposite of that. Steiner's the kind of horse that wants to set the tone early.
Well, who'd you wind up with?
All right. Well, I'm going to take a price here, okay? And only because I think this horse can get back to some of his old race. I took the 10, just like Ray.
All right.
You can call me Ray.
18-1.
Yeah. I like his old class.
Let's hear the sales pitch.
Well, I like his old class. Sometimes you bring a horse up to Saratoga, and they just don't run well off the van. And then they ran 1.25 miles in their second start with just like Ray. That's too far for this horse. Some of those races earlier in the spring make him very, very competitive at this level. That day he ran Saratoga right off the van. He was 5-1. 18-1 is a better price today.
You seeing this, JK?
Seeing what?
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I used the horse in the pick 5 that I played. I used the horse defensively. No, I mean, look, I thought all these outside horses made a lot of sense. I thought the 13 would be overbet, the 13 the most likely winner. Look, I thought this was 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 if you were playing multi-race wagers. Look, I think you'd probably want to use the 10 and the 12 as more as B types. I wouldn't want to spend the same amount I spent on the 9, the 11, and the 13. But, look, I think everything from the outside makes a lot of sense. I've got no interest in the 2, 5, or 6.
Tom trying to smoke out a long shot. Just call Ray at 18-1. The favorite, Dust Devil, 2-1. And thankfully, Gary, we have this. The horsemen have this option of the Wilson Chute this year. Last year, a very dry summer. We didn't have a lot of off-the-turf races. We didn't lose a lot of turf races. This year, it's really come in handy because of the option for horsemen to run their horses. When you would lose a turf race in the past, it would essentially be 2 options, like a short sprint or 1 1/8 miles. Nothing in between for these middle-distance horses. Now, with the second year of the Wilson Chute, we have this opportunity, and it's been used a lot given the nature of the summer and all the turf races we have lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this race probably would have been scratched down to a 6-horse field.
Less than this.
Yeah, at least. And it's given them a great option. It's a fun race to watch. Tactically, it's played pretty fair. The one thing I've noticed, if you've got speed down on the inside and you don't get away good and you get shuffled back, it can put you in a bad spot. You're stuck down inside, having to bide your time. But we've seen horses sit back, come through on the fence. I think it's played very fair, pretty formful. It hasn't favored any one particular kind of horse.
I mean, for a trainer, when you're looking at the condition book, to have to make that decision of 7/8 or 1 1/8 miles to now have the mile distance, it makes a big difference in how you read the book and the horse you bring up here to Saratoga. You can bring more variations of horses now that we have this distance.
Out of the Wilson Chute, Dust Devil, number 13, 9-5. Frank Riamati standing by, the 4th live from Saratoga.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Here's Steiner going in. And the last one to load, Dust Devil, in the colors of Preps to the Pros Racing Stables. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very fast start for Tommy B in the blue silk center of the racetrack. Tackled immediately by Steiner, and those two head-to-head through the opening furlong. Just Call Ray and Truculent are also side by side. And then it's a break of 3 back to Land Biscuit, who races in 5th. Down on the inside comes Dates Freedom, who is now about 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. Dust Devil moving up in between rivals, and High Tide is at the back of the field. The quarter went in 24 and 2, and Steiner shakes loose. Has it by 3 lengths now. Just Call Ray is in the 2nd spot. Tommy B at the rail, now at joint 3rd, racing on the inside of Truculent 4th. Dust Devil 5th at the rail with 5 to make up. Land Biscuit is just outside of him. Another length and a half. High Tide inches up outside Date Freedom. Around the far turn, 48 and 1 for the half mile. And it's Steiner and Dylan Davis carving out the fractions, leading the way a length and a half. Truculent creeping closer with every stride in 2nd. They're followed by Just Call Ray, Land Biscuit, Dust Devil between those two. High Tide trying to launch a wide bid. Blue Cap, they're at the top of the stretch. Steiner, Truculent, head to head. Truculent on the outside is up to take the lead coming to the 8th pole. Down at the rail, it's Just Call Ray the Gray. Center of the racetrack, Land Biscuit trying to make some headway. Steiner hanging tough inside of Truculent. Truculent hasn't got by yet. Steiner, Truculent, nose to nose. Here is the line. Truculent and Steiner in a close photo between those two. Just Call Ray was 3rd, Land Biscuit 4th.
Bang, bang, finish in this 4th race at Saratoga. Steiner and Truculent hitting the wire simultaneously.
Yeah, no quit with either one of those horses or either one of these jockeys. Truculent didn't get his head down until the last 2 jumps of the race. Steiner was fighting on top under Dylan Davis. This was a good horse race from the word go, and there was, look, they came out of their running. They put themselves in a great position, and it was a great duel through the stretch.
Watch them finish up here. This is super tight. I got to call outside there.
Looked like Truculent got his head down.
I'm going to go out on a limb, but don't tear your tickets out. Call the outside.
The Cantamasi brothers.
Get in trouble for that.
Manny Franco, just like he subbed yesterday for Louis Saez and Evie Jets. The result, a 29-1 win in a grade 2 event here. Franco again subbing for the injured Louis Saez, teaming up with the Cantamasis. Truculent over Steiner at 9-2, 11, 9, 10, 5. Tom, just a $32,000 claimer, but a thrilling horse race.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. Those, I mean, look, when horses come together down the stretch like these two did, and you get to watch these pros, Dylan Davis on the inside, Manny Franco on the outside, doing their job, pushing these horses, encouraging them to the finish line through their body, through their legs, through their hands, through their crop. You're watching real pros.
And riding
and you
through
gotta
the wire.
respect it. Yeah, and riding through the wire.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was a heck of a stretch tool. Steiner and Dylan Davis acted like they were going to come back. They had got headed at the top of the stretch. Acted like they were going to come back to a certain extent. And then Manny Franco. We've seen Manny, though. We've seen his ability to finish in the stretch. He's got so much torque in his body. He's so athletic. I'd like to think that had something to do with him getting up there in the finish.
They were tight, right?
They were tight. Somebody said something about hold all tickets. We have an objection. From the runner-up, an objection, not a steward's inquiry. An objection, Dylan Davis claiming foul against the winner, Manny Franco and Truculent, Gary.
They were tight. They were in very tight. And you can see the 11-horse Truculent drift in there a little bit. Looks like the 9, he's staying on a pretty straight course until and now Manny twists his horse's head in just a tad. And you see him are dropping in. If you're looking at that line on the race course, we can't tell until we see an actual head-on. But it was close. It was the whisker at the end.
No one stopped riding, though. I mean, they both were riding all the way to the wire.
They shouldn't have to stop. There was no dangerous situation, but if there was some rubbing of paint, and I think maybe that's all it was, rubbing a little paint, you can replace the paint on stock cars you can on these horses. But, look, it wasn't a dangerous situation from that pan shot anyway. But, look, if there's contact, and there was significant contact when the finish was as close as that was, that's what the stewards will have to judge.
And I'll say this. Look, I'm not here year-round, but I rarely see Dylan Davis claim foul.
And now a steward's inquiry as well. Announced by Frank.
So that spells trouble.
And an inquiry. as the rain starts to fall once again. And Gary, I think we have the head-on here. A first look at the head-on, and this will give us a much better perspective. Gary, tell us what happens.
Well, there's distance in between the two of them. You're going to see the 9-horse drift out just a little bit. And then when they get close to the wire up here, you're going to see that your eventual winner. I'll let you handle this because we
have to say goodbye to our FS1 viewers, welcoming in a new audience. Coverage will continue on Fox Sports 2 as well, right during the subjection inquiry at Saratoga. And welcome to our new viewers. Valley, SoCal, and San Diego. Rain falling here at Saratoga. This is Saratoga Live on the eve of the Travers in this Friday program. And you're joining us just after the 4th race. We saw an exciting stretch duel where Truculent defeated Steiner in this $32,000 claiming event, but it is not official. We have a little post-race controversy. There is an objection and an inquiry. The margin of victory was maybe ahead, very slight, at the wire. We had a chance to see the head-on. We have a Hall of Fame jockey to explain exactly what took place. By the way, he's Jonathan Kinchin, Tom Amis. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You just saw the head-on for the first time. Our viewers will see it in a moment. Walk us through what you saw in the final 8
All right, well, first of all, it was less than a head. It was more like maybe 2 inches, the final margin. But as we watch the head-on, you're going to see the 9 Steiner and the 10 Just Call Ray or Truculent, the 11 horse. That's Steiner on the inside in the green and Truculent on the outside under Manny Franco. And there's big separation between the two right now. You're going to see Steiner come back in right in here, or excuse me, Truculent in the black and white silks. They're going to make contact. And that's all your outside horse that's leaning in knocking ever so slightly, but knocking that horse off stride. And when the margin's as close as this is, in my opinion, there's going to be a change. But that's to the 3 guys up in the booth.
Let's check in with Acacia Clement standing by. Acacia, you spoke with Manny Franco, who was on Truculent, who did hit the wire first, the winner for the time being. What did he tell you?
I did, Lafitte, as I asked him if he felt that his horse was drifting in at any stage, and he said, not really, but what he said was he felt that his horse was running with the company. Horses are herd animals, and I do think that is an important point, that horses will kind of stick together. If you look at horses maybe that win by slim margins or have a tendency to what we call hang, not want to go by, it's because they're kind of sticking with their company and wanting to run up close and with the horses next to them. And that's what he felt was happening more than anything. He didn't feel that it was drifting or inhibiting the horse to his inside, the number 9 Steiner, but more so that he felt his horse was wanting to run with his company. So we'll see as there is that steward's inquiry and the claim of foul from Dylan Davis, objection sign, still flashing, Lafitte.
You buying what Manny Franco's selling here?
I think it's a good sale, but I'm not buying the product.
Let's watch that head-on again.
How'd you see it?
Well, there's something about Manny Franco's body language that makes me question this ride. So Manny's on the outside. He's got white sleeves and a dark jersey. They're turning for him right now. The horse he supposedly bothered, Steiner, with the yellow and the black on the inside. Watch Manny Franco as he's using his crop left-handed, and his horse is drifting outward. So now watch Manny want to bring his horse in to be competitive. But look at his body. He's going to start leaning left. He's leaning left right there. He's bringing his horse over to Dylan Davis's horse.
Look at his left elbow.
Yeah.
His left elbow.
So his balance is not in the middle of the horse, and he's on there. But it's such a close call here. Based on what the stewards do up here, I see no change. But I'm not saying it wasn't a foul, but he certainly did everything to the line and maybe cross that gray line a little bit to get the win by a nose.
Tom, you say no change.
I do say no
Gary,
change.
you say,
and I'm just going,
I
say no change.
No change.
But
I say it comes down. I don't like it when a jock's elbow hooks into another jock's elbow 2 strides before the wire.
And
we saw that a couple times up here.
He definitely was trying to bring his horse Truculent over to meet Dylan Davis's horse. There's no doubt about it. You can watch his body language and see it, but the stewards here,
if they're going to allow them to play, allow them to play. But they've been so inconsistent of what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. We've seen inconsistency all summer, and these are the things that lead to bigger and worse things.
And if you're wondering about these horses, all you got to do is watch the tracks behind each horse, and you can see that he starts coming over on him right here. Look at the tracks. The tracks go inward on Truculent, the outside horse. He's moving inward and not keeping that straight line anymore that he was.
What you're saying, Tom, is yeah, you could see that it is a foul, but based on what's been adjudicated here this summer and what the stewards have allowed stand in this case, and from that perspective, you're right. The stewards have just decided no change. Truculent, the winner of this 4th race at Saratoga, and a frustrating loss for Team Steiner.
Yeah, definitely so. But, I mean, it's just like watching a basketball game where the referee is calling, you know, a lot of fouls in the middle versus a game where the refs aren't calling a lot of fouls in the middle. You learn the people's style a little bit. And up here, right or wrong, I just don't think that's enough for them to want to take a horse down.
Which is tricky because, as you were touching on, Gary, the lack of consistency. That's what I think the horse players have probably been more frustrated about. Not necessarily the call itself, but, you know, that there hasn't been a real pattern of consistency.
I'm not surprised any whatsoever, but to me, it's a lack of stewardship. And when you've got a lack of stewardship, that's like having a lack of a referee, or when they look at reviews in New York versus the guys that are actually on the field and making the calls there. I think it's needed in this situation in a bad way.
How'd you see it, JK?
Well, you noticed that I didn't say anything for like 3 minutes because I can't figure it out. There's times I think they're coming down, they don't. I think they're definitely staying up, they don't. They stay, they go. I just close my eyes and hope it doesn't affect my wager because I can't figure it out.
In this case, no change. Truculent, Manny Franco. And for the Cantamasis, teamed up to win yesterday's Grade 2 event here at Saratoga, and another win here by this much on the outside. Truculent over Steiner. Again, frustrating loss, Team Steiner. Truculent in the 4th race here at Saratoga. Tomorrow, meantime, hopefully a cleanly run race in the Travers on Fox. Coverage begins 3 Eastern, Grade 1 mile and a quarter 3-year-olds, 7 of them here. And Forte, the 7-5 morning line favorite. You're going to see 5 Grade 1 races tomorrow on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday, the highlight every summer with the championship implications, so much on the line amongst these 3-year-olds. It's incredibly rare. 3rd time in 40 years, the different Triple Crown race winners have met up in the Travers. Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, they're all here. But Forte, the reigning champion, is the favorite. The Travers tomorrow on Fox. Later today, another personal Ensign, Grade 1 in that filly nest. Reigning 3-year-old filly champion for Todd Pletcher and Clairiere. Beautifully bred. Mom and Dad were a rock star. She's been sensational. They take center stage tonight in the personal Ensign.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Rain continues to fall here at Saratoga. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Muddy track for the upcoming 5th. And this evening, the personal Ensign, grade 1, $500,000 purse, mile and an eighth, 6 deep. And they met a few weeks ago. They'll meet again. Nest, the odds-on favorite, and Clairiere. Tom Nest, idle since last November. Sensational off the bench.
Very good off the bench. She was much more tactical than Clairiere, just like she's going to be today to some extent. She was able to keep Clairiere in an inside spot for a while. Different post positions. Nest is inside Clairiere, and they're side by side in the gate. You know, in a race where it looks like it's a two-horse race, sometimes the connections, sometimes the riders can pay so much attention to one another, they forget about the rest of the horses. That wouldn't hurt my feelings if that happened today.
Tom, well represented, trying to spring the upset. JK, are we going to see more of what Nest has done each and every start here at Saratoga? Simple domination?
I mean, I really do feel that's the case here, and for a number of reasons. One is that Nest came back in her first start as a 4-year-old. There's supposed to be a big jump from 3 to 4. Her first start as a 4-year-old off of a 260-day break and beat Clairiere on the square. Now she's second off a break. You gotta think she's gonna take another step forward. If she takes another step forward, I don't see how Clairiere beats her.
A 4-year-old now, but when she arrived at Todd Pletcher's stable at the age of 2, exercise rider Nora McCormick, she knew she was special right from the start.
Nest shipped into Pletcher's Belmont barn in early spring when she was 2. She was so smart. She never put a foot wrong. She really was so straightforward. I think my favorite race was the Ashland, just because she really showed everyone in that race that she was a grade 1 horse.
Nest has the lead by 4 lengths clear in the Central Bank Ashland Stakes.
In the morning, she's so relaxed and she's so good to gallop, and blows them away in the afternoon.
Nest, much the best in this coaching club. American Oaks, she won by better than 10 lengths. She is at the top of her class. Nest wins the Alabama.
Yeah, I get nervous watching it. I don't want to jinx anything. I wear the same clothes sometimes. She's definitely grown. She's filled out a bit. She's not a big filly, but when you ride her, she doesn't feel small at all. You know, she's got a big body, and you kind of have to stay out of her way. You know, she's like, let me do what I want. You just sit there, Nora, and hang on. The horses that we get to deal with, they make your morning. Nest, she makes my morning. When you ride nice horses, they make your job so easy.
Exercise rider Nora McCormick, Gary, we touched on this yesterday. How much communication is there between exercise rider and jockey? The exercise rider who's on them in the morning and the rider who's on in the afternoon.
There was a lot of conversation with Janine Painter, the regular exercise rider for Beholder, throughout her career with myself and her. She would do the major galloping in the morning, but the workouts, she would always be on the work mate. With me, usually a target in front of me. We had different scenarios that were set up by trainer Richard Mandela. But I could read her body language, Janine's, as far as how Beholder was doing, how she was training, just by if she's just the way she was carrying herself. And look, I had a lot of respect for gallop people throughout my career. They're a major part of what I was able to accomplish, how they were being exercised in the morning, how they were being cared for, and how well they were doing. And we got to watch her grow through. And she asked me, she said, it was the morning before the Beholder Songbird Classic, and she says, man, how do you keep from getting nervous? I said, I get to do the easy part. I get to let her run in the afternoon. Beholder was a filly that had to go to the track the morning she was in and take some edge off of her. And Janine, she would hold her. I mean, and I'd watch her go by at 6:15 in the morning. It'd be pitch black out, and she's got her Benton 2. And I'm like, please don't let her go. Don't let her go. I said, you got the tough job, honey, not me. I get to let her run in the afternoon. But a lot of respect for them. And without them, look, I'm only the pilot in the afternoon, sometimes in the morning. But all of the hard work is being done by somebody else.
Heavy lifting in the morning. If we have a muddy track, does this change anything for you in the personal Ensign, JK?
I mean, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, Ness has the ability to kind of stay forward. So if it does come up a little bit off, I think she'll be in a better position than Clairiere will. But she's never run on it before, so you never really know until you know. But it wouldn't change the way I feel about the race.
Yeah, I'm watching them. I'm watching this track, and of course we just got a little bit more rain, but it's sealed. So when you're looking at it, it almost has a pavement look to it. They're packing it down, letting that rain hit the top of it, and it seems to have a pretty good base underneath because you can still see the horses making tracks as they're galloping over it in a race. So I think the track is in pretty good shape by the crew here. They do an excellent job, and personally, I wouldn't play anything other than the way you'd play the race based on the track condition.
Nest, what she did in her 4-year-old debut, kind of a darling of racing right now. It feels like we're sleeping on Clairiere a little bit and being that prisoner of the moment based on what happened in the Chuvie and forgetting just how special of a mare Clairiere is.
Yeah, older, maybe was wiser at one point, but tactical speed is such a great weapon for a racehorse to have, and Nest has that over Clairiere, and I think that's a big advantage.
3 starts here at Saratoga and 3 wins by a combined 18.5 lengths, showing up a title last summer in the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Alabama, and you just saw what she did in the Chuvie. The Grade 1 Personal Ensign, race number 9 this evening at Saratoga, part of this pick 6 sequence that gets underway in 15 minutes. Tough $75,000 claimer is next. 3-year-olds just like the Travers, 7/8 of a mile, pick 6 time from Saratoga on the eve of the Midsummer Derby.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down to the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again, and it's going to be Queen's Dancer.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road. It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. All set for the pick 6 in a very good 5th race. $75,000 claimer, 3-year-old, 7/8 of a mile extended sprint wide. Wide open with a tepid favorite occasion, number 6 Joking Way at 3-1. Tough handicapping race to kick off this pick 6 sequence.
It is, Lafitte. We do have some light rain still falling, and I got a bit wet last race, so the frizzy mane in all its frizzy glory is out now. But talking about Joking Way, as Linda Rice will look to continue her strong summer meet here. First off, the claim for a horse that comes out of a live race last time out at Ellis, and the winner wired the field Good Heart, and that one came back to win again with an 82 Beyer speed figure. The 3rd place finisher, Money Run, came back with an 81. So facing good company with horses that improved
out of that race. I did notice that he was getting out in the stretch a little bit that day and was just kind of second best. It's amazing that he's been running 6 furlongs because he's such a tall and leggy and long type of individual. Does come in wearing a ring bit, which will give his rider a little bit more control, but I think the 7 furlongs is definitely going to be a better distance for him. Very fit coming in. I do wish he was carrying a little bit more condition, especially since Linda Rice's horses usually do carry their weight very well, but as we've seen, the horses that she picked up in Kentucky and brought here to the NYRA circuit have been very well spotted and done very well. The number 1, Prove Right, had been facing the toughest competition with the likes of Fort Bragg and Saudi Crown 2 starts back when dropping in for 50 last time, and I'm sure that they figured he was going to get claimed out of that race, and he was. It was a 5-way shake and actually expected it to be a little bit more, but does go to the Pat Reynolds barn, who brings him in here with the same shortcut blinkers that he was wearing last time out and comes back for the 75, obviously a level that suits him. He got pretty sharp getting the tack on, and he is a high energy type of individual, but he settled nicely once they got the saddle on him, actually more settled than he typically is. Hopefully he can retain that getting out to the racetrack, but I think once again a good spot for him. He finally dropped in class last time after just facing in over his head and sometimes certainly not disgracing himself. An intriguing prospect in this field is the 7, Mr. Bob, who will make his first start since being pretty much fading and eased out of the Grade 3 Holy Bowl last time, but he actually tripped a little bit coming out of the gate, and it was his first start with blinkers on, went right out to the front, and obviously was just too tough for him, and I think too far as well. He's smaller, he's compact, he's shorter coupled in his build, he's definitely a sprinter, and 7-8 should suit him well. According to the Glocker report, he has been holding his own with some older company in the mornings, which I appreciate. He looks fit coming back, and I think he's a bit of the wild card because he's obviously a horse that they thought highly enough to try and get him onto the Triple Crown trail, but this is the right spot for him. Lafitte?
Some ability, yeah, exiting that Holy Bull. You mentioned Acacia. Mr. Bob, what will he do off the bench as the rain continues to fall? And just now being announced here, the 8th race at Saratoga is off the turf. The 8th race off the turf as we get set for this pick 6 sequence, and the rain this summer that continues to pound Saratoga, and we lose another grass race.
If you have already played the pick 6, you should be able to cancel and rework your ticket. If you're in a position you're not able to do that, you will get the post-time favorite for any horses that end up scratching out of there. If you can cancel and try to rework it here, you got a little bit of time. They're still in the paddock.
And the race will be run at a 1.25 miles. Mile and a quarter on the main track. That's race number 8, the only race scheduled for grass this afternoon. Here, Tom, the colt you're going with, Prove Right, drawn inside at 4-1.
Drawn inside at 4-1, was claimed in the last start, bought out of the race for $50,000, won a dominant race that way that day, Prove Right did, and he was a popular horse at the claim box at less than even money. This move up to $75,000, meaning you can buy him out of this race for $75,000 if you like, is not that out of line. When you look at all the other horses in this race, there's not a lot of difference between the last race that Prove Right ran in terms of level, 50,000 claim, versus this 75 today. And Prove Right was very, very good this day.
What kind of trip are you hoping they can work out from the rail?
So that's a great question, Lafitte, because I think the competition, the favorite, the 6 Joking Way, is the one that has the most speed in here and could possibly be the one that sets the tone. And whenever speed horses do set the tone on their own, they become very difficult to run down.
Especially going 7/8 of a mile, Gary, and dealing with that inside post.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's a difficult spot to be in. But I think Prove Right's going to be forwardly placed and should be able to work out a trip from down there, but definitely not an advantage being down there out of that long chute.
Outsider at 13-1, Warrior Richard pictured here, second at the level in his latest. JK, who'd you come out with here?
I mean, I thought this race was impossible.
It's
but I
really good, really hard.
I mean, I like the 1 and everything. I just thought the horse would be a little overbet. I like the 5, Thunderian. I thought the horse ran well last time and was really picking up pieces late. And David Jacobson's kind of warmed up a little bit after starting the meet off to a really slow start. He really has picked it up and found himself at 18%. But 18% after starting slow, so that's a big jump up. he was over for a
Streaky
while.
trainer to begin with.
Yeah, of course.
Brad Ortiz already with a stakes win this afternoon. He'll ride Thunderian. Also Nest in the personal ensign. Gary, you went with a Dark Vector towards the outside, and George Weaver, a terrific summer meet he's had at Saratoga.
He's had a great meet here and a couple of tough beats to go with those wins that he's had. But Dark Vector, I'm going to throw out his last 2 races. One was Woody Stevens after an impressive maiden-breaking win at Belmont over a good racetrack. He's run 2 times on a good racetrack and a win and a second. He's getting a big relief in class from what his last 2 races were. He came back and tried that race on the turf, finished nowhere. I'm going to give him another chance today at 4-1.
And for Dark Vector, the 9-horse, you know, those races Gary was talking about, they wants to throw out, they were very, very high in quality of competition. And Dark Vector didn't really get to run his style of race. He'd like to be close to the pace. Now with this class relief, moving into a forced sale race for the very first time, I think you'll see him a lot closer than what he was in those last 2.
And he's got a great draw out there. He's got 1 horse outside of him. And I think that, he doesn't have a lead-type speed in here. 10 horses got some gas, probably more than he does.
He's quicker than what we saw in his last start.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, he's going to be forwardly placed. I don't see him being on the lead, but I do see him being forwardly placed.
Dark Vector at 4-1 riders up. Javier Castellano, he'll be a big part of our coverage tomorrow afternoon. The jockey who took 16 starts to win a first Kentucky Derby, equally as long or thereabouts to win a first Belmont Stakes, and riding the Belmont winner Archangelo in tomorrow's Travers, and by all accounts training up a storm, gearing up for the Midsummer Derby.
Yeah, and look, that's what keeps us coming back at this stage of the game is the quality and winning the classics, and he knocked 2 of them off this year that he didn't have in his on his trophy cabinet or in his trophy cabinet, and you know, it's put a bounce in his step for sure. And look, he's a big race rider. He always has been. That never disappeared. But he's getting these opportunities now and on a regular basis over this spring and summer, and he's making the most of it.
Top of the show, you touched on what those Travers wins meant to you. 2 of them with point given. Thunder Gulch, Tom, it's just staggering. While it took him a while to win that first Derby in Belmont, the all-time leader in Travers wins, a 6-time Travers winning jockey, including one of the biggest upsets in the history of the event, Key Nice denying American Pharoah back in 2015.
Yeah, I mean, Gary can speak to this, but when you get that first one, do you ride with more confidence in those big races?
Oh, most definitely so, because you gain confidence in yourself as well. You know you can handle the pressure. You don't fade. You rise to the occasion. That's the moment. It's like a quarterback or a guard, a shooting guard in a basket. Give me the ball. When there's 0.3 seconds left, give me the ball. And that's the thrill of it and the excitement. Look, we're all excitement junkies in more ways than one as jockeys, but that's what we thrive on.
Looking for a 7th tomorrow. Archangelo, live coverage on Fox, along with 4 other Grade 1 events. Still have the personal ensign this evening. Nest v. Clairiere, and the pick 6 in a post parade for a very challenging 5th race. There's a look at Prove Right, Tom's top selection, 4-1.
Horse deserves to be the favorite. I thought they would try to find a spot to run this horse protected.
Yeah, I did too, actually.
Warrior Richards, 2nd at the level, last out.
Yeah, if this race backs up, Warrior Richards is going to be right there. This horse shows great finish in his races.
Alternate Reality, exiting the Grade 3 Dwyer at Belmont.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran well as well. There's no Fort Braggs in here.
Not on this afternoon's Street Swag. First after the claim, Michael Maselli.
Yeah, this is a horse that needs to improve to be competitive in this spot.
JK's top selection, Thunderian, 7-1.
Yeah, I thought ran extremely well last time at Saratoga. I'm expecting this horse to run back to that performance.
Joking Way, first after the claim, Linda Rice. That never works.
Only 99% of the time.
Owns that one as well. Mr. Bob, off the bench, idle since the Holy Bull.
First time Lasix with some back class running in the Holy Bull and the Mucho Macho Man.
Major Blue, the 2nd at the level in his latest in the mud.
Yeah, for Major Blue, a horse that may be getting down to the right level to make him competitive for the coach.
It was 50. This is 75. Correction. Dark Vector at 7-2 and Javier Castellano.
If this horse runs the Keeneland race, he'll win by 5. But if he runs the last race, obviously he won't.
And Heldish, again, he is faster than we saw in his latest.
Yeah, he ran a bad race last time at a high level, and he is much more tactical than that. He'll be in that first wave.
14-1. Let's revisit that June 17th race at Monmouth Park here, JK, and held issue. Broke sharp, forcing the issue, and draws away late.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice performance a couple races back. He did get a little bit of a break after that. He ran in June 17th and then took a couple months to kind of find his feet again, and he didn't run particularly well in his next start. Now he shows up here for a tag. Just a little bit of a concern to me.
Dominant performance this day. They were so probably excited about it. They said, let's try the stakes race with him, and that didn't work out. But you know, he was out of position the whole time, and he wasn't even asked the last quarter of a mile in that stakes race. He wasn't going to get there. You don't ask. It makes the race look a lot worse than it actually was. He's in a good spot here.
And Manny Franco, Gary, with all kinds of options from that outside box.
Yeah, the thing I don't like is the 2 times that he's tried 7 furlongs, it looked like it was too far for him. All of his success has come at 6 furlongs or shorter. So I think that the 7/8 might be an issue for him.
Manny Franco, they're going to go back-to-back on the Friday program. We check in with Acacia.
And we'll take a look at Javier Castellano's mount, who's getting a big warm-up, as you saw there in Dark Vector. And this is a horse that, as Gary touched on, has been running against tougher and potentially on the wrong surface as well. I know that he had run well on the turf towards the start of his career, but I don't think he's a turf horse. And this is a horse who has taken a little bit of time to kind of come along in himself as well. Towards the beginning, he was very studdish and just lacking a lot of focus. He looks tremendous today. He's dappled from head to toe. He looks the picture of health, and George Weaver's barn has been in a tremendous groove right now. I like the surface switch, and I like the drop in class as well. I mean, the last time he was on the dirt was in the Woody Stevens, so this is definitely more realistic for him, and I think the 7/8 suits him perfectly. The 3 alternate reality. This horse is also coming out of a graded stakes try in the Dwyer last time. His 2 races prior to that were strong. He's a very generous price on the board right now at 10-1, and Katie Davis will look to continue the big summer that she's been having. If you do see the front wraps go on, don't take it as a negative. Chris Engelhart actually usually runs pretty much all of his horses in front wraps, and I think this one just a bit of an anomaly that he did not have them on recently, so don't take it as a negative with him. But again, run off his feet last time out in the Dwyer, in over his head, and 2 back was off the pace and seems like a bit of a grinding type. Jackie Davis, Katie's sister, has been aboard regularly, but I'm sure they've shared some notes on this guy who also had a good solo warm-up out on the track, Lafitte.
Katie Davis aboard. JK ignoring the Dwyer, overmatched. No Fort Braggs in here, as you mentioned. The previous 2 wins. On paper, does that put him in the mix to contend for the win here?
Look, they're all in the mix. This is not a tough field. I'm sorry, this is not a standout in this field. It's a tough field because every single one of them in their last 2 or 3 starts has a race that puts them in the winner's circle here, and that's why I thought it was so tough. I mean, even who's the longest shot on the board right now? The 2?
4?
I mean, the 2, the 4. I mean, they all have races.
And it's a bit of a game of poker for these trainers. So the claim price or the for sale price is so high, $75,000. They're trainers that feel comfortable taking a horse like the 3 alternate reality and putting him in for that $75,000 claim and running in that spot and feeling like, you know what, we can do it and we can do it with safety.
Tom, you're involved in the claiming game from time to time. Your prediction, how many claims do you think are in here for $75,000?
Different horses?
Yeah, how many different horses do you think get?
The over and under on me would be 2. So if you're gonna go over, you got to at least have 3 out of here.
Okay.
If you're gonna go under, it's 1. How do you want to play it? I'll be your book.
I'll go over.
You're going over. Okay.
I'll go over.
Very good.
What's at stake?
You guys are sick.
This is just, you know, just for bragging rights. Yeah.
There's 2 ants crawling across the desk. Who do you like?
Fascinating.
I'll be the bookie.
And then, as competitive as it is,
I'm counting on you to find this out. How many claims we have?
We're actually counting on Acacia to find out.
Yeah.
Much more reliable. And you throw in the wet track now. Such a competitive race, making it that much trickier to kick off this pick 6 sequence. 9-1, alternate reality. Tepid favorite, the 6, Joking Way. Linda Rice first after the claim. Time for this Friday pick 6 race 5 live from Saratoga. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Okay, Lafitte, here's Street Swag coming up. Thunderian will be next. Thunderian walks up. Dark Vector. Heldish to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Picture perfect beginning. Dark Vector and Joking Way, Major Blue hustled hard in between them to vie for early command. Mr. Bob makes it 4 virtually across the track. It's another 3 back to Heldish, who's by himself in 5th. Followed at the rail by Prove Right. Street Swag is next. A length and a half back to Thunderian as they string out. Warrior Richard is far back. Alternate Reality is even further behind. 22-2, a lively opening quarter for Major Blue. Leading the way 3/4 of a length, Dark Vector in second, Joking Way on hold at the rail in third. Mr. Bob between rivals, Heldish outside of that pair, Prove Right in the pink, 5 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Street Swag and Thunderian. And then it's another 2 lengths back to Warrior Richard and a distance to Alternate Reality. 45-1 for the half mile. Dark Vector looms up on the outside of Major Blue as the field turns for home. Major Blue fighting back pretty gamely. They're followed by Mr. Bob in third. They're coming to the 8th pole, and Major Blue is the leader by 2 suddenly. Dark Vector took a crack at him. In the middle of the racetrack, Warrior Richard is starting to fly home, but time has run out on him. It's Major Blue. Major Blue splashes home by 3. Second went to Dark Vector. Then it was a photo among Mr. Bob, Warrior Richard, and Thunderian.
Competitive race on paper. Major Blue makes it look easy in the 5th at Saratoga to kick off the pick 6. Wayne Lucas, Joel Rosario. By several.
By several, and coach takes it to previous student, George Weaver, former assistant trainer. We see him do that all the time. But no, Javier Castellano was aggressive on Dark Vector, and Rosario and Major Blue, they were battling throughout, and they were setting some fractions. It's not like they were walking up front. This horse, the winner, he ran every step of the way and was impressive doing it today over this sloppy track.
8-1, Tom.
Yeah, he was indeed. And Lucas, you know, okay, 3 wins from 29 starts, but 9 seconds. He's had a great meet.
How about Secret Oath? A little bit later on.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, I mean, he took one like this and moved him up. Why can't Secret Oath do the same thing in the personal ensign?
Last 2 races, a good second in the mud, and this blowout in the mud for Major Blue.
Yeah, look, I told you I thought I could all win. This is the one, I'm being honest, this is the one I thought had the least amount of chance to win. So,
so who has the least amount of chance to win the personal ensign?
The least amount of chance to win the personal ensign? What's the two's name? I can't remember. What's the two's name? I don't have it. I got it. Here we go. Hold on. Malloy. I don't think
that ain't happening. That ain't happening.
Get that horse into the winner's circle.
That ain't happening. Major Blue here. Joel Rosario at a price for Wayne Lucas. That's going to wrap things up for us. Want to get your final thoughts on the personal ensign a little bit later on this evening. What happens with Nest and Clairiere?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nest is just too good, and I think she's going to show up here and take another step forward. But I do need Acacia to tweet out how many claims, because I need to claim my prize.
Even more important. Even more important than the personal ensign.
So
good luck to you, Tom, in the personal ensign.
So the speed comes from the inside in the personal ensign, and the 2 players are right alongside each other, the 5 and the 6, in Nest and Clairiere. I think they keep each other company, keep their eye on each other, watch them down the lane. They're going to be the ones running.
Gary?
Full respect to Clairiere, but Nest, off of what I saw the first time out, and full respect to Secret Oath as well, but Nest will be my pick.
3 wins by a combined 18.5 lengths here at Saratoga for Nest in her 4-year-old debut. Sensational. What will she do in the personal ensign? That's coming up, race number 9 here at Saratoga. 8, 9, 7, 5 in the 5th. Late pick 5 is next. Greg Wolf and the crew standing by as our coverage continues on this eve of the Travers. Stick around.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 corner. Inside Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
If you're looking for winners, a program is an essential tool, but it can only tell you so much. When you're at the track, take full advantage of the paddock to try to find a horse who's ready to win. Here are 4 things to look for in the paddock. Number 1, watch the horse as it walks in. Observe how they carry themselves, looking for fluid, smooth movements, a walk that's almost cat-like. Number 2, look for a well-muscled and fit appearance with a shiny coat, bright eyes, and ears that are perked up that are saying, I'm paying attention. Number 3, notice how the horse interacts with its handler. A horse that's responsive, obedient, attentive to their groom, that's a good indication of good training and discipline. Number 4, take note of any excessive sweating or lather on the horse's coat. While some sweating is normal due to excitement or heat, sweating in excess could be a sign they're expending too much energy before they really need it in a race. Getting eyes on a horse provides valuable visual clues that can help inform betting decisions, so incorporate it with your handicapping. For more race day insights, go to americasbestracing.net.
Okay, here we go. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. It was a very competitive 5th race, and Major Blue got the job done, returning $18, as I'm so happy to be joined by his trainer, Wayne Lucas. As Wayne, this horse was second on a wet track last time out and got a clean face and the right trip today.
Well, I think I'm finding out that most of mine do better the second out here. They seem like they come alive a little bit. The best part of this whole deal is that I own him with a good friend up in Colorado, Bob Gent.
Always love to see that. And a tradition that you've done for so many years is bringing a young kid into the winner's circle. And the little boy you brought in today was just astounded by the horse. How special are those moments?
Well, he was really small. I was trying to find one a little older that maybe you'd wonder what was going on, but he was just, you know, awestruck. He said, they're big. And he was a dandy, though. The only one I could find. I always used one, you know.
It was so sweet to see, and of course an exciting day with the personal ensign coming up, and you'll send out Secret Oath. What have you seen from her since the Ogden Phipps?
She's going to be heavier. She's going to be heavier and more mature and stronger, I think. Not having it out here is probably a little bit of a concern. I think the off track won't bother us at all. I think she'll be fine there. So it's going to be a good race.
What do you think she has to do to turn the tables on Clairiere?
She just show up.
We can't wait to see her. Wayne, always a pleasure. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wayne Lucas with Major Blue getting the win here, as we'll take a quick time out. And when we come back, we'll have Greg Wolf, the rest of the team, coming with us as Saratoga Live continues on this Friday.
In the gate for the Shuby. And they're off. Beautiful start for Nash. Right to the lead. Nest in full flight. Clairiere still with 2.5 to make up. $5 million in earnings between these two daughters of Curlin. But it belongs to Nest, who comes back in style and finishes full a run to score in the Shuby by 2.5 lengths. Clairiere second.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you, continuing live coverage on this Friday afternoon of Saratoga Live. As we get set for the late Pick 5 coming up on this Super Saturday. Welcome, everyone, to the premier meet in the country. I'm Greg Wolf. Tomorrow, of course, it is 3-year-old males in a battle royale in the Midsummer Derby. We'll preview that Travers coming up in a little bit. Today, the feature race is the cream of the crop in the Distaff division and a rematch from that Chuvie earlier on in the meet with the reigning 3-year-old champion Filly Nest and 4-time Grade 1 winner Clairiere, and a tremendous supporting cast to boot as well, including last year's Kentucky Oaks winner in Secret Oath. With me, champion jockey Richard Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. What a cast assembled for the best there is in this division for this personal ensign.
It's just a great race, and if this is an appetizer for the main course tomorrow, we are in for a real treat. Just a great weekend of racing, and so many of our different categories, our divisions are represented and represented strongly this weekend.
How hard is Ness going to be to beat off that incredible comeback, which already beat Clairiere?
I think going to be very hard, and I think the rest of the public is on Ness, so I think a lot of weight is on top of her today, but she came back with a dominant performance. But then again, she had a pace advantage on Clairiere, and that's probably going to be the same thing today, Andy, and that's your worry about Clairiere. Is Ness going to take another step forward?
Oh, no, I see it differently. I mean, she can't have the same kind of pace advantage last time because there's a real speed horse in here, and Idiomatic is good.
Yeah.
And Idiomatic is a player in this race, and she'll be third choice. Who knows? Maybe it could be the same price as Clairiere. So you've got a speed horse she's got to deal with, and then she has to deal with a closer. I think it's a much more competitive race than most people do. I often see things that way. And while I can understand the idea that Ness may be the horse to beat, they're 4-5 in the morning line. Should she really be 4-5 versus Clairiere at 5-2? Is she that much more likely to win? I'm betting she isn't.
Do you think Idiomatic's up to this kind of... She beat a New York-bred stakes winner last start.
I agree, but she ran a big figure, and she also stumbled to start and gave her a huge advantage, and she still ran her down, and she's the controlling speed. I picked Clairiere, but I think Idiomatic's a player.
There she is, 6 for 9 in her career. This is a big test for her, though, against who she's been facing.
Well, I kind of like Idiomatic, too. I'm on the same train here with Andy, and the reason why is...
We're idiots, and it's named after us.
Yeah, she's kind of the new shooter, right, in this group. And, you know, obviously there is Malloy at 50-1, the mare by Outwork. That's probably a little bit outclassed in this group.
And there's last year's Kentucky Oaks winner who dominated that first half of the year until Ness took over for D. Wayne Lucas, Secret Oath.
A very classy individual, earned over $2.3 million, a Kentucky Oaks winner. She's going to have to bring her best today. This is a very, very tough race.
It will be Javier Castellano, by the way, filling in for the injured Luis Saez on last year's Kentucky Oaks winner for the coach. 6-time winner in her career, and as Paulie had pointed out to me off air earlier, one of her biggest wins in that Oaks on a wet track. 63 caliber. Tom Amoss taking a big shot here with a filly who's had some good success, but it's a big test for her as well.
I'm just proud that our friend Tom Amoss is shedding his duck label, and he's not dug in the big girls, and he's taking a shot at the big prize, so I applaud him for that.
Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. She already has a win at the meet. That was against Allowance Optional 80. He's going after the big girls. Here is Ness, reigning champion 3-year-old filly. She was very good in her 4-year-old return.
Well, her resume just speaks for itself, right? 8 for 12 lifetime, multiple Grade 1 winner, and she's never lost here at Saratoga. So you're kind of in her backyard as well.
And the 4-time Grade 1 winner, Clairiere for Steve Asmussen, and the homebred for Stone Street Stables with Joel Rosario.
Highest earner in the field with over $3 million in career earnings. She's got a relentless late kick, and sometimes it's almost a turn of foot like a turf horse on the dirt. She'll reel in horses even off of slow paces. Although I wonder, and it's a question for you guys, watching races so far today, feels like speed is a pretty good commodity to have.
Yeah, that's the thing. She's going to be very hurt by the way the racetrack has been playing. We have not seen horses make up ground. We also haven't seen closures to quality Clairiere, but I agree, Richie, that's a very good point.
That is going to kick off, by the way, that personal ensign, a 2-day pick 6. That will be the opening leg, the only leg today, and the rest of those legs come in tomorrow if you're interested in playing that. So take a look at that personal ensign Travers 2-day pick 6 wager. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a tremendous showdown. The best of this division showing up here in this race. A lot of star power in that Grade 1 personal ensign. You can, of course, play it all by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com. New members, the code to punch in to get that offer right there, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus.
spot 200. And sign up, again, right there at NyraBets.com. Race 6 today. Going to kick off the late pick 5. And everyone looking for that first win of their career. It's a maiden special weight in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, and a lot of buzz about a lot of debuters in this field in this 6-furlong sprint to kick off the sequence. With more, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
You said it, Greg, and looking at this crew, they're not disappointing thus far. This is a field full of very good-looking horses, although a cacophony of equine voices here in the paddock, some of them pretty vocal. But we'll start down on the rail, and we'll start with 2 horses that, at least watching the workouts on XBTV, these 2 displayed 2 of the most impressive morning drills that I have seen so far this meet. And we'll take a look at number 1, Air of Defiance here. Last time over the training track, the Oklahoma, he was with older horse and multiple winners, Slip Mahoney, and really holding his own against him. He kind of let him get a length in front around the turn, and then he finished up really well, really strong gallop out. This is an incredibly athletic, he's fit, he's strong. The only thing, and it's a slight worry, is that maybe 6 is too short, but if he's good, they can win at any distance. I really like everything I'm seeing from Air of Defiance, though 5-1 on the board. We'll see if he drops, as they're putting all the money on number 6, Fierceness, right now. A son of City of Light. The dam won her first 2 starts, at least as a 3-year-old. She has yet to get a foal to the track. This is her 3rd one. Now, if you go back a generation, the second dam, Nona Mia, was a decent 2-year-old, had some precocity to her, and also the dam Have to Outwork, who won the Wood Memorial. Now, watching his gate breeze here on the main track, he broke a touch slow, but he really quickly found his stride, and the most impressive was his stride. I mean, this horse really covers some ground, and he has that big walk to back it up here in the paddock, kind of moves like a cat. Now, he was nickering to some of his other mates here in the paddock, but isn't acting up or isn't nervous by any means. He's incredibly fit, and furthermore, I think he's a horse that, of any of these, is probably the one that's going to love the wet going. Moving on to 2 other very good-looking horses, and probably the most impressive, just purely from a physical standpoint, is number 3, Apollo 10. If you go a couple back on August 5th, he was leading first-time out winner Deterministic, and he stayed on the bridle pretty well, although he had the easier job of setting the pace, not taking the dirt, and kind of doing things on his own terms. But he's a massive son of Violence, who is so potent with his 2-year-olds, hitting at 20%. The dam, albeit, was a multiple stakes winning turf horse, and there's a lot of turf in the family, but we're dealing with one of the best trainers in the game, and if not one of the best turf trainers that we've seen over several decades in Christophe Clement. So when he decides to run one on a surface maybe they're not as well bred for, I think it's incredibly meaningful. Yes, he does have a bit of a turf hoof, but this track could help his chances a bit, but he is a big boy. He's a lot more physically mature than many of the 2-year-olds I've seen this season. Moving on to number 4, Wajda, who sold for $425,000 after working 10 flat at the OBS March sale. He was not asked for much at all. And what I really liked is how well he pushed off from behind. He's by Lauban, actually, and the dam, she was okay sprinter. It's not a real, sexy pedigree, but it's a consistent one, a kind of hard-knocking type of pedigree. And Wajda in here, watching his last workout, he was with an unraced mate, and he was definitely going better on the gallop out. He's a big, burly type of runner here for Chad Brown. He looks as though he could have some speed, just the way he's put together, how well his hindquarters are developed. So he's another interesting player in this field, Greg, that it just seems as though it's full of budding talent.
It really does. Thank you, Maggie. We could look back at this race come next year or even later in the fall this year and say, wow, that race was absolutely loaded. 8-5 favorite, though, is Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable with Fierceness the 6. And this one, reportedly in the mornings, has been shining.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of good workout reports on this race. And like you said, a loaded race. Now we're going to find out who does it with the heat of competition, who does it with mud flying and body contact with other horses. We know horses have ability from their morning trials. We don't know if they have that tenacity that you need to be a top horse.
The other thing is that let's presume, and there are stories abounding in this race, the 1, the 3, the 4, the 6, the very least. Let's presume that it's legitimate with them. The key of this race, I mean, obviously you want to see them run the racetrack, but you got a wet track, so that's a little mitigating. But also, as you were pointing out, Richie, we're not seeing horses making up significant ground. So I think the people at home watching this race, you really want to watch this race, and you want to watch it again. And you want to watch it again because there's going to be good horses losing this race. There are going to be good horses in here probably that finish 4th or 5th.
Right.
And this is the kind of race that going down the road, you might catch a ticket on a horse that looks like he didn't run that well when you just look at the result, that actually ran a lot better than it looks or is compromised.
And real quick, for those playing this afternoon, this starts till late pick 5. Just a little while ago, race 8 was taken off the turf, so we should update who is staying in that race. All 3 main track only stay in, correct?
Yes. They
so
were
the
in.
10, 11, and 12. Yeah, keep in mind, those 3 are all in. Race 8 is off the turf, now at 1.25 miles on the main track.
And right now, I was talking to Andy, we have not gotten any other scratches yet besides still the 1, which was the initial scratch. There might be some more coming out. We don't know yet.
And I'll tell you a horse that will stay in is the 4 Anatolian.
Yeah.
The 8 and 9 are out.
Okay, the 8 and 9 are out.
Okay.
The 4 was on a dead rail the only time she raced on a dirt track in her career, and she ran well. And I know they're very high on her today, but she's going to be dangerous. I picked the race 10-4 for what it's worth.
Okay, being told the 3 also is out.
Yeah,
so
so
1,
yeah.
1A, 3, 8, 9 out in the 8th, off the turf, now at 1.25 miles on the main track.
Yeah, and Andy makes a good point. 410, and then the 11 is going to take a lot of money in there. And the other, also eligible, Run Devil will get some money, but that race changes a little bit now to probably a 3-horse race with the 410 and the 11.
Well, I mean, the 7 has a little bit of ability on the dirt.
Yeah,
and the 7 is also for Linda, and also the 7 could be forward, which could really help her chances.
The other part to get back to this race, Greg, I think this horse is 8-5 because we get the workout reports from Mike Welsh, who does an unbelievable job, and he rates these horses. We talk about B+.
Daily racing form.
The daily racing form. And fierceness, the last 2 works, Mike has commented, blasted out of the blocks, out of the gate. So I think they're thinking this horse is quick and going to be quick out of the gate, and that's why this horse is right now 3-2, because a lot of other horses have been working well. I think they're thinking the horse might be the most ready right now.
I also think there is a reasonable reliability factor with Todd Pletcher, with 2-year-olds. Over the years, he's been a guy, when they've touted his 2-year-olds, they don't know. I mean, no trainer's going to deliver all the time, and he had that one that stumbled early in the meet for Clips. But he feels like the one guy, if somebody gave you a list of 5 trainers today, I'll trust Todd Pletcher in dirt, sprint, maiden races in Saratoga. Not to say other trainers in here don't do a really good job, but I think he's kind of the go-to guy for the public. Is that fair?
Well, he's certainly created that resume over
rightfully so, right?
an elongated period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the
man Ortiz is riding.
And the man on the rail, even though he's not here full time.
Yeah, Brad Cox with this one here, Era Defiance, and this is a horse who had been working with, and apparently working pretty good, with Slip Mahoney, who was on the Triple Crown Trail this year.
He's a 3-year-old horse who won a mile race early in the meet, so these are 2-year-olds. Years ago, Empire Maker was the talk of the town well before he made his debut, because he was up here as a 2-year-old working well against Medagliadoro, who's one of the very best older horses in the country. Those kind of things. I mean, a 2-year-old that can be competitive with that kind of horse, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and Woody Stevens used to work what he perceived as his best 2-year-olds with some of his less accomplished older horses, and if they held their own with those older horses, even if they weren't top horses.
He bet them.
Yeah.
By the way,
he won.
In this race, there's 8 horses. There's 2 horses where there's no sales prices. There's $4.1 million of flesh in this race.
Wow, good call.
Yeah, one
I
of
didn't
them
pick that up.
for Shug McGee,
2 horses over $1 million. Yeah.
The 5 horse who's 12-1. He cost over $1 million. Keeneland September, and then you have a Dwayne Lucas horse on the outside who hit the gate in his debut. So maybe you just put a line through that race. That horse cost $1.3 million at auction.
4.2 for the 6 horses that were purchased at auction.
Crazy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's $700,000 average.
Wow. And the Rapoli horse is the homebred right here.
Yeah.
That is your favorite, which is crazy,
It's
right?
interesting you point that out. The Kentucky Derby 2022, I believe half the field were homebreds. A lot of times, either the homebreds are doing a lot better. And this one, Mike Rapoli raced the dam, Nona Bella. She was good.
She was good, yeah.
She was fast.
Very precocious. Won her first 2 starts.
Yeah. Just like in sports, though, too, with the Yankees and Dodgers. Spending all that money does not always equal a championship. Pedigree-wise, it doesn't always as well, although it certainly can help.
Mets again.
Air of defiance, first-time starter for Brad Cox on the rail.
Listen, in Brad Cox we trust. The dam ran 90 buyers, second foal. The first didn't do much running, but you got to trust in Brad Cox.
Here's one of two for Bill Motto as a race under his belt.
Yeah, we keep talking about a lot of the first-time starters, but yeah, this horse does have at least a race, and maybe that could be key in here.
Christophe Clement, Apollo 10 for Cheyenne Stable.
I'll tell you what I think is interesting about this horse. She's a half to Baystorm, was a very good turf sprinter, and Christophe knows it, yet he's debuting the horse in the dirt. To me, that's a very positive sign.
Change of command. Here's the $1 million colt for Shug McGahee and Cortland Farms.
Yeah, listen, first foal from the dam is a lot of money. The second dam was a good router.
Going all over the place here, guys. Bear with me. Here's Fierceness, the 7-5 favorite for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, we talked about the pedigree. We talked about the workouts in the morning. Can he replicate it here in the afternoon?
Who will we wind up with next? There's the Mott first-timer, Street Sense. This was sold for $725,000.
Bilal, yeah, that's a big price given that. It's a first foal, too. Second dam was okay. That's a lot of money for this horse.
And here's the $1.3 million son of Medaglia d'Oro for D. Wayne Lucas' second start.
Looks tremendous. 7 and 8 both look tremendous on the race. I get 7-1 on this horse for BC Stables. Joel Rosario.
Huh?
Yeah.
This horse is bet to be 7-1 with these kind of firsters off a disastrous debut,
and
right?
There's the 4, Chad Brown's Waja, Flavian Pratt for the debut.
Yeah, another horse that Laoban doesn't stand for a lot. 25,000, 425,000 in the sale. So, got to be a lot of good-looking horses in this race.
Here's one of two in the race for Bill Mott. He has the 2, he has the 7 who will be debuting. This horse with the race under his belt. Bill Mott said, look, gone are the days where I'm going to compete for the training title here. Been there, done that, and he has. Going after the big ones now with quality over quantity, and he's got some serious quality.
He's got a ton of quality, and he's hoping Kesey's gets home for all the Jersey Shore fans. The damn Snooky, but Scotland's the big show tomorrow for him.
How serious a player is he in the Travers?
I tell you, when you look at his numbers, they're not far off, but is he going to be able to put some pressure on National Treasure, or is he going to take it to National Treasure early? The Bob Baffert runner, can he sit off? He's very, very lightly raced, so he has a chance to move forward.
He has a chance to move forward, and he's by a sire, Good Magic, who has just done sensationally with a limited amount of crops so far, but what a good sire.
No question.
I can't get over the 8 being 7-1 in this race. I mean, let's talk about that for a
Look
second.
at the work tab since his race.
But he was 16-1 in his debut. He trailed basically around the track and lost by just under 20 lengths.
Did hit the gate out.
I don't. But all I'm saying is he was 16-1,
yeah,
and he lost by 20 lengths.
Yeah.
The Pletcher horse they're talking about like the second coming of Uncle Mo, okay? Brad Cox is getting touted, working older horses. You got a live Clement firster, you got a live Chad Brown firster. I mean, all the big guns are getting played, and it's not like Wayne Lucas's horses are getting bet off the board. And this horse is 7-1 and staying there. This horse is bet. I just think it's worth pointing out. I mean, would you be shocked if this horse was 25-1 in here?
No, I wouldn't be. And you brought up Empire Maker working with Medaglia d'Oro. Here's a Medaglia d'Oro that they paid all that money for, so you know he's a good-looking individual.
They didn't even bet him first time.
And the works, though, since, though. Maybe he woke up.
Yeah, I mean, a big work at Churchill before he lined up here. It's worked well since.
I just think
7-1 right now. Let's go back to Maggie.
And maybe people are remembering that Seize the Gray as well as Just Steel. They were 2 horses coming off of poor performances first time out for the Lucas barn, and they popped at big prices. So that could be in the back of people's minds. But as we look at number 8, Daily Grind, as an individual, this horse really needed his first start. He was not fit at all. He's very handsome, as one would imagine. $1.3 million better get you. But he's just so much more tucked up. He's so much more lively as well, heading to post here. Like he knows what his job is now. Look for him to break better than that first start and just be more efficient, especially having and being able to secure the outside post, as opposed to the inside one first time out. As we'll take a look at number 2 in here, and Kaisis, who I think he'll like this surface. I know it was good, but it was harrowed, and he's a horse that honestly looks a little bit more turf meant, so I think he'll spring over this surface, and he was at least showing me that he will in this race, in the warm-ups, as we do see Dylan Davis aboard here. I think he's a little bit intriguing. You can never discredit these horses that have experience, as we will head upstairs to Frank Miramati to call this loaded 2-year-old race here at the Spa. It's race number 6.
Thank you so very much. Here's Bilal going in. Wajda takes up his spot. The last one to load is Daily Grind. They're in the gate, and they're off. Awkward start for Air of Defiance. It's a very quick one for Change of Command, who goes straight to the front. The favorite Fierceness comes away in second. Air of Defiance has recovered a joint third inside Bilal, who now takes that third spot. Wajda racing in between those two, about 3 lengths off the lead. Daily Grind is on the far outside, a gap of 3 to Apollo 10, and Kaises at the back of the field. Around the far turn, Fierceness takes over through a quarter that was zipped in 22 seconds flat. Fierceness leads the way, pressed by Bilal. These two are 1-2 coming toward the quarter pole. Daily Grind gaining ground on the outside third, followed by Change of Command, who's down at the rail in fourth. Air of Defiance drops back top of the lane, and Fierceness in complete control starts to pour it on. And he is putting on a show. The half in 44-3, and Fierceness with a tremendous display. Fierceness will win by double digits. Fierceness by about 10. A very nice rally from Air of Defiance, who just nailed Bilal for the exacta, then Change of Command.
Fierceness, absolutely dominant here in the debut, completely wrapped up down the stretch as well, and wins in 109-2.
Well, yeah, and I think the late hit on the board, Mig, we heard all the noise about all these horses. And when they get hit down to even money, the horse won like he was about 1-5.
Yeah, this was a really nice effort, and I mean he delivered. What Andy was talking about beforehand, he delivered. Let's keep an eye on the place photo is what we're going to be really looking at. This was just a tour de force for the sixth Fierceness.
You know, I mean, there's now been 2 extraordinarily impressive debuts, one for a 2-year-old filly, but this one, I mean, this horse won on a common gallop, I mean, just under wraps here. I mean, he was asking, I think, a little bit around the turn maybe to do this, but 22, 44-3. I understand the track's been kind of speed, and it's a wet track and all that stuff, but geez, I think we just saw the Champagne favorite.
This was a very impressive effort for the son of City of Light. Wow.
The last time I saw a horse like this for Pletcher rolling in the mud, it was in a different race, was when Forte came rolling through the mud, and that was his coming out party about 9-1.
What a performance. And just look how quiet Arad Ortiz Jr. is, completely wrapped up on this horse down the stretch. He gets his second winner on the card. This one as easy as could be, and a pretty decent time too without being asked. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Andy called it before the race. They were betting at Fierceness like he was a second coming of Uncle Mo, and I think we could say that. Obviously, this is just one race in here, but take a look at number 1, Air of Defiance. He didn't get away that well, but this is the quintessential horse reacting badly to the kickback. Look how he's jumping there. He's trying to jump that kickback that is kicking him in the face. Ricardo Santana sticks to his guns here, stays on the rail, kind of the only option for him. I mean, and he's like all over the racetrack. He's going to make up significant ground to pick up second here. He's one you want to watch moving forward, and I do think he'll benefit from getting more distance to cover, and maybe not on a sloppy track next time, but no doubt about it, Fierceness is a very special horse, guys.
This is where we see future stars of this sport quite often make their debuts. We might have just seen one here.
Well, I know we've had some scratches in race number 7, but that's a 6-furlong race for older fillies. The favorite Headland got a 93 buyer last time. This race was running 109.56. Write it down and take a look and compare the time of this race to the next race. pretty unlikely they're going to run faster, Greg. What do you think in the next race?
Yeah, I'm with you. This is,
I mean, that's one of the beauties of Saratoga. I mean, obviously, it's an amazing place.
Plus, this horse's pedigree,
but
too.
It's
you know
an
what
amazing place. This horse doesn't have anywhere near the pedigree. That was a nice horse. But
he's got a nice pedigree.
It's fine. Yeah. It's not. This is a $10 million. It would turn out $10 million probably for this horse right now. I mean, this is a homebred for Mike Rapoli. Okay, City of Light, he's a second-year sire. This is not a $1 zillion pedigree. This is a $1 zillion racehorse.
No, here's the thing, because the City of Lights have excelled on the turf. They have not been well on the dirt, right. So this could be.
This is
well, something that shouldn't be overlooked, though, guys, is this horse's demeanor. He just ran 109 and change first time out, and he's walking back like he's done this his whole life. He's got a great mentality, this horse, besides natural ability.
This is a very exciting horse. You come to Saratoga, the stars show up. Sometimes you don't know who the stars are. I think we know who one is right now.
Yes, we do.
It's like to be the favorite for the Breeders' Cup.
Fierceness. Oran Ortiz Jr. says, yeah, might have my Breeders' Cup and maybe next year's Derby down here. What a performance. First time out from the Todd Pletcher barn, Rapoli stable. Prices when we come back. Of course, the big battle to come on Saturday. Kentucky Derby winner Mage, Preakness winner, National Treasure for Bob Baffert, and the Belmont Stakes winner Archangelo going head to head to head on Saturday. There's one other in there too.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I'd have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing, the love of the race. Check out americasbestracing.net today. And we may have just seen the 2-year-old performance of the meet as Fierceness glides under the line by about 10 lengths, going 109 and 2 to break his maiden. And pleased to be joined by owner and breeder Mike Rapoli. And Mike, a homebred. And I know you've tried to get several foals out of Nona Bella to the races, and this is the first one.
Yeah, this is the first one, and she's out of Nona Mia, who has a real nice Into Mischief, who's going to sell it to sale. You know, named after my grandmother. And, you know, listen, coming at Saratoga, I mean, 13 years ago, I saw a horse do that before, Uncle Mo. Win here, 7 furlong race on Travers Day. I got to ask O'Rourke and the racing guy and Gabriel why they made this race on a Friday, because usually the 7 furlong colt race is on Travers Day. So I kind of had that pointed, and he was training really, really well. But, you know, until, Maggie, you know this, until they get him behind the gate, get him in the paddock, he was doing everything right. He broke great. He sat so smart, just moved away quickly. I mean, I read the time 109 and 2. It's a pretty fast time.
Under wraps as well.
Yeah, it's I feel bad for Ness, who's racing today, because she might have the second best Repulli stable performance tonight. This was really, really special.
Well, let's talk about the big girl, champion 3-year-old. She proved that she's come back as a 4-year-old, possibly better than what we saw in that sophomore season. Mike, what are we expecting today? It's a little bit of a deeper field in this personal Ensign.
Yeah, deeper field, but she's also got her second start. So last time it was a mile and 1/8 against Clairiere, 8-month layoff. Now she's just training really, really well. And you know, what a weekend. I mean, Nest and Forte, and just so blessed and so appreciative. And then you have a horse like Fierceness. You know, it's going to be tough to beat that performance this weekend for us.
It was amazing, and hopefully just the tip of the iceberg. Best of luck later, but congratulations on a really special colt.
Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, Fierceness, a homebred for Mike Repulli and his team. We'll see them up a little bit later in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign next, Greg.
Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day delivers with a future star here. What a performance from Fierceness first time out. $4.20 for the victory. And even some of these behind him might turn out to be some pretty good runners. But Fierceness completely dominates this group in the debut as we move on to race 7. 6 furlong sprint. Allowance to optional claiming field and Headland. 7-year-old mare. Linda Rice claimed this mare last time out and just jumped up and ran the race of her life here at the meet.
And then saw the majority of the major contenders in the race scratch. So pretty good opportunity for Linda Rice with Headland. Her numbers off of wins second time off the claim are not sensational, but it may not matter with Headland. She should be reasonably forward. Her main competition, the 8 on the 1s and 2s, should be in the lead. Isn't it hard to make a strong case for anybody else? I mean, they're betting you a cold. I guess she's the other one.
Yeah, she's the other one.
You got to believe that last performance can be repeated.
Does it have to be repeated? She could run 3 lengths worse and win this race, maybe 4 lengths worse, right?
You know, You Look Gold's got a race back, 2 back that can maybe compete, but Headland's just been so consistent. And, you know, I think Andy makes a good point. The outside horse is a horse that can maybe beat her on the 1s and 2s, because I know Norm has been very high on her, and she's probably going to get to the front end. And for her to beat maybe Headland, she's got to get away from her and maybe catch her by surprise.
All right, we'll talk more about this field in a moment. We're going to talk the big one, of course, on Saturday, Midsummer Derby, our ABR race of the week. Of course, live coverage of the Travers coming up tomorrow on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage beginning at 3 Eastern time. The 3 individual winners of this year's Triple Crown and the horse who would have been the favorite in the Kentucky Derby, but he scratched Forte, the 2-year-old champion. Let's meet the field for this 1.25 mile Midsummer Derby. We'll start with Forte, who made that equipment change, blinkers on in the Jim Dandy, and bowled his way to a win.
Yeah, and he had blinkers last time. 7 for 9 lifetime, $2.9 million in the bank, and he's trying to stamp himself as the best 3-year-old.
What a story it's been. What a ride it's been with Archangelo as Jenna Antonucci becomes the first female trainer in the history of this sport to win a Triple Crown race.
He's oddly, as even a Triple Crown race winner, he's a bit of an unknown, right? We haven't seen him for going on 3 months since that race, but he ran very well in the Belmont, and he is the chief threat, at least on paper, to Forte.
And that's where Javier Castellano winds up choosing this one over the Derby winner. Tap it twice for Todd Pletcher, adding blinkers coming out of the Haskell.
He's a big gray by Tappet, and he's kind of goofy every time when he runs around. His Haskell race was not good. Change the jockey to Jose Ortiz. Maybe he could rev the engines a little bit more. This horse has talent, but it's still very green.
The Kentucky Derby winner, Luis Saez, was going to take over here. He was injured just the other day, so Flavian Pratt will fill in.
He will be the clear leader of the division with a win in the Travers. When you win the Derby and then you put a race like the Travers together, you are the clear leader. We'll see how the race shapes up. Is there enough speed for him to make his run? He's finally going to get a chance to maybe beat Forte on the racetrack, something he's never been able to do.
Bob Baffert showing up with National Treasure And is he the speed of the speed? Blinkers coming off. He went gate to wire in that Preakness win.
That's an interesting move with the blinkers coming off. But who to question Bob Baffert? He's only 30% in graded stakes over 152 horse sample. And I would think Johnny V knows how to ride this colt by Quality Road, the Preakness winner.
Disarm. He was 4th in this year's Kentucky Derby. He makes an equipment change as well.
He's run good through 2 triple-digit buyers in a row, so I guess in theory he's fast enough. I don't see it. To me, he's the rank outsider, but he's trained by a guy who knows how to win big races.
That would be Steve Asmussen. Blinkers going on. Joel Rosario will be back in the saddle. And then Scotland, huge performance in that Curlin win at the meet, going 1 1/8 for Bill Mott.
Well, he keeps on getting better and better, right? He's a nose away from being undefeated, and as the distances are getting longer, he's getting better. His numbers are not far off. He's been able to come from off the pace, but can he come from off the pace if National Treasure takes it to him early, or at least sit off him? Remains to be seen. He's got a lot of races to improve. He's the most lightly raced horse in the field.
That Canoe awaiting a fresh coat of paint. The last time we had 3 individual Triple Crown winners line up in this race, Bob Baffert actually won it with West Coast. I don't know what that means for this year, because he has one of those Triple Crown winners, the Preakness winner, National Treasure in the race. Gato del Sol, and then Exterminator the other years, going back to 1918. It does not happen a lot.
And Andy got nosed out exacta by War Cloud with Exterminator.
It was a tough beat, Richie. It's still an open wound. I'd appreciate you don't mention it again.
Rare list we're looking at there. So it's going to be the 4th time in history. Do the other runners who were not, well, we have a Forte obviously in here as well, so certainly he could be a main factor in here. We could see him win this race.
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things about it, right? I mean, obviously in 2017, a very different situation when you consider West Coast winning it, a huge field. None of the Triple Crown winning horses were really that reliable coming into the Travers. Yeah. Obviously, the one with Conquistador Cielo, that was an amazing upset when Runaway Groom won. This one, you've got a horse Forte is going to be the favorite. Pretty much the clear favorite, and he kind of would have been had he run the Kentucky Derby. So it makes it a little bit of a different situation.
I think the interesting part about it is you got a Preakness winner who's a front runner. You have the Derby winner who's kind of a horse that comes from way out of it. And the Belmont winner is kind of a tactical horse that's going to be in the middle of the pack. So they all got different running styles, each one of, the Triple Crown winners. And then Forte broke out of the gate last time and was a lot more forward with the blinkers on, Mig, so we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, and he carried Irad Ortiz into the race, which is something he had not done in quite a while.
Yeah.
And Andy, I understand there was some talent in that race, new upcoming talent, Saudi Crown. But did you see him? Is the rest of the field kind of catching up to him, or do you feel that he's still the clear-cut leader and has room to move forward here on Saturday?
I don't see him as the clear-cut leader because he hasn't won one of the big races in that sense. He's the leader because he's the 2-year-old champion. It's kind of like how Michael Jordan was always the team to beat in the playoffs because they were the oncoming champion, and until they lost, they were always going to be the favorite. And for him, he's beaten Mage the twice they met. Maybe his race this year hadn't been as impressive. He finally ran that big figure we were waiting for last time. The only question left is, yes, doing it against better horses, though Saudi Crown is very good, and I think doing it on a dry track, because believe it or not, it is supposed to dry out. We're actually not supposed to get some rain tomorrow, a rarity this summer in Saratoga.
I don't know if I put a Michael Jordan level just yet.
No, I'm making the conversation.
Good analogy.
The favorite, the team that wins. Until you lose, you're the favorite. True. And he doesn't lose,
like the heavyweight
Belmont
champion.
notwithstanding.
What a lineup. Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, and the horse who would have been the favorite in the Derby, but he scratched the day of the race, who's your 2-year-old champ. Oh, and Scotland as well, who looks like off that Curlin performance, maybe he could spring an upset. He'd have to take a big step forward to do it. What a race in this Midsummer Derby. Our ABR Race of the Week. We'll have live coverage, of course, on Saturday. It's also the final stretch for the trainer's title, and Linda Rice is refusing to go into the night silently. Chad Brown collected his 30th of the meet earlier today. Linda Rice answered with her 26th. Got a big chance to get number 27 coming up.
Flight line is in full flight. Flight line turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control. And flight line takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program.
When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
Ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
As the field turns for home, and Alpha comes up on the far outside, charging after that lead. And down on the inside, it's Golden Ticket. Golden Ticket, and with a huge upset chance here with 1 furlong to go. Alpha is a full out second. On the outside, Fast Falcon coming on. Can Alpha catch Golden Ticket? Golden Ticket, Alpha. Fast Falcon on the outside at Anakin. And here's the wire. It is. Oh, it's too close to call.
Tom Durkin was right about that. It was too close to call. Turned out to be a dead heat in the 2012 Travers between Golden Ticket and Alpha. And Kenny McPeak with Golden Ticket, they didn't want to run in this race. An allowance race that didn't fill made them go here instead.
Yeah, listen, sometimes, you're just directed where you need to be. He hung on. I thought it was a brilliant ride from Ramon Dominguez on Alpha because Alpha was not responding to the crop. And he put his crop away with about 50 yards to run, and then he started running again. And in that situation, for a rider to be that cool and have the insight to say, I'm going to put this away, it's not working, and get it, get up for the dead heat, only a really cool, confident rider can do that.
And I'm glad we got a chance to praise Ramon Dominguez because I think sometimes people forget what kind of incredible rider he was, a little bit too much for a guy
Where'd
who
they
was
get
a
that
great rider.
Where'd they get the second canoe so quickly?
Well, you didn't realize it's at your place. You didn't realize that?
Greg, you and I have to paint the canoe tomorrow, right?
By the way, that was David Cohen
7:15 tomorrow.
holding up the other part of that trophy.
That's right. Yep.
Well done. To paint those both and put them that infield lake. 7 minutes from the 7th coming up. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, sometimes teamwork makes the dream work, as I had to have a mini conference here. Thank goodness my iPad can text with Acacia Clement, who was in the paddock last time that we saw on the ones and twos, and You Look Cold in the paddock, as both of them kind of coming off little layoffs. And two, that day, as she told me, there was a rain delay. Both of them handling it well, as she mentioned. But I just thought it was a little bit interesting as number one, You Look Cold. I really liked her going 2 starts back the first time I laid eyes on her, and she ran very well behind stablemate Rosebud. I like her again, and if anything, kind of going by what Acacia told me, she's a little bit more alert, a little bit more awake, and kind of the same demeanor that she had going back to that big performance at Belmont. Maybe she just needed one to wake up a little bit, where maybe on the ones and twos, who was coming off a year-plus layoff, as she draws the outside this time as opposed to the rail, needed one for fitness. And kind of conferring with Acacia, it probably looks as though she was fit, but maybe needed to strengthen up a little bit. And she has put on a little bit of muscle mass. The thing with her, though, is for a speed horse, she is so quiet, but I think that's her and just the way that she typically acts. I think the post does help her out, as she did bobble coming away from there, or just broke a touch slowly, but quickly found her stride. And then just kind of chucked it in. So I think she does move forward from that effort, having the tightener. And furthermore, Greg, it feels like she could kind of get a little bit loose in here, though I'm sure Headland won't let her get too far out of her sights.
Maggie, thanks. Headland, back-to-back wins for 2 different barns, and it's a tougher condition last time out.
What's interesting, too, though, is Headland had kind of rediscovered her speed. I mean, she had speed at different times earlier in her career. Then she had a spate of races where she was well up the pace. In the last 2 starts, her speed came back.
Well, I think the gate, her issues with Lone Star and Oakland, she couldn't get out of the gate, and she turned herself into a dead closer. I remember that race with Keith Asmussen aboard with 13-1. The horse was so much the best. But the last 2 times at age 7, it seems like she's figured out the gate, and when she gets out of the gate, she's tough.
Yep.
3-5. And, Andy had brought it up. The 2, the 4, the 7, they all look like players in there. They're all gone. There are all a couple other ones left. Like this one, however. You look cold. Bill Mott, Joel Rosario.
This horse ran a really good race coming up from Florida, a race that could make her very tough in here, but really didn't run that well last time out, and that's a concern.
10-time winner here for the 7-year-old mare, the 3 Headland.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed her ad infinitum. She's 3-5. She's the horse to beat. She runs her last race. They're going to have their running shoes on to beat her.
Hydra just won at the meet July 28th against Easier.
Yeah, she's probably the rank outsider here. She should be.
Easy to bless, 13-1 with Jamie Torres.
Right, she's a 10-time winner and 28 start. Mare by Flat Out, been off since May, but she likes to win races.
And this filly had shown some ability early in her career for Norm Cassidy, second off a long layoff.
Yeah, is 1 start going to be enough for her? I remember talking to Norm about her, and when she got injured, he was heavily disappointed because he really thought that this was a filly that was going to keep on going forward. And I would think she's going to run a way better race today with that race under her belt.
There's the big favorite, 3-5 on a Headland. As we showed you going to break, Linda Rice in that hunt for the training title. This will be her 27th winner of the meet. And this was first off to claim at this meet back on July 21st. Biggest number she's ever run in her career as a 7-year-old mare.
Does that concern you?
A little bit.
Well, but it was first time for Linda Rice,
Yeah.
and she's been on fire.
Has cooled off considerably, though.
Give you some numbers, though. Off a win in a dirt sprint, second off the claim, dirt sprinters, she's just 5 for 33, 15% with an 88-cent ROI, which suggests they frequently don't come back and run to those numbers.
But you made a very good point. If the 1 doesn't fire in here or the 8 is short,
well,
she can still regress and win this race.
I didn't bet her.
No,
bet
no,
against her. I didn't bet against her.
I understand what you're saying.
It's just more food for thought. That's all. It just the numbers for Linda Rice, and she's a very number-centric trainer as far as stats. It suggests that they take a step back. That's a question you're asking Greg, and I think that the stats say they often do take a step back. Now, as we're talking about, you're saying she can take a 4-length step back and still maybe win.
Yeah. Let's keep in mind, though, too, this was at a time in the meet when everything Linda Rice was sending out was moving forward incredible amounts that she was on. She was winning at 38% at the meet. She's not winning at that rate now at the meet.
No question. She has regressed the mean. I mean, it's not a knock on her. It would happen to any trainer. But there's no question about it, Greg. She has regressed a little bit, which figured to happen. Only people like you, Greg, win that often consistently.
I wish that were the case.
But she plays the game so well.
Wouldn't be any fun.
She claims the horse for 50. She gets the win in an optional claimer in about $100,000 purse. She's out on the horse. Now, if somebody wants to take this horse for $62.50 and this horse wins, she gets this lion's share of $156,000.
Well, no. She's not a New York bred, so she's not running for New York bred bonus.
Yeah, she's
still a healthy purse.
Yeah, still healthy.
Still $120,000.
Yeah, $120,000.
Meanwhile, here's one of the main threats to her. So that on the 1s and 2s, she actually won her debut for Norm Cassidy. She was off for over a year. Showed speed in that comeback race here, Mig, at the meet, and then backed up. You would think maybe can last a lot longer today, start 2 off the bench.
Well, it was better than a year layoff. So you got to think it's got to move her forward, and speed has been the commodity you want today. You want to be forward. I think Ricardo Santana tries to take the track away from Headland, throw some dirt in her face, and see if he can take them wire to wire. She should be fitter.
And the other thing about her last race is that race fell apart. So it's not as though her running style was flattered by the dynamics of the race. Sterling Silver, who's running the Ballerina, she's a long shot, but she's pretty good. She was second our prior race last year. The second horse won the Tempted last year for trainer Chad Brown. So it was a good field, small field, but a good field, and it collapsed. So in a lot of ways, you could argue it was the perfect prep for her. She probably wasn't going to be able to win the race anyway, and by showing all that speed, she got a real race out of her.
Yeah, that's going to be my top selection. I like that she has speed. I like that she has the race off the layoff. I mean, yeah, you got a 3 to 5 shot here, and I respect her, and I'm not going to be surprised if she wins. I just think there's some things to really like about number 8 on the 1s and 2s.
And I know it's her only race, and we always talk about one-number horses, but her figure in the race before the layoff was very fast.
And we haven't even brought up, it seems like it's spring again in Hot Springs. Norm Cassidy is winning at 56% from limited starters, yes, at the meet, but he's having an incredible meet spotting his horses. He was off to that incredible start earlier this winter and spring at Oaklawn as well, Paulie.
It all started with the Mary Lou Whitney first-time starter from the rail, and he's gone on from there. He's won a couple for the Mary Lou Whitney stables. And again, as you look at the 8 warming up, I just think the horse is going to run a better race, but is she fitted enough today to beat the 3?
Let's go to Maggie.
I agree. On the 1s and 2s, kind of has to run better, and I think she will, and I wouldn't, discount. It's You Look Cold. I always want to call her It's Cold for some reason. You Look Cold. Not the case, just You Look Wet today. As looking at Headland, it kind of came down to who looked best warming up over this racetrack, and it is Headland. She just floated over this. It's still labeled as muddy, but I would say it's erring on the side of sloppy now. It's taking a lot more rain on and a lot more water. So, but she just looked beautiful over it. Now, I was talking to owner Steve Sigler of Winning Move Stable yesterday when they picked up their 6th winner of the meet, and he said, we are being aggressive with our horses because we want to win and we want to be in this winner's circle. So, a lot of times I am a little hesitant of taking Linda's horses, maybe taking a little bit of a step down, and this is only a little step down the ladder, but not necessarily with this ownership group. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. About to load up. Mig, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just love when we get the crossover with other, endeavors. You've got the Kinsman stable, the Steinbrenner family. You've got Steve Siegler, Winning Move stable. His daughter, Jamie Lynn Siegler, was Meadow Soprano. We had Avery Johnson here yesterday. Yeah. We got Paul LeDuc on set. I like the crossover.
What about Greg?
He's one of us.
Set for the 7th. Headland trying to bring Linda Rice, her 27th winner of the meet, to 3. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramonti.
On the 1s and 2s, the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. On the 1s and 2s, gets the lead very easily. Headland hustled up for some early foot, and Hydra comes away in 3rd. Down at the rail, it's You Look Cold and Easy to Bless outside of them. They're covered by 3 lengths, heading toward the half-mile pole. On the 1s and 2s, leads and now clears off to be in front by 2. Headland is 2nd by the same margin. Easy to Bless 3rd, the opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. You Look Cold has shuffled back, passed by Hydra as they head toward the quarter pole. On the 1s and 2s, 2-length lead on Headland in 2nd. Another 4 lengths back to Hydra in 3rd. They're coming toward the top of the stretch on the 1s and 2s, untroubled thus far. Headland 3 behind. The half went in 45 seconds flat on the 1s and 2s. Still a 2.5, 3-length lead. In 2nd, Headland fully extended, but on the 1s and 2s has another gear and has waved goodbye. It's going to be close for 2nd as on the 1s and 2s wins it by 5 emphatic lengths. Photo for 2nd, Headland just fended off You Look Cold.
On the 1s and 2s, an aggressive Ricardo Santana Jr. Norm Cassidy 2nd off the bench with his 4-year-old filly.
And she was very fast in the race under her belt. And when she made the lead, speed is something you want today, and she was good. And just to keep it in proper context, guys, she actually ran a little over a 1/5 of a second slower than the 2-year-old ran in the last race.
0.28 seconds slower, which is about 1 3/4 lengths. And this is an experienced filly that had everything her own way. And, as did the last winner, but still, on the front end, and she ran a 93 buyer in a race before the layoff. So she's capable of running that kind of number again. That shows you just how fast the 2-year-old was.
By the way, Norm Cassie now 6 for 10 on the meet. Amazing. I mean, him and Mr. Amos got 10 wins alone. They're about 10 for 20, but Norm is just putting on a show.
Well, he's taking away wins from Amos. I thought it's my job to pick on him.
Yeah, he's got five, yeah.
But I tell you what, like I said, sometimes it just pays. You know, when I was at Churchill, I'll never forget when this horse won on June 18th, 2022. Norm took the horse in the winner's circle. About 3 weeks later, they worked the horse out. She had a bowed tendon. Richie, you could talk about that a little bit. It's just a normal injury that happens to a lot of horses, and you got to give them rest. And he was so disappointed. He goes, Paulie, I lost my best filly. And when she came back last time, she needed that race. And I know she had it her own way, but she is talented.
Very talented. And the key to any kind of a tendon industry is time.
You just got to give them time.
You have to be patient. You got to give them. And every time you think you're giving them enough time, give them some more time. And that's how horses can come back. This was a really nice effort from our Headland. Hung in there gamely for second. Nosed me out of my exacta with You Look Cold.
8-3-1-6 finish. The incredible summer of Norm Cassie continues here at Saratoga. 6 wins from 10 starters at the meet. You're not supposed to be able to do that at this meet.
Is he wearing a Phil Bauer mask from last year?
Yeah. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. What, they were 6 for 13 last summer? There he is. Slow walk for us, Norm. Had the feature on him the other day. Tremendous job he does. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to tell you the story of Dr. Larry Bramlage, who was honored a few months ago with a Denny Phipps Award for an individual who's demonstrated dedication to equine health. An amazing story of the miracles he's performed when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
None above the law to win. Spenderella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted Naira Bets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive up to $200 matched on your first deposit. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
We're back on Saratoga Live on our Friday coverage with a Grade 1 personal ensign in the Distaff division, and that rematch between reigning champion Nest, 4-time Grade 1 winner Clariere still to come. Here in the 7th, On the ones and twos, Norm Cassie now 6 for 10 at the meet this summer. Ricardo Santana Jr. on board for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
That's right, and pleased to be joined by Norm here, as well as Deuce Greathouse of Pura Vida Investments. And Deuce, I gotta ask, with all these names of these horses, were you like a DJ in a former life?
Honestly, it just started with this filly, and everybody liked it so much, we just kind of kept doing it when we can.
They're clever. I love them too. Norm, I know she was a filly that you were very high on as a juvenile. Obviously, a long layoff in between. Looked as though she just needed that last race.
Definitely, and I think we were really unfortunate that it rained so much right before post parade. Track got really heavy on us. She needed a race, and I think she showed that today.
Very easy victory, Deuce. I mean, she just broke out of that outside post, which a reversal from that first start back, and easily coasted home.
She's just such a big filly. She's got to get in a rhythm, you know, and like Norm said, it was hard to get her fit for the first start off such a long layoff. So.
And Norm, too, the success up here this meet, you just kind of pinching yourself?
It's hard to imagine and hard to comprehend, really. We've just been really fortunate. We've had a lot of spots show up that are perfect. Like, this is a perfect example. This came back right at the right time, right distance, and we've just had a lot of things clicking the right way.
Well, congratulations. You guys have teamed up for a lot of great efforts.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, as on the ones and twos, I love it. Deuce, keep the names coming.
Yeah, he's giving Acacia Clement a run for money with the naming of the horses. She's pretty good at it as well. This one really came to run today, was aggressive early, and on the front end again, speed is dangerous today.
Yeah, this is one of those tracks where making up ground's really a problem. It's probably not going to really hurt Nest. It'll help Idiomatic. It's not going to help Clary at all. And, you know, but things are getting a little tough here, Greg. I've invited your dentist to come up to the studio.
What is that?
Your dentist is here. That's your dentist that almost walked in front of the camera there. And
oh, really?
Yeah, I know
well,
you've been having a tough
meet. You sent me to. Yeah, I still owe you thanks for that.
The legendary John Diamond.
Very nice. Does he have any winners for us?
I don't know. You almost walked in front of the camera.
The filling I need. Race
John,
8.
You bring your dental equipment with you?
Change to the main track. So it was supposed to be a mile 3/8 inner turf. Now mile and a quarter main track. With that, a lot of changes, including the 10, 11, and 12. All main track only runners that will line up in this spot. Well, Personal Ensign, that's going to be our feature later. She seemed destined for greatness from the outset of her career. But after missing the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with what her Hall of Fame trainer thought could be a career-ending injury, that could have been it for her. Enter Dr. Larry Bramlage, who performed a surgery on her that not only changed her future, but the future for all equine athletes to come.
It's Personal Ensign on the outside, still leading the way by a neck-hand Gulch is second. Now the filly gets clear by a length. It's Personal Ensign in front.
Personal Ensign, she broke her back hind pastern when she was a 2-year-old. She was getting ready to go to the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita.
I was in Chicago lecturing at the College of Surgeons meeting. So I flew there the next morning and we did her surgery and everything went well.
Well, without him, I don't know what would have happened, but I had all my faith in him. She had 4 screws going this way and then one kind of anchoring.
After the surgery was over, I told Suge I thought there was an outside chance she may race again. He didn't believe me. I'm sure he didn't.
Obviously, the filly was, kind of a career maker for me. I was young, and, I think a little bit it was for him, too.
She's really the first horse who had had a major injury, been repaired with major orthopedic surgery, and then come back and done so well you couldn't have asked her to do any better.
She beat Winning Colors in the distaff at Churchill Downs, neck and neck, 2 unbelievable fillies.
After she was Broodmare of the Year, Claiborne Farm gave me this halter, and then when she passed away, they gave me the halter she was wearing. So they hang on my wall at home in my office.
Dr. Bramlage would be, if you wanted to equate him to an athlete, he is the Michael Jordan of orthopedic surgeons in horse racing.
I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't love the horses that we work on. They are such superior athletes.
I think he's been very instrumental in anything that's happened to me and the Phipps stable. He's been honored by another great man, and that's Denny Phipps. The horses, brought two really, really special people together, two of the finest and greatest men that ever lived.
Over the years, I got to know Mr. Phipps progressively better. I'm really proud to get an award named after him because of the impact he had on me, on the racing industry, on the Jockey Club, on the Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation. When I get this award, I'm going to put it on my desk, and when I look at it, I'll think of him.
If you follow this sport just a little bit, you know that name. Dr. Larry Bramlage, he really is the Michael Jordan, just the rock star in terms of surgeries for equine athletes, keeping them healthy, and just honored with that Denny Phipps Award as well-deserved.
So well-deserved, and obviously what he did with Personal Ensign, and they were able to get her back to the races. Shugigei at his most masterful self, but Dr. Bramlage had a huge part in that, and plus Personal Ensign had the heart of a lion.
Yes.
Indeed.
She was one of my absolute favorite horses. I saw a lot of her races live, and she won that for Zed over Collins, and she injured herself in that race probably, and she still was able to get it done. As it turned out, she won their final 10 races after that to go undefeated at 13-13, culminating with that incredible Breeders' Cup victory at Churchill.
And then what she did as a broodmare on top of it. I mean, an incredible producer, and a lot of her foals became incredible producers.
And yeah, you see those horses throughout. In fact, I think the first race today, there was a horse at the Grand Dam was Personal Ensign.
Yes, yeah.
We have a race worthy of her name on it coming up later today with superstars of that division coming up in that Grade 1 with last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, but the two biggies, and there, of course, Clairiere and last year's 3-year-old champion Filly Nest. Just one of several Grade 1s coming up in the next couple of days, loaded on Saturday on Travers Day here at Saratoga. It is always special. It was one of the great days of racing anywhere, anytime in this sport. You won't want to miss it. Still ahead as well, part of that terrific Saturday, the reigning champ, Goodnight Olive, in the rematch with Echo Zulu. Could things be different this time around? That honorable miss makes you think maybe so.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Forte on the outside, Cave Rock along the rail, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Just in behind them, the 3 of them at the top of the stretch together. Farther back, Sweet Nut at his 4th. They're coming into the final furlong now. Mandy's Gold, Raging Fever, Shine Again. The 3 of them in the final furlong. Mandy's Gold is tenacious. Raging Fever right there. Shine Again charging hard, coming down to the finish. Here comes Shine Again. Raging Fever battles on. Shine Again to win the Ballerina again. Back to back.
Shine Again, 2002 Ballerina. For one of the greats Alan Jerkins.
Hickory mare from Mrs. DuPont and Bohemia Stable, and Jean-Luc Samin in the saddle. Fun to see Jean-Luc nailing down that grade 1 for the Chief.
There was always Jean-Luc Samin on the green, but he got it done on the dirt that day. This was a nice mare.
And those Kelso colors for those people who go back that far. And she was stopped from winning a 3rd straight ballerina, which should almost be like a record-setting performance going back to Forgo and Kelso. When you beat her, the Mig, with Harmony Lodge next year by a nose.
Just did nose her out. She was tough. Jean-Luc got hurt right before riding her that day. He might have beat me if Jean-Luc rode her.
So many great head-to-head matches we have coming up over the next 2 days. This grade 1 ballerina is one of them. The reigning champ, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint champion, Goodnight Olive, who beat Echo Zulu in that Breeders' Cup. They'll do battle again. Let's look at the Bed of Roses. And Andy, in this performance, she had to do a little maneuvering.
Yeah, she has not been as good in 2023 as she was last year. The bar obviously very, very high as the champion. Chad Brown told me she's now training as well as she was training last year, so he's confident she'll run very well. And I think getting the outside post, especially with Caramel Swirl outside of her, has no speed whatsoever. That'll make her job easier. The problem she may have is not her, it's that beast inside of her.
That, of course, would be Echo Zulu, and maybe even if Goodnight Olive is back to the best she's ever been, that may not be good enough off what we saw in the honorable miss earlier at this meet from Echo Zulu.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but then again, I don't think the gap is that big. I mean, I know Echo Zulu is running right now, but you got to understand, Goodnight Olive is not a slouch. And then, she's 8 for 10 lifetime.
If Echo Zulu runs the race you're in,
I get it.
She could win the Forgo and this race tomorrow.
I'll tell you right now, I'm betting Goodnight Olive. How about that?
But Andy, you brought a great point, though. Post position-wise, Goodnight Olive is well drawn. She's been having to deal with inside posts and extricating herself out of traffic.
This race, though, has stamped Echo Zulu as not just maybe the new class of the division, maybe the best sprinter there is in the game right now.
And she was dueling with Frank's Roquette through a fast pace. She wasn't waltzing along on the front end, setting slow paces. And Frank's Roquette, who's a pretty monstrous talent and a consistent horse on her own, she lost second because, frankly, Echo Zulu broke her heart in this race, and she's not even coming back in here after what happened in that race. This was a thrashing. Now, but that's a theme tomorrow with her and the horse in the Alan Jerkins. Will they come back and run the kind of races they ran last time?
That, of course, New York Thunder, who you're talking about, who was so brilliant in that dirt debut. This was one of the great performances we've seen, obviously at the meet, but all year long, Paulie.
No, it was. It was. And you could also argue, okay, this one and New York Thunder might have been the 2 best displays of ultimate speed at this meet, and they're going to meet tomorrow, which is crazy.
No, they're not. She's in the ballerina.
She's in the ballerina. We're going to get to see New York Thunder as well in the Jerkins. But, yeah, I mean, listen, Goodnight Olive's going to have to run the race of her life, considering what the form that Echo Zulu's in. And you make a good point. Maybe Goodnight Olive has not improved, getting a little bit older. But I think she might have one more race in her.
She did beat Echo Zulu in the Breeders' Cup, so she has that advantage.
Sure.
Having said that, she didn't beat the Echo Zulu we saw last time. I mean, I think the Echo Zulu's race last time might be the best race we've seen from any horse in any race this year. Up there with Cody's Wish in the Met Mile.
It was incredible. Yeah. To have to battle with someone and then just create that separation from the rest of the field was amazing.
But I think us watching it, it looked like a battle. Echo Zulu was going well. She was going easily. I think it was a battle for everybody else.
When
but
one
for her.
was in battle?
Yeah, I mean, she just shrugged her off.
The other part you could say, listen, Echo Zulu, I mean, had the 12-hole when Goodnight Olive beat her in the Breeders' Cup. So that could have been compromising, too. So I can understand where Andy's going, that Echo Zulu has got the advantage on Goodnight Olive. I just think that Goodnight Olive will fire her best shot. Is it going to be good enough?
It's one of the big questions of tomorrow. It's fascinating. 2 champions. Echo Zulu, of course, 2-year-old champion filly, the reigning female sprint champ, in a rematch from last year's Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. Of course, that one. Get that paint out. What colors should we put on the canoe?
7:30, I'll meet you out there, Greg.
I would love to paint the canoe.
Painting it National Paulie?
Blue and orange.
I'm going to text Glenn Kozak and tell him we've got a painter for him for that race.
Give me some boots. I'll help him paint.
I'll be on the other set with you tomorrow. I won't be joining you, so you know.
How about when the steeplechase rider stole the canoe and put it in Mrs. Steinham's pool? And then called the police on Mrs. Steinham that said she stole it. Police went to her house. It was floating in her pool.
Were you part of this, Mick?
No, but it was a legendary story. They took it to the parting glass first, and then they said, well, what are we going to do with it? We're going to get in trouble. Oh, let's drop it off in our pool.
The steeplechase riders in the parting glass? I don't buy that story.
Eighth race coming up next. This was meant for the grass. Moved to the main track. 1.25 miles now. And this race was getting a little misbet. It's starting to even out a little bit. Let's go to Maggie.
Meg, you're being very kind and not disclosing those names. I know some of those guys who stole that canoe. As number 6, yeah, Greg, you're right. When the betting opened up, that Sweet Duchess was the favorite. Okay, the turf horse, and furthermore, she purely looks turf. As I always say, sometimes those horses do handle these really wet tracks, and this is a really wet, sealed, fairly tight track. But furthermore, she was always kind of a light, lean type, but she's even more so now. She does not carry enough weight and conditioning for me personally. You see her wearing that breastplate. That's because there's really not much of her. She needs a little help to keep that girth in place. So I think we're starting to see the right favorites emerging here, and I have no problems with She Caught My Eye. But number 10, Peak Popularity, she owns a win at the distance of 1.25 miles, which is today's race on the main track. And yeah, she might not be great, but she's a little bit of the unknown commodity. She's so big, so long and lanky that I really feel that she needs every bit of ground that she can get, and she is the proven, one of the proven dirt horses in here, despite having a massive turf hoof. But I think that experiment's already passed her by when trying it right before breaking her maiden. So I feel like number 10, Peak Popularity, is going to have a big say on the outcome of this race, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Peak Popularity winner at this distance of 1.25 miles on dirt at Churchill Downs in this race.
Yeah, she's an overlay at 9-2. Maybe people are worried about her lack of speed in here, and that's probably why they're overbetting the 11 in here. And maybe she will have a tactical advantage. I have a real question whether or not she can get this 1.25 miles. To me, the horse probably to beat in this race is the number 4, Anatolian. And I understand what Maggie's saying about confirmed dirt ability, and she's right in what she said in that regard. And the 4 doesn't have confirmed dirt ability because she only has the 1 dirt start. But she was on a dead rail against a pretty good field with Spike and Know-It-All Audrey that day, and she didn't run badly at all with a 71 buyer. I think she's going to be very dangerous.
She gave an effort.
Yeah.
If she didn't handle dirt, she wouldn't have given that kind of effort.
Yeah, I think she and Peak Popularity they're the 2 that I want in this race.
You could see in that replay in Peak Popularity, she grinded most of the way around the racetrack with the blinkers on, and she got a decent setup, but she's got to win in 1.25 miles. So that, I think, plays big in here.
And Greg, I'm assuming when you were saying how the race is being misbet, are you wondering a little about the money that the 6 Sweet Duchess is taking? Because
Yes.
her dirt race makes her 30-1 in this race.
She was favored at one point, yeah.
But she's still 4-1. I mean, at least with Modern Love, she's a little slower, but at least she can handle the dirt. I mean, based on the dirt form. And Sweet Duchess, let me say something else. She could be going early, and maybe her speed helps her, but it might hurt the number 12, and it might help Anatolian, and also might help Peak Popularity.
And here's the other thing about Sweet Duchess. She's 1 for 16 lifetime. I don't know if she would have been 4-1 on the turf.
She did run, I think, the best race she ever ran, first time for Mike Maker last time. I think that's one of the reasons she was going to take a lot of money in this race, but that was on the turf.
Do you think it's just a product of people not adjusting fast enough to the fact that it's a surface race?
It's not fast enough. I think it's almost a psychological thing. I believe that a lot of people will handicap a race, and they get themselves married to a horse. And then it comes to the turf. They say, well, I really like this, whoever it is, the 6 in this case.
Right.
I'm going to bet that horse. When you have to say to yourself, well, what if you knew this was a race carded for 1.25 miles in the dirt, and you had these exact horses in here? Would you have handicapped this horse as your pick? And I think sometimes people don't ask that question. And that's why over time, and we've talked about this, Greg, how many times on this show over the years, off-the-turf races are the single most misbet races you will ever find. Not always. They're not always, but there will be opportunities. And think about it this way. The 6 horse is 9-2. So she's got, what, about 20% of the money, well, takeout and stuff, so about 18%, let's say. Well, that's around the takeout. So if you think she has no chance and you throw her out, you could Dutch the rest of the field in bets and be guaranteed to break even, basically. So that sort of makes your job a lot easier as a bettor.
See, I'm always impressed. I'm not that good at math. I understand what you're saying. I just don't understand, exactly how that all pans out.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
You're taking 18, a horse is this price, just picture, and you could use them all. And if all you got to do is be right that she doesn't run 1, 2, 3 per se, and you're going to make money or come close to breaking even, basically.
Post parade coming up on this sloppy track, and we're going to start off here in a moment with the 2 who gets the rail in this race, 19-1. That is Embrace Me for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche aboard, does have a win over a fast track, but a sloppy track effort was not that good.
7-2 on the 4. That's Anatolian. Manny Franco will ride for Mike Maker.
Yeah, and this is the one horse that kind of can swing on both surfaces, and I thought would be one of your favorites on the turf and as a player on the dirt.
There's Anatolian with Manny looking for a second win on this Friday card. And now breaks off from the pony to get a warm-up into that filly. Here's out of sight, David Donk.
Yeah, I mean, David likes to leave him in and take a shot, and he's off the turf race, and we appreciate he does it, but her dirt races are just awful.
Javier Castellano on Sweet Duchess for Bilmont.
Yeah, going to try the wet fast for the first time. She does have one dirt effort. Filly by Will Take Charge. Like you said, Javier Castellano on the irons.
Here's Modern Love, who's interesting at 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, she has a better turf pedigree, but at least she's handled the dirt. She's got to get a little faster, but at least she can handle the surface, and distance shouldn't be a problem.
Peak popularity as a win on dirt. We showed it to you at 1.25 miles at Churchill.
By the way, that was a great David Bowie song, Modern Love. Peak popularity. I'm surprised this horse
Big Bowie
isn't the
fan,
favorite.
huh, Paulie?
Oh, I love Bowie. Love Bowie.
So I'm back.
Get some great acts here. Run Devil. We'll get back to She Caught My Eye in a moment. Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 12.
Yeah, not Jamie Torres. Ricardo Santana is on the 12. This horse, claimed by Rudy Rodriguez, I would think is going to try to show some speed from the outside slot.
Yeah, Torres on the 5, so it's a change with Ricardo Santana Jr. on this 12. Run Devil. And then the favorite is She Caught My Eye, the 11. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz.
I mean, I have to think it's a Linda Rice factor. I mean, she does have faster figures, to be fair. But I think at some point you've got to take the distance at least a little bit into consideration here, don't you?
Well, this race right here is, listen, she won this race. A couple other horses, obviously there was an incident in behind. One horse lugged out. It ended up turning into a 3-horse field down the lane. So it's really hard to gauge what happens in this race, but I thought she was game make to hold on.
Yeah, no, she fought it out. These 2 horses went to the wire. The horse on the outside looked like she was reluctant to go by. It looked like she had an opportunity, started flagging her tail a little bit, and just kind of hung.
We just saw Ricardo Santana Jr. win a race on the front end, where we've talked about that being a good place to be. Is Run Devil, the 12, that far off?
No.
The other ones in here?
She could actually.
15-1?
Well, she could be the speed. She's impossible to make on paper, I think, from a talent standpoint.
Okay, you do.
I do. But listen, she's Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. Rudy's been having a very good meet, something he didn't have last year. So, I mean, I'll put it this way. I'd rather bet her at 15-1 than the number 6 horse at 5-1.
I will say this, her best efforts, she's got 3 starts on a wet surface, 2 seconds and a third, and the 75 buyer. Her best buyer is 78. We don't even see that on the page. So she's had some decent efforts on a wet surface.
She's coming out of an atrocious race where she finished 3rd. I mean, listen, I guess she's got some figures. You could want to make a case for her. She's got 1.25 miles. I'm not going to talk somebody off her at 15-1, Greg. You make a valid point.
Would you rather bet the 12 or the 6?
No, the 6 has no chance. The 6 is ridiculous here. Anybody
I would take 16-1 on the 12.
Over the 6?
Over the 6,
yeah,
sure.
if somebody told me I could bet them head-to-head and they want to give me even 2-1, not the 3 price difference, yeah, the 12 is a much more likely winner than the 6.
And Rudy Rodriguez does a terrific job, but this horse has been in a succession of really good barns.
Mm-hmm. We probably just put the 6 right in the winner's circle, by the way.
It can work that way. There's the
Good
favorite, 2-1 for the Linda Rice barn, Jose Ortiz. Let's go back to Maggie.
You guys are making me laugh out here. I like when Andy gets all bullish about a horse because I don't think the 6 has much of a shot too. If it falls right, we probably put him right in the winner's circle as well. Check out number 4, Anatolian, and she's kind of got an inch. Look at her ears. I don't know what happened to her. Usually it's frostbite. It might just be the way her ears are put together, but it's like the tops of them are missing. But she should handle the surface. She has the pedigree to handle it. There's nothing about her physically that says she can't handle it. I just don't know about the distance on the dirt. You know, there's kind of this equal ground where horses can carry their speed farther on turf than they can dirt, she looks fantastic, and she continues to improve under Mike Maker, who literally is the master when it comes to these types of races. And off the turf, going a marathon distance, it doesn't matter. As we'll check in with number 11, She Caught My Eye. Sure, yeah, she very well could be the speed here, and actually looking at her physically, I don't see why a mile and a quarter is that big of a question mark. She's very long, lanky, tubular, a daughter of violence here. I just thought there were more interesting propositions, though. The 10 taking a lot of money here late in the game, peak popularity. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. About to load up here on this sloppy track. Rain has become a lot lighter than what it was just a few moments ago, so that's a positive
sign. I think it actually may have
sign.
stopped. It's possible. It's been a rare moment when it hasn't been raining around here.
I'm seeing clear skies over here to our west.
Oh, yeah, we'll be sunbathing in about an hour or so. Yeah, sure.
Still lightly coming down. 5-2 favorite here, the 11. She Caught My Eye. Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz on a race move to the main track. Who can last this mile and a quarter in the wet going? Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. We're moving into line with Out of Sight taking up her spot. Here's Sweet Duchess coming up. The last one to load will be Run Devil. And a very restless runner inside. That's Anatolian. They're in the gate. And they're off. Modern Love in the center of the course is out quickly. She Caught My Eye has solid natural speed and is up to take the lead, immediately joined by Run Devil. And so Run Devil sprints up and takes command going into the first turn. Modern Love is racing in second, and down at the rail, Out of Sight is in the mix in the early going. Modern Love is now fourth as the field rounds the clubhouse turn. And so the leader is Out of Sight by 3/4 of a length. Run Devil in second. Then comes Sweet Duchess racing in between rivals, and now just about a length and a half or so off the dueling leaders. She Caught My Eye has settled down in the fourth spot, followed by Modern Love. Anatolian is next, peak popularity, and a gap of 5 to Embrace Me. 24 seconds flat for the quarter, 48.2 for the half mile. And it's Out of Sight, leading the way under Jamie Torres, has it by a neck to Run Devil in second. A length and a half, She Caught My Eye in third, Sweet Duchess in fourth. Modern Love is now pushed along down at the rail, does make some headway up to take the fourth spot. Anatolian is racing in between horses, peak popularity, 4 off the lead, and 2 more to Embrace Me. 1:13.2 for 6 furlongs. Around the far turn, Out of Sight still there. Now a bid from She Caught My Eye, and it's a nice one, and peak popularity. So the entire complexion changes. Peak popularity coming after She Caught My Eye as they head toward the quarter pole. Just behind them, it's Run Devil. Anatolian in the turquoise colors trying to get involved. And from the back of the field, Embrace Me has surfaced top of the stretch. And peak popularity on the outside of She Caught My Eye. They're shoulder to shoulder with a furlong left to go. And Anatolian is coming to try and ruin that battle. Here's Anatolian storming up on the outside and right on by under Manny Franco. Anatolian wins it by a length and a half. Second to peak popularity, She Caught My Eye and Run Devil.
Anatolian Manny Franco, his second winner on this Friday card, teaming up with Mike Maker.
We talk about Mike Maker. He takes horses to go distance of ground, and this was going to be a battle of nutrition. And the 4 look like, Mig, you talk about it, bicycle kind of horse. Manny Franco got busy on this horse early.
Yeah, he did. He had a rider up through the kickback, through the mud before tipping out. Now, he comes wide now, but he saved a lot more ground than the 10-horse peak popularity, who was wide on both turns. But this relentless run, and Manny Franco is such a physically strong rider. He demands from horses. He doesn't ask them. He tells them, this is what we're going to do.
And by the way, this is a race that was taken off the turf. The 11 was your post-time favorite. So you happen to keep the all, or you happen to use other horses. The 11 disappointed you, unless you use the 4 and you're still alive.
And the horses we talked about, the 4 and 10, as we expected, ran 1-2.
Very true.
4, 10, 11, 12. That was Mike Maker, 9th winner of the meet. And Anatolian finishing best down the lane. And for these two, peak popularity was pretty wide trip.
Was Florent a little overconfident on the? I'm not saying he was going to win the race, but he was a little overconfident.
Yeah. Anatolian, just a second time on a dirt track, gets the win. 3rd win overall. At 5-2, we'll have the prices when we come back. Main event on this Friday card is coming up next. The rematch and showdown between your reigning champion 3-year-old filly and your Chuvy winner, Nest. There she is right behind her, the mare she beat when they met at the meet back on July 23rd. That's 4-time Grade 1 winner Clairiere. Personal Ensign is next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. We are proudly brought to you by Hillendale Farm at Alapa, as we saw Anatolian take just fine to the sloppy track in the 1.25 distance, and pleased to be joined by Winning Connections here today. Jordan Wyckoff, winning owner, and daughter Hadley as well. And Jordan, Hadley, do your smile again. Oh my God, I love her.
She's better smiling than I am. I should tell you that much for sure. You good, Go?
She's so cute. Anyway, let's talk about Anatolian. Mike Maker is not shy about keeping proverbial turf horses in these off-the-turf races, and so often he's paid off.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny. We were sitting there this morning when we got the text that they were off the grass except for our races, and we were kind of bummed out. I was like, it's kind of just the way we're going, because we thought that filly, she ran great at Aqueduct on a dead rail, and not this time curling. I've always wanted to get the dirt, but the race is long enough for on the turf. So me and my dad were talking. I was like, it's just the way my meet's going, and I think I'm 1 for 18, and he's whatever. And he's like, well, we blame it on the turf horses being off the grass. And I'm like, well, I can't blame that because I'm 1 for 18 and the only one was off the turf, and now I'm 2 for 19, also off the turf. But it's been a tough meet, but we're glad this filly, she lost a little bit in the paddock, but Manny gave her a great ride.
Luckily, I didn't see that because she looked great out on the racetrack. And two, I mean, talk a little bit. I mentioned her ears. I know you weren't her original owner, but frostbite?
It certainly looks like she had frostbite as a foal, because they are something to look at for sure. But that was before we got her. We liked her at Gulfstream because she was working good, and she ran good the second time off for us. And again, we always thought she was dirt filly. We just needed more distance.
Well, you got it today. Congratulations. Your thoughts paid off here.
Awesome. Thank you, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Jordan Wyckoff and Hadley Wyckoff. Big wave. I mean, she is destined for be in front of the camera, Greg.
Look at that smile. Good luck charm as well. Anatolian, $7.80 for the victory in a race taken off the turf. 4-10-11 finish.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 and 10 were the two horses with the races. Jordan mentioned the dead rail. I don't imagine where he heard that from. He was not optimistic before the race. He was whining a little to me about the Paddock. Apparently it didn't matter.
Main event, here we go. Grade 1 Personal Ensign. One of the premier races all year long in this distaff division. 1 1/8. And the rematch from earlier in the meet in the Chuvy, when champion 3-year-old filly Nest made her 4-year-old return and got the better of Clairiere. They go at it again. We're going to honor the champion who never lost in her career. Race bears her name coming up. Stay with us. We'll be back with our Fox coverage.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$650,000, $380,000, $320,000.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
They say even the best get beat, but Personal Ensign had none of that. She earned Grade 1 wins at ages 2 and 3, but her Eclipse Award-winning 4-year-old campaign was the stuff of legend, as she beat males in the 1988 Whitney Handicap and ran down Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors in the Masquette Stakes. Personal Ensign made her final start in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff and mounted a rally for the ages to catch Winning Colors in the final strides and become the first champion in 80 years to retire unbeaten.
Getting set for the big one after that incredible Hall of Famer. Personal Ensign, grade 1. Next in this distaff division, all she did was run every single race she lined up in. 13 for 13 for owner Ogden Phipps, trainer Shug McGahee, and a 1993 inductee into the Hall of Fame.
It's just her pedigree was so incredible. All that good Phipps bloodlines. And think about the horses she produced. I mean, a champion in My Flag, Miner's Mark, Our Emblem, Salute, who became a prolific producer. I mean, just, it's rare when you have a mare that talented that actually passes it on through her offspring.
But that's the thing about those Phipps bloodlines.
Yeah.
You really see it a lot when you start looking through the sales. Anytime you see, it seems like a Phipps bloodline, a dam, even the second dam, you'll see them selling for $400,000 for very big prices. People want to buy into their pedigrees.
Now this filly right here doing a pretty good impersonation. She's not perfect. Not too far off, though. 8 wins in 12 starts for the champion 3-year-old filly. There she is, Nest. Her 4-year-old return to the races. It was a good one in the Chuvy. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by trainer Steve Asmussen. As you'll send out Clairiere, Steve, she's all class. Talk about what you saw from her since the Chuvy.
Well, she's been a very consistent mare, just more of the same. Obviously, we'd rather fast conditions today. She's had one off-track run quite a while ago, but hopefully she'll handle the circumstances.
We know that she is that late closing type. Do you think she'll get a little bit more to run at today than she did last time?
Well, we're about to find out. You know, to watch the early races, speed looks pretty effective today, but she'll play it from where she's at. Joel knows her really well, and I think she's doing extremely well right now.
I know she has a lot of fans, and I know you're a big fan of her as well. What does she like to train?
Well, she is, as mentioned, she's racing royalty, and it's just such an honor to have her in the barn and for Stone Street to allow us to run a mare like this another year. You know, being the personal ensign here at Saratoga, this is what it's for.
Absolutely. Best of luck, Steve.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Greg?
There she is, 4-time grade 1 winner. Brought her back hoping she could finally, some unfinished business, get a championship. We'll see. Unfortunately, Ness has come back just sensational as a 4-year-old, so it's maybe some other players as well, but she has been so good over the course of her career.
She wins here, Clairiere. She has a stranglehold on the divisional championship. I mean, I guess people do overrate the Breeders' Cup wins, and they shouldn't. She's won 2 major grade 1s this year, and this is one of the most incredible wins you'll ever see in a big race.
I still can't believe she ran her down. I told you this, Mig, in the middle of the stretch, it was like a thunderstorm started coming down in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and it got darker and darker as Clairiere started running down Secret Oath. It was crazy. Wind started going, then rain started coming down. It was like she just made the clouds open.
It was running down, yeah, the last year's Kentucky Oaks winner who had beat her the race prior.
You know, and I heard some criticism, Tyler Gaffalione, by some people that he hit the front too soon, he moved too soon. Huh? Give me a 2.5 length lead inside the 8th pole any day of the week. Clairiere just went and got her.
If you're criticizing Tyler Gaffalione for that ride, you shouldn't be allowed to criticize anything in horse racing.
It was actually one of my favorite moments at Oaklawn because D. Wayne went up to Tyler and said, listen, you had nothing you could do. You had to go to the front, and you just got run down. And he gave Steve a hug right after the race.
You say, and it's true, you look at that race, she doesn't need a setup to win. But this is a different filly she's facing today, and who beat her last time out of Nest. And obviously, no, Nest dominated Secret Oath in the second half of last year.
By about 15 lengths in 2 starts.
Nest did. Oh, yeah. Secret Oath, this will be like, you know, coming back from just like, I mean, I guess he did it with Zari years ago, Wayne Lucas, so I never count him out. But she's got to have a real resurrection to get it done today.
But she went and caught, Clairiere went and caught Secret Oath at Oaklawn Park, where she's been at her best. Yeah. Secret Oath.
Clariere's having an amazing year, and it seems to be being forgotten in a lot of places.
Little different filly she's going to have to try and run down, though, this afternoon. That's it for our FS2 coverage. We're going to pick things back up on FS1 right after a break with a grade 1 personal ensign in the distaff division to come. We'll see you over there.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to our coverage of the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. It's the eve of the Travers in the 3-year-old male division. We have a big one coming up right now. This Grade 1 Personal Ensign, 2 of the best in this distaff division in champion 3-year-old filly Nest and 4-time Grade 1 winner Clariera in a rematch from the Shuvi earlier in the meet. The Nest won. Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, 4-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Turning into a pretty nice rivalry, seeing these top 2 in this division go at it again here at the meet.
Listen, that's what really captures people's attention, rivalries. Over the years, I know I fell in love watching Affirmed and Aladar, and, now you have horses kind of pairing off. In a day and age where a lot of trainers look to kind of manage and duck and dodge, I like when these good horses continually hook up and settle it on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's great. It's great for the game. You have Clariere and Ness kind of. Do they have a little bit of a rivalry? Well, last year, another horse that's in here, Secret Oath, and Nest had a little bit of a rivalry. Now, Nest has kind of gone by her. Now has she gone by her older mate, Andy, and Clariere as well.
Well, Clariere did finish well ahead of her in the Breeders' Cup when they met last November at Keeneland. Now, obviously, last time Nest dominated her. She did it in a 4-horse field where the other 2 had no real chance. So in a lot of ways, it was a match race. With the speed of Idiomatic, she can win the race, but it helps Clariere in the sense there's more speed, and Nest can't just sort of loaf along, sort of controlling the pace, even sitting second. Nest ran very well last time. The connections believe that she's even better this year than last year. We're going to find out on the racetrack today, and that's where races need to be settled.
She just looked, and this is the field that's going to line up in this Grade 1 Personal Ensign, just from a physical standpoint, Mig. When she walked onto the track for that Shuvi earlier in the meet, she looked like she had really filled out.
Well, and that's what you look for when horses are making those steps, right? 2 to 3, 3 to 4, that they're getting bigger and stronger. And obviously, she had a beautiful comeback and could take a step forward. I'm liking Idiomatic right now at 5-1, guys.
We'll get more into Idiomatic in a minute. The 3-5 favorite, the reigning champion, 3-year-old filly Nest, who beat Clariere when they met earlier at the meet. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And yes, we'll take a look at Nest here in the paddock. And I always harken back to what her Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher, said when she began that 3-year-old championship campaign last year in the Suncoast. And he said, look, this is just a starting point. There are bigger and better things to come with this filly because there's talent, but she's also a work in progress. She's also one that's maybe not developed quite as much as she will be. And boy, she's gotten to that point now as a 4-year-old. And it doesn't surprise me, even though she was the beaten favorite going back to the distaff. She certainly didn't run a race that day. And furthermore, she was facing the likes of Clariere and Malathat as a 3-year-old. And she's just done everything that you'd hoped as a 4-year-old. She's walking around this paddock like she owns it. Her weight, her coat, everything look fantastic for Ness. And I don't think the wet, sloppy racetrack that we're seeing today, it's going to be that big of a problem with her. She is a daughter of Curlin, but for more on another daughter of Curlin, we check in with Acacia Clement.
And Maggie, I know that both you and I are fans of the fillies that we have matching up in here in Clariere. The other daughter of Curlin that you mentioned will try to turn the tables on Nest. Nest not only beat her last time in the Shuvi, she ran away from her. And Clariere is a very talented, exceptional animal. You look back at what she did in the Ogden Phipps, overcoming a slow pace. I just spoke to her trainer, Steve Asmussen, and he said, of course, the concern today is going to be the track conditions. It's wet out here. He said she's had one wet track try before, but it's obviously not ideal. But one thing he is really hopeful about is that she'll get more pace to run at today. Last time Nest just got the jump on her. She's fired up here in the paddock as well, and she's been marching around like she owns the place, incredibly fit and well turned out, as she always is. But Maggie, maybe the likes of Idiomatic could help set things up for a closer.
Well, Acacia, we have one more. Yes, daughter of Curlin. I mean, he just rules this race. As you mentioned, Idiomatic, her numbers are improving now as a 4-year-old. I do question the fields she comes out of. She has not necessarily met the likes of a Clariere or a Nest, but she is a big, rangy filly. And I feel as though a 1.8 miles to 1.25 miles is going to be perfectly within her wheelhouse. And last time out in the Delaware Handicap, she didn't necessarily get to run the race that she's used to. She bobbled. It was a very awkward start in which she wasn't paying attention in the gate. She's going to have to mind her manners in the gate today, breaking from that one hole. But she was able to overcome that and run down Classy Edition, who was a very stubborn foe, more forwardly placed than her. Like I said, she is impressive physically. Wish she looked a little stronger behind if I had to kind of split hairs with her. But given that kind of frame that she has, given the pedigree, I think she's one that should take to this wet going. As Greg, this will be the first time she tries it in her career.
It's a big test for her. Thank you, Maggie. And that was a serious stumble she had coming out of the gate in that Delaware Handicap, and she was still able to win. But this is a different level of filly and mares she's taken on here with Nest and Clairiere. But Andy, she was able to do it, overcome the stumble, and get the win.
And she beat a Todd Pletcher horse who's been in tremendous form, running very big figures. I mean, I don't think anybody's comparing Classy Edition to Nest. But on the other hand, they're running fast figures, so it's not as though she wasn't running good figures, and she had the run of the race. And Idiomatic still beat her. Presumably, she won't stumble today, Richie, and she's going to be controlling on the front end. And she won that race despite that stumble. That was quite an achievement. It took her out of her game as well.
Quite an achievement. She's got the inside post. Speed's been very good today. She looks like she should control. Her dam was third in the Kentucky Oaks. The only time she tried slop. That was lockdown. Curlin, 2 for 2 in the slop. Speed. I want speed today. I think she's a player.
Is that part of it too, Andy, why you liked her and then give her a better shot at this race? Because the way this track is today, it's wet and speed has really been dominant this afternoon.
Right, until the last race, 1.25 miles, though that was kind of an odd off-the-turf race. Yeah, here's my philosophy in this race. Nest is 3 to 5 right now. They're betting her as though she's 70% roughly to win this race. Maggie said something that I'm going to disagree with. She said Nest didn't run her race in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I don't agree with that. I think she ran the same figure roughly she was running in other races. She is very good, but this is a very tough race, and she's being overbet, in my opinion.
Let's go to Acacia.
I'm happy to be joined by her trainer, Todd Pletcher, as Nest. Pretty much everything that you'd like to see from a 4-year-old debut we saw last time. How did she come out of that, Shuvi?
She came out at supers, trained really well since then, a couple really good breezes. Everything's gone according to plan.
In the paddock, Maggie touched on how you had said all along that she was a bit of a work in progress. It seems like she's really finding her best stride now.
Yeah, she's matured now. She's filled out. She looks terrific. She behaved really well. You know, the obvious concern for everyone is just the racetrack and, you know, sloppy conditions. She's run on a couple of wet tracks, but nothing quite like this.
She faced a shorter field last time and got the jump on Clairiere. Tactically, how do you see it playing out for her today?
I think similar. You know, just like to get into a good rhythm down the backside. And, you know, Clairiere is relentless, so you know, you always have to worry about holding her off.
Thanks a lot, Todd. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. She's the 3 to 5 favorite. Let's start with Idiomatic, though, who had that big stumble but still won the Delaware Handicap.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about her ad infinitum. She's the one they're going to have to catch up front. But as you alluded to, Greg, she's getting a stern class test here.
Some pace next door, and maybe that's the only impact Malloy can have.
Yeah, but could be a big impact. We saw what happened yesterday where the Katie Davis runner did the technical analysis in the feature.
Last year's Kentucky Oaks winner for legendary D. Wayne Lucas, Secret Oath.
Listen, never count Wayne out. But this is a horse at her best. She'd be a contender here, but Nest has drowned her pretty well. And Clairiere took the best of her last time. Let's see if she can get resurrected.
Our colleague Tom Amos sending out 63 Caliber, who won at this meet earlier against a lot easier.
Yeah, and it's good when you have a race at the meet. And this horse is a gun runner. Most of the gun runners do like sloppy racetracks.
Here's the champion, reigning 3-year-old filly. Nest, her comeback. She beat Clairiere in the Shuvi.
She's obviously very good. There's no doubt about it. But it's going to be a more serious test in the Shuvi. And the other thing is, she hasn't had any experience on wet tracks. And, Richie, we know wet tracks play no favorites.
4-time Grade 1 winner, Clairiere. Joel Rosario here for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, you know, since she's been a 5-year-old, it seems to me the gate, she's been getting a little bit, breaking a little bit slow. And if you look at the Shuvi the last time, Joel Rosario really had a rush to get into the race. So Clairiere is going to be coming late, and they're all going to be fighting for that trophy.
The hardware that awaits the winner of this personal Ensign. Go ahead.
Clairiere has broken slowly her entire career. It's been a problem for her from start to finish. Probably having post 6 is probably good for her in that regard. Do you think so, Richie?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's unencumbered with any horses outside of her, so she's not going to get squeezed. It gives her an opportunity to find a rhythm. I think the way the track has been kind to speed in all races except for the last race going a mile and a quarter in the off-the-turf event is more of a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that puts her at a bit of a disadvantage.
There she is. Her 4-year-old return. She dominated that second half of last year in her own division against 3-year-old fillies. This comeback made you think, well, she's gotten even better now as a 4-year-old. This was an impressive performance, beating Clairiere. But yes, it was a small field. She was more forward, and it was going to make it tough for Clairiere, even if she ran the best race of her life.
Yeah, listen, Ness was very good. I'm not going to, make excuses for her winning. She beat Clairiere, but tactically, she's more forward, and she puts herself in a better position to take advantage of situations, which could happen again today. She's definitely going to get first run on Clairiere. And just real quick, guys, a note, the 1 Idiomatic, obviously the 5 Ness, and the 6 Cara, all by Curlin. The top 3, shortest priced horses in this personal Ensign, all by Curlin Hillendale Farm Stallion.
I have a tactical question for you. Is one of the keys to this race how well Idiomatic runs? Because Nest is going to be the one that first comes calling to her, probably somewhere on the turn, 3/8, 5/16 ball. If Idiomatic has no horse and she just succumbs and Nest just
100%.
blows her away, then Nest just disposed of her. But if Idiomatic fights her, even if she can't beat her, but she fights her to at least the 3/16
Stings her,
now it
yeah.
takes a little starch out of her, and here comes Clairiere. So in an odd way, even if you don't think Idiomatic is good enough to win the race, her performance overall could be a key.
She plays a huge factor in how this race is going to run, because you've got to respect her enough that you can't just let her get a free roll. At some point, you've got to engage her. That'll be on Nest. And exactly right. It's a quality horse that you're going after. It's not a horse that's just going to give it up to you, and then you get to have a breather and then kick on again.
You're right. I mean, if Idiomatic's able to sting Nest enough, it takes a little while to get by, and you have that slow grind, Clairiere could pick you up. And listen, we're not talking about Secret Oath at all, who is getting played a little bit. I mean, maybe because off the Kentucky Oaks win, but we've already seen Dwayne Lucas have a win on this card, and I would think she's going to be a little bit forwardly placed and a lot sharper. So she might get first run. I don't think she can win this race, but she might get first run in the first.
You say what you want, too. I mean, you look at different figures. That last race, the Ogden Phipps, obviously, she was 0 impact. 3 races before that this year, she ran figures that put her in the mix with Nest and Clairiere. In fact, she beat Clairiere. Yeah.
Oh no, we know. Well, she beat Nest fair and square in the Kentucky Oaks, and that was a long time ago.
That was
Nest
different,
is a much different. But I'm saying it's not as though there isn't a Secret Oath somewhere out there that's good enough to be competitive in this race. It doesn't seem so likely we'll see it before, but I keep alluding to Azeri. Azeri came back, and Wayne Lucas got her, and she wasn't that good, and he brought her back to her better form in her career. So maybe he can resurrect her. Certainly a storyline.
Going to ride the Belmont winner in the Travers, Javier Castellano. Archangelo, he's on board Secret Oath, filling in for the injured Luis Saez. Let's go to Maggie.
Can we just mention for a moment how great it is to see the fact that we have horses that ran in the Kentucky Oaks against each other as 3-year-olds in Nest and Secret Oath showing up to take on a gritty veteran like the regally bred Clairiere in here. I think this is such a great race, such a great matchup between all these horses, but do want to mention Secret Oath on the racetrack and how she looked back in the paddock as well. Now, she's one that at times I think struggles with carrying her weight, and she's one too that I think benefits from more time in between her races. Well, she's getting that at least here today, and her weight's better than ever. She got a little bit warm once she set foot on the track, but nothing over the top. You know, she's just showing energy, what you kind of want to see a racehorse to do. Now, you could make the argument that maybe she's trending in the wrong direction, but I really think that when she carries her weight, when she carries her conditioning well, is when she shows up in here. Now, I do think that, you know, going back to the Apple Blossom, she looked better than ever when running second to Clairiere. And you know she's going to be forwardly placed in here as Javier Castellano will pick up the ride from Luis Saez. But this is just a great race, guys, and I'm so looking forward to watching it.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, just 3 huge names in this division makes it so much fun as you take a look at last year's Kentucky Oaks winner there for Dwayne Lucas, Secret Oath. And yeah, certainly that second half of last year when Nest became clearly the class of that 3-year-old filly division, Secret Oath, Andy, was maybe just a little worn out from a long campaign.
I mean, taking nothing away from Nest, she stepped forward, but Secret Oath just took a huge step back. And at least to begin this year, she showed she still got some game. can she find that game again?
I think Secret Oath was just related to Little League. I think Secret Oath at age 12, when she was in Little League, she was a lot taller than a lot of the other players. Now we're at 14, 15, and we're playing high school baseball, and now everybody's starting to catch up to her.
One of the most prestigious races there is in this distaff division, and 3 that have designs on year-end championship honors lining up, including your reigning champion 3-year-old filly and Nest, the rematch with 4-time Grade 1 winner Clairiere to her outside. It's the personal ensign. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here is 63 Caliber coming up. Nest takes up her position. And the last one to load is Clairiere. Circles around. Walking up to the gate, you're watching Saratoga Live exclusively on Fox Sports. They're in the gate. And they're off in the personal ensign. Idiomatic and Malloy sprinting, as is Nest, who comes away in 3rd and secures a tracking spot. 63 Caliber comes away in 4th. Secret Oath inches up, takes that 4th spot. Stretch running Clairiere is at the back of the field. And so it's Idiomatic to set the tempo. Leading comfortably by a length and a half. Long shot Malloy in 2nd. Nest in the clear, 2.5 off the pace in 3rd. The opening quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Secret Oath is now 4th. A length back to 63 Caliber, and then it's Clairiere. Down the back stretch, Idiomatic cruising along. Has it a length and a half to Malloy. It's another length and a half back to Nest in 3rd, getting a nudge to come closer. Then Secret Oath in 4th along the inside. The half in 48 4/5 seconds. 63 Caliber, Clairiere has trailed throughout. Florent Giroux and Idiomatic take them into the far turn with less than a half mile to travel. Nest inching up outside of Malloy. Secret Oath is down at the rail 4th, still 3 lengths off the lead. Clairiere underway on the outside of 63 Caliber. They're coming toward the quarter pole, 6 furlongs in, 1:12 3, and it's Idiomatic. Nest coming to her on the outside. Then the inside is Secret Oath. They're coming toward the 8th pole. Idiomatic digging in on the inside. Secret Oath running a big race. Nest, Clairiere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended, but not coming close to Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way in the personal ensign. Secret Oath outfinished Nest for 2nd. It was a long way back to Malloy.
Idiomatic, Grade 1 win, 1st of her career, gate to wire in the personal ensign.
And she broke clean today, no stumble, got into the first turn in good shape. Looked like the horse just outside of her, Malloy, was going to put a little pressure. She really didn't have enough speed to keep that pressure up and turn it for home. Idiomatic just kept finding that big, long, loping stride. Nest wide throughout, no excuses, just didn't have enough. And a nice effort from Secret Oath, who saved ground throughout.
And you could tell, Andy, in the interview, Steve kind of knew, Asmussen, that Clairiere was going to struggle a little bit with the mud.
This was an excellent performance by Idiomatic, and Florent Giroux rode her perfectly. He didn't back it down so much. He went those 24 quarters, but the reality was she had the credentials to run a big race. And keep in mind, did the racetrack help her a little bit? Probably.
Sure.
But I don't think it compromised the others so much to say, because she was drawing away from them at the finish. And Nest will come back and run well. We'll see if Clairiere can, because it has to be a bit of a question mark, wet track or not. But this horse is for real.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Brad Cox and Idiomatic. Brad, she broke today, and she was so comfortable in the front end.
Yeah, she was. Florent obviously established a clear lead and a little pressure going into the far turn, but she's very classy, very very good filly. Pedigree's, really shined today. Very proud of her.
Talk a little bit about how she's just improved. Recently, she's come to hand brilliantly.
Yeah, we kept her at Turfway all winter, because we kept her close. She had a little setback last spring, and we didn't know if she'd make it back or not. She did. Obviously, Juddmonte does a great job. Give them all the time they need. Brought her back, and she's just been spot on all year. Been perfect.
Will she go further?
Yeah, I don't. A mile and 1/8, right? Yeah. This staff, but it's funny. I raced at Churchill, and the Shawnee was really big. She overcome a lot last time in the Del Cap. She's for real. She's a very good mare.
Congratulations, big win here today.
Thank you very much.
And now she gets a grade 1, guys, in this personal Ensign Idiomatic.
Big win for this 4-year-old filly, and for Brad Cox. Won the Travers a couple summers ago, starting to check off the boxes of a lot of big wins in this sport.
Yeah, listen, Chad, Brad Cox is just, he's turning into, like, I would say the Midwest or whatever, but he's kind of one of those guys like Bob Baffert. You leave his horses on the front end alone, they're going to finish. If they get past, it's kind of, they just don't really get past. They find that extra gear, and Florent Giroux gives his horse a heck of a ride. This horse is 7 for 10 lifetime. This is a real racehorse, Andy.
No, she made a lot of sense in here. I think the lesson from this is, I think people got carried away with Nest. I think if you look at the past performance of this race on paper, she's not supposed to be 3 to 5 in here. I'm not saying she maybe shouldn't have been the favorite in here, but I don't understand what about her performance says she was dominant, such a likely winner.
Still, you want to see this filly before you say anything going forward
see it
with Idiomatic.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you want to see it on a fast track.
Nest has won the Alabama. She's won the CCA Oaks. Nest has danced the dance. She's won a lot of big. I'm not in any way knocking her. I'm just saying, based on what we saw on paper going in this race, Nest is not supposed to be 3 to 5 against this. They bet this race like she was frankly running against a bunch of overmatched fillies, and this horse was not overmatched. We said it before the race, and we'll say it after.
I'll say another thing is, Secret Oath, I truly believe, I don't know if she still wants to go 1 1/8. I always thought if D-Wayne cut her back in distance, she would be so monstrous. So this is actually great to see her run a good race and get back in form.
Can never count Wayne out.
That's true.
And everything you talked about, Andy, too, compounded by the fact that the track was playing kind to speed types.
And also, wet tracks play no favorites. A wet track can help or hurt a 20 to 1 shot, just like it can help and hurt a 3 to 5. And I think it's fair. If you're Nest camp, you have a right to think, I wish this race was on a dry track.
It's Idiomatic with the victory. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm joined by Irad Ortiz. Irad, can you tell me what you were feeling from Nest in the stretch?
Great. The winner run away from me. It's a nice filly, too. And, she's a nice filly. Not really excuses today.
Thanks, Irad.
Thank you.
Greg?
Well, it has to be disappointing for Irad Ortiz Jr. Obviously, so much expectations for Nest. But again, as Andy said, get her back on a fast track, and maybe we'll see the Nest that we saw on the Chuvie again.
Listen, horses aren't defined by one race. She still gave an effort. She tried. Maybe she didn't handle the track. Maybe she did. I think circumstances were set up perfectly for Idiomatic, who's a very talented horse in her own right.
And the reason that we like to see these horses race more often is the best horses, when horses used to race frequently, the best horses all lost. They lost races. It doesn't mean that Ness is some sort of bum. And she can't come back and beat these horses again. It's just a race where she lost. It's a race that she was overbet. But if you're a fan of Nest, you want to give her another chance.
I'm so with you. When people get, because you're going to get on and people are, oh, Ness ran horrible. What? She got beat by an up-and-coming horse. And by the way, the horse that ran second won the Kentucky Oaks. That was a heck of a field. She did not disgrace herself.
Idiomatic with the Grade 1 victory in the personal Ensign. Juddmonte homebred for Brad Cox with Florent Giroux leading gate to wire. We'll be back.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we just saw a throwdown in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign won by Idiomatic as her jockey Florent Giroux joins me now. And Flo, you were just telling me last time in the Delaware handicap you expected her to be on the lead and she stumbled. Today, not the case.
Yeah, exactly. She stumbled really badly last time at Delaware and I was almost unseated. I came very close to come off her, but she was able to, re-engage herself, slowly, back into a rhythm from the previous race and gallop at the end. But today with a much better break, which allowed me to make the lead and set some very reasonable fraction. From there, when she started picking it up a little bit at the Alpha Mile, I thought she was going to be extremely tough to catch.
And you said to me as well, you thought it was interesting with your filly coming in because she was fresh versus some of a class test and here some of the others, but she's fresh and up and coming right now.
Yeah, definitely. She's still a very lightly raced filly, and she's just coming into her own, very well this year. And like I said, some of those older mares like Clairiere, Nest, and Secret Horse, that's some very tough barrel this year and the past few years. And sometimes, this summer in the fall takes a little bit of a toll in them. I really like our position. I thought we fit extremely well in this race, number-wise and especially strategically, with the pace advantage. And I was very pleased with their effort, and I wasn't surprised, to be honest.
We don't get to see you on a ton of mounts here at Saratoga, but pretty good to swoop in and win a Grade 1, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I have a little bit less horses. We have like 150 horses back home with Brad, and we have only 20 here, so it's a little bit less. But no, I'm very grateful for the other trainer who give me opportunity, and hoping I can keep on going tomorrow with Eco Zulu.
Well, best of luck. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Florent Giroux with the big victory with Idiomatic, Greg.
Yes, it was big. Thank you, Acacia. What a performance here. And now we have, all of a sudden, a new face who may be a player in this division. We'll see going forward.
And Secret Oath coming back and running really well. And hopefully, Clairiere just didn't handle a wet track. I mean, we'll see next time they run. But, I mean, isn't racing better when it's more competitive? I mean, obviously, if Ness goes out and runs a huge race, that's really exciting in its own right. But you want to see more competitiveness. And for people who are big Ness fans, you have every right to say the winner everything her own way. The track's been kind to speed. She probably didn't love the wet. I don't think she ran like a horse that didn't like a wet track, but she didn't love the wet track, and so you want to give her a chance, fine. But all of a sudden, it's a lot more competitive, and that's fun.
You had mentioned, too, pointed out looking at Nest in that race. How did you think she was traveling?
I honestly never thought she was really in the bridle. He was always having to kind of tap on her and ask her to keep her in the game. Even watching her warm up, I wasn't convinced she was loving the sloppy surface in the warm up. Listen, I liked Idiomatic because I thought she'd get loose. Certainly the racetrack and the way it's been playing elevated her. And Secret Oath, we were talking earlier today, guys. They said, you know, she won the Kentucky Oaks on a wet fast track, and I thought she got a terrific trip and ride by Javier Castellano today.
But she also ran today.
She ran.
And that was the question, was she going to run? And she did run, and like you say, you never can really count Wayne Lucas out. It is amazing how he can resurrect these horses. And one thing we knew about Wayne, maybe some others will wait for the Breeders' Cup. He's not waiting for the Breeders' Cup. He'll be running her before the Breeders' Cup. We'll be seeing Secret Oath somewhere else again.
It's good comeback effort with that runner-up finish for last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, but it's about Idiomatic and the Grade 1 personal Ensign gate-to-wire score on this sloppy track on the eve of the Travers. We'll talk the big one when we come back. Classic winners, Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Belmont going toe-to-toe along with a 2-year-old champion who would have been the Derby favorite had he not scratched. What a lineup for the Travers on Saturday.
Honor AP, a mesmerizing horse from the very beginning, who captured the imagination of the racing world and proved his potential on the track. A Grade 1 winner, out of a multiple Grade 1 winner, with incomparable looks and an unbeatable pedigree. The speed, the bloodline, the physical. Honor AP. Only at Lane's End.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Off into Perryville. All alone as he turns for home. Nashville under no stress whatsoever.
What's it going to take to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and could this horse have toyed with a group in the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
I'm going to say yes. This was sensational.
107.89.
Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This is a horse to get really excited about.
Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Travers Stakes. Only on Fox, Saratoga Saturday.
Back with you on Saratoga Live at the premier meet in the game. Brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Grade 1 personal Ensign in the books, and it's Idiomatic going gate to wire on this sloppy track under Florent Giroux.
Nice effort from her. Got very comfortable on the lead at a track playing kind of speed, but a quality mare with a top pedigree and a really good field of horses. That was fun. In a division that, you know, I think everybody was looking to coronate Nest the champion already. We got a lot of racing left this year.
And I think when it comes to Clairiere, I think that she's the kind of horse that she's fired every time she's been on the racetrack. So I would just draw a line through that race, and we'll see what happens to her next time. And she needs a full field. She needs a full field where there's speed in there, where she can lay back and make her run. And she needs, obviously, a dry track. Steve played his hand. He knew that she wasn't going to like the wet. And you could tell on the backside, Joelle was really trying to get after her, and she was not liking it. But to me, she's fired all the time. I would just draw a line through it. I think she's going to run well her next start.
It's been a great day of racing. When we came on here for the 6th race, and it was a loaded 2-year-old race, and sometimes those races deliver and sometimes they don't. And Fierceness goes out and runs perhaps like the best 2-year-old colt that's run anywhere in this country so far this year with his win. Yeah. And so the connections of that win, obviously disappointed after Nest, but they'll come back to fight another day. And it's not so bad when you start out with a horse that's easy to start thinking in your mind. Fierceness could be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and maybe they win it back-to-back years. So tough beat with Ness for the connections, but a great win for them with fierceness.
And I believe they have a horse in a race tomorrow that we're going to talk about right now.
Yeah, he's okay.
That'll be the Travers, 2-year-old champion Forte. Will go to that race as the favorite. Let's look at the Travers by the numbers. Dates back to 1864. There's a little bit of history in this race. Fastest ever run. If you were here, it was special to watch. Arrogate with a brilliant performance. Damascus, record margin of 22 lengths back in 1967. Most wins by a trainer. Bert Mulholland from 1939 to 1963, the span of those 5 victories. Most by an owner. 3 different ownership groups have won it 5 times. Most wins by a jockey. Javier Castellano has owned this race. Can he add number 7 with the Belmont Stakes winner Archangelo on Saturday? Dead heat. We showed you that race earlier in the program with Alpha and Golden Ticket back in 2012. And how about upsets in this race? Keen Ice beating American Pharaoh back in 2015. That was a big one. Travers winners to win the Classic. Maybe a year again for a 3-year-old to shine at year's end against the older division. 13 Travers winners have been named champion 3-year-olds, including Epicenter last year and Horse of the Year. Yeah, point given, one of the 8 to earn that honor. Hall of Famers, 25, including one just put into the hall across the street earlier this month with Arrogate. So much history in this Midsummer Derby, and one of the great lineups we have, certainly in recent memory, lining up on Saturday for our ABR Race of the Week with the 3 individual winners of this year's Triple Crown. And this guy right here, the 2-year-old champion who would have been your Derby favorite, Forte.
Yeah, he is still the leader of this division, despite the fact that he did not win a Triple Crown race. And he showed last time he took that step forward in the wet track. Fortunately, things dry before this race. And see if he does it on a dry track.
Rat Ortiz Jr., Rapoli Stable, Todd Fletcher. And then here's your Belmont Stakes winner, Archangelo, for Jenna Antonucci. She made history with that win.
Yeah, she made history becoming the first female to win a Triple Crown race. And this horse did it nicely. Been training up to the Travers and been training well. Javier Castellano had to choose between the Derby winner and Archangelo. He chose Archangelo.
Tapit Tracy went into the Derby off a grade 1 win. He was 9-2 in that race. He'll put blinkers on.
Now, this is a horse that I really had a fondness for. He just really has not put it together, but he adds blinkers. And as much as I love Luis as a rider, I kind of like the rider change to Jose Ortiz. I just want to see him one time be left alone early and make one run.
He's the Kentucky Derby winner. Mage, he'll have a new pilot, Flavian Pratt, on Saturday.
And listen, it doesn't hurt to get Flavian Pratt. Will he get enough pace to run at? Will he show his good race? They say he might have needed a race in the Haskell. I've heard that story before. He's good, though, and he should not be discounted.
And potentially is the pace of the race. This guy right here, your Preakness winner, National Treasure, he will take blinkers off for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, blinkers off. Now, you know, when he won the Preakness, he put blinkers on after a 2-race experiment without him on. And now he takes them off. And again, you can't count out Bob Baffert when it comes to big races. And I would think Son of Quality Road will be cutting out the fractions.
Canoe still has these silks on it from last year with Epicenter. Could Disarm do it again for him?
Well, we know the maintenance crew who paints the canoes rooting for Disarm, make their life a little bit easier. Listen, he's a horse with talent. He's by gun runner. He's going to have to improve, but they change a lot, these horses. Maybe he takes a step forward.
And Scotland, new face who went gate to wire in the Curlin for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
I like Scotland a lot as a racehorse. Now he had the run of the race against a soft field last time. Second place finisher did improve his Beyer figure 4 points to win the Smarty Jones at Parks the other day, so that flatters him. I don't know, though, in his 5th start if the Travers is necessarily the right race for him, but I predict we hear a lot from Scotland down the road if we don't hear from him tomorrow.
Did beat a horse who came back to win a stake, and he beat Blazing Sevens, who battled National Treasure to the wire.
That would be Il Miracolo, who improved 4 points in the Smarty Jones at Parks the other day.
Horse got some upside. He does. I'm with Andy. Scotland's kind of one of the horses, like, if he doesn't succeed, he could be a horse they could cut back. He's dangerous. He's come from off the pace. He's gone gate to wire. He's very versatile. He's the most lightly raced. He loses a ton of experience in this race. When you got a Derby winner, Preakness winner, and obviously a champion in Forte, and then the Belmont winner. So he loses a ton of experience, but he's not light in talent at all.
Think about what you just said, Paul. The Derby winner, Preakness winner, Belmont winner, champion. This is a tremendous Travers Stakes.
What about a Rat Ortiz Jr., what he has to do with the inside post with Forte?
I
think he's probably looking to get a similar trip to last time. Sit in the pocket, sit right in behind the pace, and hopefully get out a little smoother than he did last time.
He runs fine running inside of horses. His Breeders' Cup Juvenile, sitting about 5th inside of horses. The Hopeful, sitting inside of horses, coming up towards the inside. So one thing I don't think you have to worry about with Forte is his position being inside. He's very comfortable there. The raw, to me, the rail draw is an absolutely perfect draw for him.
Let me ask you a quick question, and I'll ask all of you guys here. Is the break going to be key? Because we know the 3 and the 4 fall out of the gate, Tapit, Trice, and Mage. The outside is going to where the speed's going to come, 5, 6, 7. I'm with Andy here. I think that the break is going to be key between Forte and Archangelo, who sits that spot, right, Andy? You don't think that?
I mean, I think the break, Paul, is always important in
100%,
races.
yeah, but whoever sits in front of them, because those two horses are faster than Tapit, Trice, and Mage.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll see them going forward, but I think the ball, as you said, the 5, 6, and 7 rate to be more forward.
Yeah.
So Forte and Archangelo rate to be sitting 4th and 5th. The break's always important for horses, but I think what you're going to see, I look at the Time Form US pace projector a lot, and I value it a great deal. They have Scotland in front. No way Bob Baffert's coming across country and not going to be in front in this race. Heck, Arrogate was in front in the Travers going around the first turn. He didn't have any speed.
Not going to happen. Johnny V, National Treasure, they're going to be in the lead in this race.
Yeah. Well, listen, Bob Baffert knows a 4-letter word his whole life. Send.
And Bob Baffert knows another one, a 3-letter word. Win.
Live coverage of the Travers Midsummer Derby. You'll see it on Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage beginning tomorrow at 3 Eastern Time. We still have the nightcap coming up on this Friday card here on Travers Eve. 5.5 furlongs now moved to the main track of this maiden special weight. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start with the lone main track only in the field to the outside. Now, it is interesting as this horse is moving from the Steve Asmussen barn, where she did have that good first race. And on the dirt, she's had some strong dirt workouts and foundation workouts as well coming into this. Over in Saratoga, she will make her first start for the Chad Summers barn. I had expected a little bit more definition from her coming back off of those strong workouts. She's a very long frame to her as well, and just maybe lacks a little bit of a shape for my taste, especially when trying to navigate a wet track and off of a layoff as well. But she is, again, the lone main track only. She was entered to run on the dirt and does have that good dirt race in her debut to go off of. Flavian Pratt will be aboard. The number 11, Millie Jean, interest me a little bit, as this one does make the first start for the George Weaver barn. Now, she had a really similar look to a horse called Darth Vader, who was the same owner and breeder in John Ropes and started out in South Florida with the same trainer, Michael Yates, and then came up to New York and did very well with George Weaver running second in the Acorn. And it's a obvious kind of trainer switch, because Mike Yates is just based in Florida, doesn't really come up too much to New York. And so it seems like with maybe some of the top quality stock, John Ropes would send them to the Weaver barn. And this filly, she could tuck up a little bit off of a bit of a layoff, but she's not an overly turf-meant type. And sometimes horses with a little bit of the flatter hoof do get over this kind of sealed track that we do have. She has speed, and I think that that's really going to be key on this track, as we even saw in the personal Ensign. And as they've gone on with the preliminary, she's gotten sharper here in the paddock. So we'll see if she's ready off the bench, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. 6 minutes away as they come down Champions Way, and our post parade here coming up for the race that's going to close out this Travers Eve card. 5-2 favoritism, main track only entrant. White Chocolate, and Gary Payton's jaw still on the floor from when Jason Williams went behind the back on him.
A lot of people don't realize Jason Williams, yes, was nicknamed White Chocolate for the Sacramento Kings. Almost won the Rookie of the Year. And just Google him and YouTube some of his highlights. He was a wizard, one of the best passers. He was a poor man's Pistol Pete when it came to passing, put it that way.
Wow. Just incredible. He saw things that weren't there.
Oh, it was unreal. It really was.
Post parade here coming up. We're going to start in a moment with Frau Diablo, Mike Maker, Dylan Davis, and a horse who was on a race taking off the turf in the debut and showed speed.
Well, she was spicy first time out, and I think she's going to be spicy again today. It's a major player. I mean, she just narrowly lost second in that race, and she's the one who did all the dirty work.
Risk-free, 0 for 16, but did run second in the slop.
Oddly, you could argue she's maybe the horse to beat. She just had too many chances.
Bourbon and Honey, Ricardo Santana Jr., long time away.
Yeah, off to the layoff for Sri DeVoe. Although Bourbon and Honey, very good for your throat if you're an announcer.
It's true. We could use some. Going
like
the distance.
The bourbon part and the honey,
blinkers
but separately.
coming off with Kendra Carmouche on the 7.
I picked her on top. I like the blinkers coming off. She's a runoff last time. Her first race would make her very tough here, I think.
Chad Brown filly making start number 2, Arisu.
Yeah, and I think the one that beaten here, to be honest with you, I'm surprised that she's not the favorite, but the 12, I get it.
Here's Millie Jean, George Weaver.
George Weaver, always dangerous, though she's a little tough to make on paper.
And White Chocolate, main track only, was with Steve Asmus in the Fairgrounds, now with Chad Summers.
Yeah, another City of Light here, and we saw what City of Light could do. This horse ran well first time out. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, was that actually a good common line, the tight and steady? Did the horse get steady? I remember we were watching the replay.
Yeah, I mean, the rail, she was on the rail and completely got shut off, but I felt like she was maybe at a horse at that point.
Okay.
But ground did get taken away. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Finale coming up on this Friday card from Saratoga. Stay with us.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
It will be State of Rest.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports coverage. Travers on Saturday, nightcap to come on this Friday card. 5.5 furlongs move to the main track over the sloppy going and the favorite, a main track only entrant, the only main track only entrant. That's 12 White Chocolate. But here's Arisal, a player certainly for the Chad Brown barn, the leading barn at the meet with the leading rider at the meet.
But can I say something? Why this horse is 5-2. She finished a length and 3/4 ahead in her debut of the one, Fra Diavolo. But Fra Diavolo was dueling with Lil Prankster, who was 3-5, and put her away. And we talked about breaking a horse's heart.
Sure.
And yet she still just sort of ran her down in the very late stages. Why is she a third the price of the one or a quarter the price of the one? That to me, I know it's Chad Brown, that to me does not make sense. I know it's Irad Ortiz, but it's bad value.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, it could be. And you bring up a really good point. Is she wasn't that far away from the one horse, then we'll rematch in here. And plus, it's a race on the main track for both of them. As far as Aristo's concerned, though, she's really tucked up. I wasn't in the paddock for her first race, but she is a really tucked up type of filly. And while Mendelssohn himself was very good on the turf, his progeny have been good on the main track. I like the 7 going the distance. She totally ran off last time. And sometimes first-time blinkers, especially for young fillies, they almost get too keen and sharp out on the racetrack. And she's incredibly fit, very athletic. She does have a little bit of a turf puff, but I think that she should handle this going quite well and had a lovely warm-up with Kendrick Carmouche. We'll send it up to Frank Miramati for the nightcap.
Millie Jean goes in. White Chocolate. She'll be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Frown Diablo gets the first call, but White Chocolate is a little bit quicker and up to take the lead. Millie Jean came away in the top flight on the outside of Bourbon and Honey, who races in 4th, going the distance in between rivals. Now a joint 2nd as they move toward the far turn. They're followed by Arasu in the blue, now about 5 lengths off the lead. And at the back of the field is Risk Free. They're coming around the turn through a quarter in 21 4/5 seconds. White Chocolate shows the way, going the distance in hot pursuit 2nd. It's 3 lengths back to Arasu and Millie Jean 3rd and 4th. Risk Free out of last in the pink. They're at the top of the stretch. And White Chocolate widens the lead to 5. White Chocolate well clear. Arasu trying nicely, as is Risk Free, who continues to finish with some interest. A 16th to go, and White Chocolate bounced out of there and waved goodbye. White Chocolate and Flavian Pratt cruising home to win it by 5 lengths. Tight photo, that is so close, between Arasu and an oncoming Risk Free, then Millie Jean.
White Chocolate quick early and second time out. Philly by City of Light with the win.
We've seen a couple City of Lights really take to the mud, and the race was over right out of the gate. Flavian Pratt busted the gates, MiG, and this race was over. I just got a text from Eric Musselman, the head coach of Arkansas, said, Jason Williams played for me when I was with the Kings. And he put LOL. Muss watching the show. You're talking about the crossover. Yep. Anthony Ruda, his assistant coach. So University of Arkansas basketball watching American Days of the races.
Well, Flavian Pratt has been paying attention, obviously, right? He wasn't just sitting in the jocks room having a coffee or playing ping pong. He saw how good speed was. White Chocolate broke running, and it was a sweet victory for White Chocolate.
Not a trainer change I would ever bet on.
This horse was really quick out of the gate, though, and Flavian, like, he just doesn't take the speed away. 21 4, and it's just bottomed out the field, Greg.
Speed just too hard to run down on this track this afternoon. 3-1 here. 12-10, 5-11. Flavian Pratt. And take some advice from Paulie. Go back and look at some of those highlights from Jason Williams, because prepping for the show, it was fun doing that. Oh my God, he was good.
He was a tremendous player.
Oh, he really was.
He was, by the way, same high school team as Randy Moss, who could hoop as well, and they dominated in West Virginia.
Not racing Randy Moss.
No, not racing Randy Moss. No, Randy Moss was
Randy Moss 2.
Was drafted 2 to play basketball, and another guy that I played with, Cliff Floyd. Had a full ride to North Carolina to go play basketball, but chose to sign with the Montreal Expos instead. A lot of guys could have crossed over and played major basketball, yeah.
Dominant performance there. Do you look at that race and say, okay, maybe Idiomatic had things a little bit her own way on this track today?
Well, but you knew she'd have her own way handicapping the race, even if it was a dry track. And, so I'm not, once again, I'm not, it's
just in terms of how good she may be in this division.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, they always have to answer questions. And surely, even Brad Cox is probably thinking, as well as she ran today, I'm going to have to do it in all likelihood in a fair track. I'm going to have to do it where I may not have as big a pace advantage. Now, he's got to be heartened by the fact that she won after stumbling to start from 5th in her prior start and still ran a triple-digit buyer. So she's capable of running fast when things don't go her own way in a big way. Yeah, things went her way today, but she also had a decisive win there. But at the end of the day, they'll all be back to fight another day, and that's why you want to see horses race more often, the good horses. They have an off day, whether it's the racetrack, whether it's them. You want to see another chance to see if she can get some retribution in there, and maybe Ness can. But right now, Ness still has a lot to prove if she's going to win this division, a division that a lot of people were sort of just giving to her a couple weeks ago, and that wasn't fair. Clairiere still leads the division. I don't care where she ran today. She's got 2 Grade 1 wins.
Listen, it was great seeing a Grade 1 race like that packed with quality horses, but one of the things that is fun about handicapping is when you identify a situation or a way a racetrack's playing and use it to your advantage. Now, obviously today, it was the right kind of track for her and she got everything the right way. But I think that's part of the handicapping conundrum, kind of identifying when you can get a little bit of an advantage.
And I think one of the true stars we saw of today, and we're going to talk Travers right now, what a performance from that first-time starter, Fierceness, that 2-year-old for Rapoli, for Fletcher. That was sensational to watch. Travers, though, the big one coming up on Saturday, and we've talked about it endlessly. ABR Race of the Week. Kentucky Derby Preakness Belmont winner and the 2-year-old champ Forte and the Jim Dandy winner all going toe-to-toe, and it's going to be Forte who will be your favorite in this race going forward. And you felt, Mig, those blinkers on really did help him?
Absolutely. It was a completely different style. He was up into the bit. He carried Irad into the race as opposed to Irad having to constantly remind him to stay in position or go forward. I think they definitely had a huge effect on him. And even when he was able to kind of come out from behind the leader, Saudi Crown, it was because of the blinkers. When a horse that doesn't travel in the bridle, you cannot move other horses around without them helping you.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I think the start of his last race was completely key. He broke attentive. He was right in the bit from the beginning with Irad, and he was traveling like the winner the whole way. Obviously, you know, he had to create a little bit of space.
He won by an inch.
But he did. He won by an inch.
Let's not get carried away.
But let's say that Saudi Crown did have an easy lead, almost like we saw Andy Maddox
I'm not knocking him at all. He won by an inch.
But you have to admit,
he won by 5 legs.
But he won by an inch against
a very good horse.
Yeah, but it's going to be a much tougher field tomorrow.
A horse that run 4 times, I agree. And you can say he was always traveling, he's going to win. He didn't have that lead until at the wire.
But Andy, you do have to admit that it looked completely different than his other efforts where he's being pushed along.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just making fun of Paulie for suggesting that he looked like couldn't lose the whole way.
He did. He looked like he couldn't lose as long as he got out.
I like Saudi Crown.
Like consumer spending yesterday couldn't lose, but he hit a wall of heavy jets.
What about Archangelo, too? A lot of these horses, most of them, except National Treasure, they've had a chance to have another race and build on this 3-year-old campaign. He has not.
Jenna has painted herself in a corner a little bit because if he doesn't run well, people will second-guess her because that's what people do for not racing since then. But if she runs well, he runs well, she's a genius. We'll see.
Going to see it live on Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage tomorrow on Big Fox starting 3 Eastern time. That big showdown. The 2-year-old champion Forte. He will be the favorite off that Jim Dandy victory. Taking on the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. The Preakness winner for Bob Baffert in National Treasure. Is he the speed of the race? And, of course, the great story of Archangelo and his trainer, Jenna Antonucci, the Belmont Stakes winner. We'll see you tomorrow.
Momentum continues for War Dancer as Epic Queen scores at Monmouth.
Epic Queen just won't give up. Epic Queen gets the score.
Niagara Skyline goes wire to wire at Woodbine.
And Niagara Skyline in terrific form here today by 3 lengths.
And Queen's Dancer with a big upset as she wires the field.
A photo coming up once again.